The hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As always, we thank you so much for choosing the show. We know there's a lot out there, and we thank you for making us part of your day. The number 866, we be big. If we take phones this hour, they'll be on screen. So when we say hello, you'll actually be live. So that's there for you. Have a lot to discuss today. Good friend of the show, Dr. Dudney, will be with us next hour. A whole lot more to break down. So let's get started. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
What up, gentlemen?
Yep.
Good.
You know, we've nicknamed Coach Helms Bullet Head.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Greg, when you were growing up, did you have a nickname? I don't know if I've even asked you this.
No.
They used to call you Greg? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Everybody gets nicknames. Did you ever have one?
Yeah, a lot of them called me William, Willie G. My friend Bull gave me that name because his name was Greg too.
Okay.
And he asked me my full name, and I said, well, I'm William Gregory, and he'd come up with that. So if you run into somebody I went to school with, they'll throw that out there.
Right. Willie G.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like he's not being honest with us right now?
No, that's as close. It's not really a nickname because it's actually my name.
For William.
Nickname is actually, to me, it wouldn't be a name. It would be, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You have a nickname. It's not like a regular person.
So you don't
Willie G for William Gregory Burgess.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you consider Helmsy?
Hybrid.
But because Speedy has nothing to do with my real name, that's a nickname. Yeah.
100%.
But because Helms is, I see what he's saying. It's kind of a,
Yeah.
it is a nickname, but it's
hybrid.
also hybrid. Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that, Willie G.
Nah, don't go there.
No. Sensitive about it.
No, I don't care. It's just I'm a grown man.
Yeah, I know. I was just asking.
Well, I am too.
I am
but yet
too,
you call me
yeah,
Bullet
yeah,
Head.
and you call me
Yeah.
Speedy.
So-
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So
y'all
Willie
might,
G-
y'all might
Hey,
need
Willie
to
G.
relook at that.
Willie G.
Y'all might need to relook at your name. I'm going to start calling you Calvin.
Well, I tell you what, that gets my attention.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
you're in
saying?
trouble.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
John
Every once in
Calvin.
a while you'll text or I don't think you've called when it's happened, but you've texted and it shows up on my display as Calvin.
Oh, well, thank you.
And Maddie's always intrigued by that. She's like, I just didn't know his name was Calvin. And I'm
She
like,
said, I
"Yeah."
thought he was black.
There we go. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it was coming,
I
too.
could have bet money that
Yeah.
he was going to say something about race there.
I just know that's what she said. What am I supposed to-
I knew it. I knew it.
She didn't say that.
She thought it.
Yeah. Well, welcome in, everybody. We've got a busy show on tap today. A lot happening in the old world. There's some interesting stories out as well. But there was one that Greg and I were talking about, Helmsy, prior to the show starting, before you had stepped in. We have had another alligator attack in Florida. It's killed a woman walking her dog.
These retirement areas,
I just don't get it.
because we've had a few stories, and they're
Yeah.
always around these
Right.
retirement areas. I guess
Yeah.
a lot of them, they don't move real quick. But I'm out walking my dog,
Another
and
one.
suddenly an alligator gets me. That's bad.
It's real bad, and I don't know if just alligator attacks are up or we cover them more. I do know. I want to say it was last fall. I do know we had at least two because we reported on another one and we were like, "Is this the same story reprinted?"
I know. It kept happening.
and it was someone that was just walking their dog or
We're going to thin them
around
out a
these
little more.
retirement communities, and here it comes. And we've had another lady. They say it was a 10-foot. I've heard 11-foot from one story alligator that attacked her and killed her.
You know, if I get attacked and I'm like in the swamp somewhere,
Right.
that's kind of on me.
Yeah, it is.
But I mean, I'm living in a retirement facility.
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't they have somebody in charge of keeping gators out of there?
You would think. She was 85, and she was killed Monday when the alligator attacked her as she was walking her dog.
Wow. How about that scene?
Yeah, she was walking.
you imagine?
She was walking the
How
pet.
about the dog? Do you eat the dog too?
Let's see. But to your point, Greg, all right, let's say she's walking them around a pond, and that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
You would think somebody would go, all right, we're going to make sure this pond doesn't have
Yeah,
any, but you don't
every
know
so
if-
often we're going
Right.
to bring them in here, and we're going to look around and see if we got any gators here.
Yeah, but she was walking her pet by a pond at the retirement community when a 10-foot alligator jumped out and grabbed her, they say, according to PBF TV, who did the reporting. The Florida Fish and Wild Game Conservation Commission responded to the scene, and witnesses called 911 as well, and the woman's body was recovered by a trapper, and that was called to capture the gator. And it was just a
horrible thing.
It was a bad scene.
But, I guess, like I had a friend that was from South Florida, and he's talking about growing up. Mm-hmm. They didn't think nothing about them because he said you'd walk out in your yard and they'd be laying out there in the sun.
They do seem more aggressive right now. It's dragging an 85-year-old woman into the water.
Yeah,
like, what is going on?
Right.
It's pretty horrible.
And I love this statement, too, by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation spokesman. Doesn't need to say this. Serious injuries caused by alligators are rare in Florida. Probably not the time to say it because we just had one drug into the water.
Exactly. Let it settle.
But how about right now? Right now they caused injuries.
Well, maybe it is rare, but if you're going to have a retirement home built around some water, just every now and then run a little check on.
Right. Yeah.
Let's drop some tags like they do. They'll issue tags. We're going to take this many out this year.
Right. Who's
maybe
the gatekeeper
thin them out
on gators? Let's have a person.
I guess you can't get them all out of there because then you'd be overrun with whatever they eat. I don't know.
Which you would be fine with that. I would be fine with being overrun by whatever it is the alligators eat.
And I'm not saying that
they're not going to eat me.
And I'm not saying the retirement community is trying to cut costs. But
I would calling that.
No, but I would just say I would almost like alligator maintenance would be almost like, hey, whoever cuts the grass, takes care of the shrubbery.
It should be part of the homeowners association.
That's part of the daily routine. Now, I don't know if alligators are so just everywhere that one couldn't just kind of waddle all in there in the middle of the night and they not even know. Maybe that's it. Let's give them a little bit benefit of the doubt.
They need to do like on swamp people when they put the little PVC pipes out hanging with the treble hooks on them, and go check them every day and see if you got one.
Yeah. But her being 85. I'm sure there wasn't a whole lot of running.
No, that's true. He didn't have to work hard for it. That's for sure.
But anyway, that one just jumped out at me because we've had another one drug into the water and killed by an alligator.
And we're always walking dogs. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
There's always a dog involved.
It's obviously what attracts them, and then it just goes after them, and then it's going to grab the quickest thing.
Y'all.
Oh, my gosh.
Y'all.
Okay.
Is that who I think it is?
Yes, it is. What's it say? What's the headline say?
It says widening road. Chris is walking to work.
Chris Wood.
Chris Wood is on the TV right now. Oh, my goodness gracious. I can't imagine what he's saying.
Somebody call him.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicle's in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
As we roll on back, 866 We Be Big is the number. Oh my gracious. All right. Good morning, Dad. Dad's texting this morning saying we're fired up, sounding good.
That's right.
There at the river in Huntsville. All the great
River's
radio
on
stations across the country, thank you for carrying the Rick and Bubba show. One of the main ways you can get the show, of course, there's plenty of other ways, but we appreciate you dialing in today. Also, hello to the tubers. Hope you're doing well. Dr. Dudney scheduled to be with us next hour.
Dr. D.
I know Christy will bring in a lot of energy, so y'all be prepared. Yes. Be ready. Fired up. All right, so a friend of the show, Chris Wood, who Adler from time to time would hire to be part of his skits. Yeah. We remember one of the more famous ones was the Black Friday skit.
He played
that
Black Friday.
He did. We just looked up on these TVs that are in here, and on one of the channels, we saw him, and they were doing a news story about an area of town, I guess, that he works and lives in, and he was being interviewed.
He's quite the character.
Yeah, and that really caught us off guard. So it was almost like a good night look at that. We just reacted to it. So that's kind of what happened if y'all were confused.
And if you remember, he was our Olympic reporter one
Yes, he
time.
was. Yes, he
for
was.
the kickoff hour.
Right.
He was, when we did the sports show, he was our hockey expert, but he didn't know anything about hockey.
Correct.
He actually has called some play-by-play hockey for UAB.
Yeah. You want to give that 16-1?
16-1.
Yeah.
That we all remember that one when they went up 16-1, which is just hockey. Now think about that score, would you?
Right. Yeah.
And when he's screaming it like they just won the thing. I mean, they were up 15-1 at that point. Before that, anyway, he's just quite a character. He's a great guy, and we've had him on the show many times. And I looked up at the television, and I thought, well, that looks like Chris Woods. I was going to make a joke, so that guy looks like Chris Woods, and I look, and it's actually him, and they're interviewing him, and we're not sure why.
Right.
Something to do with the walking track.
Yeah.
They just randomly picked him.
Gosh,
I saw him 2 weeks ago. He was working security at the UAB basketball game.
Now, he will do that, event staff.
And
boy, will he.
He's not changed a whole lot.
He's a funny guy.
God, he is so funny.
Oh,
Goodness gracious.
He was Black Friday during that one. That was one of when Adler was doing the Orange Justice series.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the villains was Black Friday, and it was Chris. And he had Hulk hands on.
Yes. Good night. That was good. And we've talked about how the reason why Chris is so funny to us is because he's not trying to be
No, he's
funny.
not trying. He's a unique guy. He's just hilarious. He's
Yeah.
got a great personality, and he's just funny.
Right. So
And
we
he is not
apologize
trying
for
to be
being a
funny.
little bit distracted, but when
And I'm gonna find the
I wasn't
news story.
prepared for that.
I'm going to eventually
If
find
you-
the news story.
please.
I found the store. I went to the affiliate that he was on, and they actually have pictures of him and the story about what's
Golly.
going on. So now I pieced it all together.
Yeah.
But I need to see his interview. at
I
some
know
point.
how it happened. You've seen it so many times. They just randomly walked up to him. He was like,
Yes.
"Sure, yeah, I'll do it." You know?
They probably saw him walking because in the story
Yeah, I'll be
he
glad to
says
talk
that
about it.
sometimes he'll walk or he'll park a little distance from where he's working.
Yeah.
And he, I guess, works security for the Birmingham Bulls hockey
Well, I'll tell
at
you
the
what.
Pelham Civic Center.
And plus, he's around hockey. And he loves hockey.
and they probably saw him walking. And
16-1.
good night. Oh, me. It's just good stuff. I don't care who you are.
All right, so not only is
we
it
would
my-
call him, but he sounded sweet.
he might wake his parents up.
I wanted to cold call him so bad. Do you want me to? I don't mind it.
Are you serious?
I'll do it in a second.
He's fixing to wake him up.
Don't wake him up.
I just want to see.
I'll go ahead.
I
Wake
say
him up.
give him like
I
20
wake
more
him up.
minutes.
Wake him up. Please call us.
Let's see here. Hold on.
Leave him a message. Oh no, we're
let's see.
calling.
So uncomfortable.
There we go. I don't know. I should have probably run this through the board, but I didn't.
Hello?
Hey, Chris, are you up? This is Speedy.
Yeah, I just got up actually.
Okay, that's awesome, man. Well,
We're live on the air.
We're live right now on the air. Could I call you right back on the studio line? We'd love to talk to you about the news story we just saw.
Yeah, we just saw you on TV.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm calling you right back, buddy.
Okay, Chris is up. Early riser.
I can't believe this. Nobody else might be entertained by it, but we are.
Oh, yeah.
We got to get to the bottom of
We
it.
got to
That's
get to the bottom
that's
of
the
why
biggest
my
thing.
man was on the news.
Right. This is where I can't dial here, and then we're gonna have to go to break. See, I knew it.
Good
I
night.
knew
Here,
it.
I don't know have his number.
Do I have to dial one, Greg? Or can I just
I
dial the
don't
number?
know. I
Can I
don't
just
know.
dial the number?
I don't think so.
I can go in there and dial it. I just need it.
Okay, I think I figured it out. All right, I got to dial 1205, even on a local number. All right, here we go. If not, I'm giving it to you. Golly.
Never mind. You should just. You could hear him on the phone.
Could I?
Yeah.
I almost think it was better because it was kind of faint.
Okay.
I know it was funny.
All right, we got 3 minutes. Maybe we can get something in.
Yeah, that ain't gonna last long.
Hey, Chris.
Hello?
Hey, Chris. It's the Rick and Bubba show. We're live. Okay, it's Speedy and Greg and Helms. What's up, bud?
Oh, nothing much. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, man. You're a superstar. We looked up on the TVs and we saw the local news channel doing a story, and there you were. You were the main person.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to blow up this much, but it's fine by me though.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
I mean,
right.
what happened? I mean, you just randomly get picked?
Yeah, and are you laying on the phone? Make sure it's not laying on your cheek there. We couldn't hear you real well. But go ahead.
Well, what happened was I was doing a Bulls game that afternoon, and I was walking to my car, and all of a sudden, there was a camera guy. I didn't know he was from ABC 3340 until he told me. But anyway, he just picked me out because he saw me like walking to my car and stuff. So he decided to do a news story on me, and that's how it pretty much went.
Yeah. So you get some exercise by walking.
Yes.
Okay.
So what are you doing play-by-play for the Bulls?
Thank you, Greg.
No, actually, I was doing some off-ice officiating work for him.
Oh,
basically
okay.
doing
I think I could hear him better on my cell phone.
Yeah, but Chris, so I thought they might have heard that 16-1 call you did that time and maybe had you calling the game.
I wish I could. I wish somebody would give me a play-by-play opportunity, though.
Yeah, well, you'd own it. I know that.
You're not doing UABs anymore, or they still have their hockey team?
They don't have their hockey team anymore. I mean, it's been like a few years, unfortunately. So it wasn't better supported or even funded. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Did you say that you're doing some officiating?
Off-ice officials?
Well, one of the off-ice officials.
Okay.
That's some statistician work.
Well, I need to see you on that ice, Chris, if I could.
Yeah, I'd like
please.
to. That'd be awesome.
Well, man, we just wanted to reach out to you. Sorry to cold call you like this, but anytime we look up and we see you on the TV, I mean, you're a superstar, buddy.
Well, I mean, it's fine though. I mean, I used to get up early and stuff, but I don't have that job anymore, so it's all good.
What's got you up so early this morning?
Thank you.
Well, I just got because just wanted to watch some TV and stuff. I just couldn't sleep at all, really.
Okay. Well, are you watching the show? You need to put it on YouTube and watch the show.
Yeah, we had you on there.
Well, I was watching actually something else, but it's fine. I can look for it.
Okay. All right. Well, the ABC affiliate's rolling your story if you want to tune on over.
They showed it. They'll probably show it again next hour.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine.
All right. Hey,
they
Chris,
may have you on Good Day Alabama.
They could. Watch out.
Okay.
All right. And keep exercising, buddy. That's good for you.
All right. 16-1.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
See you,
Chris.
See you later, buddy.
He was wide awake.
Yeah.
Speedy, are you starting to go fund for you buy my bicycle to ride from his car to the building?
Don't steal his exercise
Sounds
time.
like he wants to walk, Greg.
Well, that's bike's
Let the man walk.
Okay.
Is it just me, or on my cell phone did he sound clear?
He sounded a lot better on the cell phone.
What is that?
I don't know.
Are all these phone calls our problem?
Ooh. What if it is?
I don't know. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at ReliefFactor.com. Was talking to somebody just this weekend about Relief Factor. They were saying, hey, man, talk to me about this. They were just suffering from a little bit, getting older, they say, and that it helps. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, some more serious than others, you need to check out Relief Factor. We have been talking about this 100% all-natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function. They can cause those aches and pains from exercising, overexertion, aging, everyday living, all that kind of stuff. If you are like us, and I didn't know this, but somebody announced to me, do you know every time you bend over and pick up something, you now groan and make a sound? Do you do that as you get older? I do.
Yeah.
It's because we've lived hard, and it's just we're getting older. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com can help with those aches and pains. Try that 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. If you're popping the over-the-counter painkillers, they're good for what they can take care of right then, but they're not good multiple times a day, every day. That could be harming your body. Instead, get Relief Factor. It contains 4 simple ingredients, and they work. Man, those of you that have taken it for a while, you let us know it works for you, and it has worked for a lot of the staff member that has taken it and still taking it. Just $19.95. 3-week supply, should say the quick start pack. Just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I know for some of you down on the Gulf Coast, in Mobile and all that, you letting us know. Y'all realize it's Fat Tuesday. It's Mardi Gras.
Tuesday.
We do get that, but it's also National Pancake Day.
Ooh,
and
Fat Tuesday.
And I've asked y'all this before: pancakes or waffles?
I like waffles, but I go, if I have to pick the two, I go pancake.
You go pancake?
I love pancake.
Yeah, I'd have to go that way too.
Pancake.
And I'm a fan of the waffle, but it's something about a good old
Haven't had
stack
either
of
in
pancakes.
so long.
Yeah,
but I don't know if
White Cracker
anything's
Barrel
better.
put you some good pancakes.
Good
on.
night. Hey, the Cracker Barrel, that warm syrup that comes out. You
That's
kidding
good
me?
stuff. I'll be honest with you. If you're in a hurry, them microwave pancakes are pretty good.
Really?
Microwave pancake and microwave bacon, you got a meal in about 3 minutes.
Right. That's true.
It's good. But now, is it better than the old dumping the batter? No, I love that.
I can't remember
Calm
the last
down,
time
Willie
I've
G.
had some pancakes. I just started thinking about that.
I love pancakes. You know when they have fundraisers of pancake breakfast? Sign me up. I'm coming to it.
There's a place not too far from where we used to
About that IHOP
to work, and boy, I tell you, they had some. The big breakfast. Hey, you want it all? You got scrambled eggs, whatever.
You
want
talking about
a
ranch house?
Yeah, you want a side of pancakes? And I'm like, yes, sir. I think that's the last time I've had it, and it's been a minute.
I love pancakes.
Golly, I love pancakes too.
Give me a little side of bacon with them.
Mm-hmm. Now, don't have a lot planned because you're going to feel sluggish the rest
you
of the
go
day.
for horrible.
But I tell you what, it's good while you're eating it.
It's delicious.
So National Pancake
They kind of
Day.
have the opposite on me. They don't stay with me long.
Really?
Yeah, I'll eat them, and then like 3 hours later, I'm like,
But you probably eating the real small ones. I'm talking about the big.
No, they
daddies.
make a big one now too.
There was
I know
this,
that's what I just said.
microwavable.
there was this place.
Okay.
That's what Greg's talking about.
Oh,
We
okay.
used to stop at this place when I worked for Power Company. A lot of times, the first place we'd stop and get us something to eat on the way out.
Ooh, I got breaks.
Anyway, and there was this one restaurant over in West Anniston. They made a pancake. It was bigger than the whole plate. You just had one. That's all you
Really?
needed. It was huge.
As big as the plate.
Big as the plate. And if you ate 2 of them, you was really in trouble.
Uh-huh.
But we'd start the day.
How about the warm pancakes when you put that little stick of butter in between two and it just melts?
No, I have to. Stack it.
You kidding me?
Little dab of, do you?
So hungry right now talking
I
about
love
that.
them.
Back to
I wish there was a griddle in here and somebody was making them.
Right there where it should be.
I got to wipe that off again. I see.
Picture if that was the
a griddle.
Like
Yeah.
a hibachi.
Yes.
And we cooked
Yes.
all show.
Yes.
We say, hey, we need some chicken on here. Throw it on there.
And then we just make it and then hand it to the guys.
Yeah.
And then slide
Maybe we
one
can do
over.
that. Let's get that one put in.
Let's do that.
Pancakes.
Onion volcano.
Uh-huh.
You made a comment during the live read about making noises when you get up.
Yeah.
And I do that. And it's unnecessary. Like I'll roll out of bed and I'll make a noise and I'll think, why did you make that noise? That was unnecessary. You didn't have to make that
You
noise.
don't.
Right.
It just seems
But
to
I still
help.
do. Either I'm really continuing to be in bad shape, or I'm just unnecessarily making these. I mean, it's loud too, grunts and moans, and it's like, and somebody else will be in the room, and I'll be like, they heard you do that.
You're right.
Like, why did you make that noise? There was no pain involved. You just decided if you were going to get up, that's what needed to come out.
Yeah.
I holler out sometimes in the morning, but the pain is because that stupid alarm's going off.
Right,
It's
yeah,
painful
that's
to
it.
me.
That's good.
I'm like, golly.
We were having fun
I just
with
laid
it.
down.
Yeah. You kidding me? I'm mad at it. Just mad
Son
waking
of
up.
Happy.
When Shannon, when we were putting out one of my next door neighbors, the sod that the company should have been doing.
Yeah, they got paid for it. And y'all did for them.
yeah.
Hey, good.
Yeah, I
bet they
was
appreciate
as
it.
I was bending down, putting the clumps of sod down, the squares of sod. I was making a lot of noise and commented on it. And speaking of the person that was supposed to put it out, so yesterday, maybe late afternoon, Terry, I can hear her. She's in the main room. Honey, I think the sod guy's just coming by. Oh my gosh, it's him! It's him! And I'm like, what? So
I went out there and said, "Hey, we did your job, pal."
Yeah, so I go to the front door and I see him as he's because we live kind of towards the end of the cul-de-sac. He had gone.
You've been wanting to see him since.
Oh yeah, and he rode by where I guess the pile of sod used to be, and now it's like just the smallest of a pile of sod, and if you go by, it just looks like a pile of dirt because it doesn't look like there's any grass in there at all. So I guess he came by and saw that we hadn't seen him in over 3 weeks. I mean, and he said he was coming back.
Out good.
Do you think what if he has bad memory like us, and he's like, yeah, boy, I did this.
He thought he
good.
did it.
Yeah,
Boy,
I
I
did
tell
this
you what,
good.
I didn't realize I got this far.
Yeah, man.
I thought I'd only done a couple of them.
Yeah. Now there's still about 5 houses that need sod, and I don't know what they're going to do if he's going to reorder some or what. But yeah, she screamed. I think the sod guy, and there
Did
he
you
was
run
with his
out there and throw
SUV
yourself?
pulling his trailer.
You jump in front of him and go, "Hey."
Unfortunately, I caught him as he was going back by the house, and I couldn't grab him.
Did you give him the old?
But you could
signal?
tell he looked a little confused because I saw
he's
him.
thinking, man, did I do that much? I must be good.
Can't believe that.
Hey, I'm faster than I thought I
I
was.
cannot believe that. But I was making a lot of noise bending down doing all that stuff.
Do y'all make noise when you stretch?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I make more noise when I stretch than anything.
Bend down to see.
Because, you know, it ever hits you, you just go,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how I do
Is that
stuff.
an age thing? Do you make noises?
But when I'm doing it, it's not hurting.
It's not.
Like, I feel like we're making an unnecessary noise.
That's
That's my
right.
whole.
It's not
That's my
hurting.
whole point of earlier. Like I don't know why I'm
Sometimes
making
my
a
back
noise.
will hurt a little bit, but that's not why I'm making
What is
noise.
it?
I don't know.
Because I think you're right. Because it's not like it's like, oh, I'm hurting.
In the
If I
last,
do a stretch, like I'm gonna make
Does
a
it
noise
feel better
every
doing
time.
that?
I don't know.
Do you think it's your body's way of releasing a little bit of, I don't know, tension or something?
I don't know.
Okay, that's one of mine.
You like that? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my stretch noise.
How long can you hold
And
it?
see, I can stretch without doing that, and I feel the same relief.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that
Let's
was.
see here.
That's good. Yeah, you always end with
Yeah. You done. Now you stretch over your head.
I want to see if I can do it without making noise because I always make a
All
noise.
right, but you see, you got to hold your breath. That's what it is. We're releasing.
Hey,
We're releasing air is what it is.
I guess.
Um,
So you can't help it.
yeah, you can't help it. That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
releasing air.
What it is.
JC,
Breathe in, breathe out.
JC has started this thing, and he got me on video because he got me. But you know the little sound you just made? They call it bear, no bear.
What?
Bear, no bear, and it's basically going to be confusing. I don't even know why I said it.
Okay,
why
probably
do we talk about
Why
everything?
you even got it in there?
Right, and but it has to do with that. And if never mind, I'm not even going.
Okay,
I'm not
all
even
right,
going.
too confusing?
I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop. But it's a competition.
Wow, that guy looks funny.
Speaking of, I probably
I'll come
shouldn't-
back
I
when
probably
I
shouldn't
know
say
more.
this, but I got away with the whole 1923 thing.
What'd you pull it? Did you
I
act
pulled
like
it
you
off.
had never seen it?
So she wanted to watch the latest 2 episodes, and I told you I moved ahead and watched
You'd already
without
watched
her,
one, didn't you?
and was able to make sure that I hit the start over and pause before she had seen that I had
okay.
moved on without her. And there was one moment where I nearly said something that would have gave it away, and I was good about it. Kept my
Okay.
mouth shut.
So she still doesn't know. Besides you talking about it constantly
yeah.
on the air.
You go, I bet, here's what I bet happens, and act like you just figured
See,
it
there
out.
was a moment. Do you remember? Well, I don't want to.
Tell you what's
This
about
is
to
not a
happen.
big deal.
It's just a guess.
But you know when they're on the boat and she says, what are those lights over there? And he answers Egypt.
Yeah.
I nearly said Egypt before. And I caught
I do
myself.
remember that.
I caught myself and I was like, don't say Egypt.
Are they
'cause
ever
then
going to
she's
get?
gonna
Are they
know.
ever going to get there? Come on,
God.
man. I'm done
Yeah.
with them trying to
Oh,
get there.
it's gonna
Greg,
take
I
forever.
know you think you haven't seen the latest episode.
And got to be careful here. I don't know why
and,
they do that.
And so if you think you're going to see them arrive, it's not happening
No, it's
yet.
not. It's
Okay,
not.
I will
know.
just tell you
Oh,
that.
I know. I know.
I mean, I'd like
We
to go.
all want 'em to
I
arrive.
understand
Wow, that's a
back
funny-looking
then
guy.
it was harder to get across to places, right, Helmsy? I get that.
Right,
I know.
right.
I
Well, they
know,
can fast
I know.
forward and just
I
go,
know.
it was a long time.
Right.
I know.
I'm done with it.
We don't have to actually
Yeah.
do that time.
Right. I
And-
need him there to save the day.
And heads up, something in episode 7, it caught everybody off guard, and not sure if this is going to be the way they take it from here on out.
I hope
I'm
not,
just
Helmsy,
saying that.
because as Terry and I were in shock,
Had to fast forward it.
it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary.
I even get
I
it
don't
if
know
you want
why.
to stay in that lane for 3 to 5 seconds, but move on.
But it doesn't have anything to do with
No.
what's going on.
Yeah.
It's just unnecessary. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited-time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. While supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. Quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour.
What's
8
wrong
minutes
with us?
until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Speedy, tell that Egypt story I was telling you.
Every time that comes
funny, by the
up,
way.
you bring that story up.
I remember I couldn't quit laughing.
So our
hit me
mics,
right.
you know, sometimes they'll get loose and the string here, and
Just
it's
a little
always
rubber
flipping
band
around.
deal.
So I contacted Scruggs, and he came in and he showed us a little trick, and he tightened them up until he can get more. And so hopefully they won't come popping off anymore. But that's been a discussion. And when that you couldn't hear it because you hadn't had your headphones on yet, but it made a loud pop, and I thought it had come loose again, but it wasn't.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, Dudney is here. He's in the house, and he's bringing goodies too. He's always, between him and Moultrie, they always bring
That's
something.
right.
And for those of you that come
It's
by,
not required, but it is appreciated.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to do that, but
Helms loves it.
He does. He gets in there and gets after it a little bit. But he'll be with us next hour, and then discuss a number of different things. All right, so we've talked a little bit about what day it is, Pancake
What's
Day
today?
and all that, which is bringing. Sometimes I'll bring stuff up like that, not necessarily to celebrate the day, but just to talk about what it is and how much we love or dislike it. And today it's pancakes.
You
all
remember
about
the guys
pancakes.
that came and brought their griddle out?
Yes,
here that
yes,
day?
yes.
Oh,
They were from
pancakes
they were actually
were
from
so-
out of the country, somewhere in Egypt. Speedy, do you remember this?
Where would
city
that
at all?
be, Speedy?
Huh?
I think you're
Where
right.
exactly in Egypt were they?
Yeah, Speedy, where are they from?
I don't get to make Greg uncomfortable much, but that day I
hilarious.
did make you uncomfortable. It was a New York taxi.
We were in
trip
New York
cab
City in a
ride.
taxi, and he happened to be from Egypt.
Yeah.
He told us.
And I asked him what part.
And you kept asking him different stuff,
I did.
confusing him because his
Right.
English wasn't great.
No. And you bring that up every time.
Well, it was funny.
Every time you hear
It is
Egypt,
funny.
you're like, "Hey, Speedy, you remember that
Well,
day?"
I think it should be, remembered. It was funny.
All right, we'll move on.
When was
I
that?
just couldn't resist.
2000, 2002.
Oh, it's
I don't know.
Well, hold on.
2000.
Was
it
it
was in 2000?
No, it was wasn't it in like January or February of 2001? Right?
Yeah, I
Because 9/11 was that year.
Yeah.
And that was in 01. And we talked about being there
We
earlier
ate
that
at the top of the
we did.
Twin Towers. In the
And we
restaurant.
we talked about how somebody was probably doing that on that day as well,
Yeah.
and it could have been us up there. And don't you remember that?
I
I
do
think it was maybe
it was
February.
February.
January, February of that year, maybe.
Yeah, and then
something
that
like
following September. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was 2001.
All right, so we're rolling on. We thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We're hitting a number of different things when it comes to the show and inside the show and stuff going on and hopping around a little bit. My sister and my brother-in-law are big into Mardi Gras. They live down in Pensacola.
Yeah.
And it's been 2 weeks for them. It's been just nonstop. And I know when the Naked Cowboy was coming through town to get down there, he hollered at us, but we couldn't get to him. But I see where he's made the news in Mobile.
Yeah, I saw the video. They don't like him in his underwear.
No, they put some clothes on or get
Well,
out
at
of
least
here.
he's not naked like his name says,
Yeah,
Naked
right,
Cowboy.
right,
This is
yeah.
it's really underwear cowboy.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I've seen people walk around. I mean, I'm not, but to run him off, tell him put some pants on and leave. But there's people that wear shorts that high.
Why is this all of a sudden getting on their nerves?
I know.
Because
He's been there every
He's been
year.
doing this
Yeah,
for years
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just the wrong police officer that
Must
saw
have.
it and
He
didn't
did.
like it.
But did you see the video? He
Yeah,
told him, he
yeah.
said, you get pants on or you
You got a decision to make.
Yeah.
It can go either way. And I don't understand. And he did.
And he had a cold look
He
about
did right, but there was some video that resurfaced, and there's some that's out there all the time that we see of people. And I'm not talking about. There's bad cops in every profession, but these people that just won't do anything a police officer says.
Yeah.
It escalates to the point before you know it, we got somebody
Like if-
getting shot or
If
on
Naked
the
would have
run.
resisted, he might have gotten.
Yeah, I just don't understand those folks. But again, I'm talking about in just a broad statement, not
Yeah.
I'm not talking about certain situations that where the officer's obviously in the wrong. I'm just saying in general, these people that
Let's
just
do
won't
what you
do
know.
anything. Like I saw a lady that was getting pulled over for seatbelt violation. It was a video on social media, and I think that's ridiculous too. But she wouldn't do anything the officer said.
Well,
So
I mean,
before
you're
you know
not
it, the
gonna
officer's
win.
pulling out a gun,
Yeah.
and there's a kid in the car, and it just escalates to a point where it's like, what are y'all doing? But anyway, sorry, got sidetracked on that.
Do you remember the time, and we did the story when there was a crowd attacked the Naked Cowboy because he's conservative, and he was like, and remember they grabbed his underwear and everything.
I think I do
remember the video
that.
of it. It's
Yeah,
pretty funny,
I
really.
do.
He's a pretty big fella. He'd probably take care of himself.
Yeah.
He's been doing funny fighting with a pair of underwear and cowboy boots on.
Yeah,
but
been doing it a
but
long
as long
time.
as he's been doing that, this is I don't know if this is the first time or not, but it was the first time captured on video that actually the authority said, "Look, you're indecent. You need to put on some clothes."
Yeah.
Kind of ruins his whole deal.
Yeah.
Hey, Adler. I don't know if you know this or not, but we interviewed Chris Wood earlier today.
Oh my goodness, you missed it.
Yep, we did.
That's fantastic. I missed it. I'm gonna have to go back.
We looked up, and he was on the local news being interviewed.
Sure was.
Which is a whole different story, and we'll fill you in on that.
So we figured we'd
So
just
we
call him.
thought, why not call him and see? And so we had a nice little chat with him.
And he was awake. We
Yeah.
thought we were going to wake him up and it'd be really funny, but he was actually up.
Chris Wood was on the news?
Yeah, it caught us off guard, too.
What was he doing on the news?
You're going to love this. They were talking about people walking on the side of the road in Pelham, it being dangerous, and did they need to build a sidewalk? Because he parks his car and walks to the Pelham Civic Center because he does security and stuff there during hockey games.
Gotcha.
And he likes to park far away so he can get his exercising in and walk.
So they asked his opinion on did they think the audio and we haven't heard it because there was no audio, but I want him trying to find it. I want to hear his take. I can just hear him because he'll just talk about anything.
That's fantastic.
They asked him if he sure, I'll talk about it.
Greg,
have y'all ever been that news guy before? Have you ever talked on the news like just a random person talking? All right, I one time I was that person.
Oh no!
There was this pothole that was on the way to my parents' house.
You were
that
that
was
guy?
really bad, like dangerously.
And you were
bad.
mad about it.
I mean, every time you'd be like, "Whoa, whoa!" And so I see a news crew, and they're pulled over on the side of the road, taking pictures of cars going over this pothole. So I pulled over and was like, "Hey, are you doing a news story on this pothole?"
No, you volunteered. You actually stopped.
I was like, "Are you doing a news story on this pothole?" And they were like, "Yeah, it's really bad." I'm like, "Yeah, you need somebody to talk about it? I'll be that guy."
Oh my god!
So I was that guy, and I think it's a Chris Wood. It was
That's
probably
exactly
a
what he
similar
is.
type situation.
Of course, I don't know.
You go to the experts when you want the expertise.
Well, if you talk to him, because I know you do, he might bring it up. So now you know he was on the air.
All right, I'm gonna ask him. That's solid.
And Helmsy, I'm challenging you to find the story, dadgummit.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I promise it's not going to be near to that level. No. I heard a lot of discussions about him, but then I did a little background on him, and I'm not sure it's all it's cracked out to be. But anyway, but I understand the message was great, though.
Yeah, I think he gave a good message. Like you said, I don't know his background, so I've heard he's maybe
we're talking about the bishop something. Where was he from? Chicago or something?
Yeah.
And everybody was talking about Bishop Winston. I didn't hear it, but they were talking about he had a great message, and everybody was fired up about it and everything. And of course, then you start checking in the background a little bit, and you go, well, okay. Not everything's to be celebrated there. So I kind of, I was all fired up about going and checking it out. Then after I read all that, I'm kind of.
There's some unbelievable buildings there. I mean, and they've been there. They gave the history of them. I mean, they've been there for a long time.
Right.
A lot of folks come through there.
They got to talking.
I'm surprised he didn't shave. He had a beard.
Well, he is the first one to get married
permission.
with a beard. He had to get special permission from the Queen for that.
But
they
were showing some of these castles that the Queen owns, and they said she'll probably give them one of them. I mean, it was unbelievable. Overhead view of all these property. They say she has so much property.
I know. And you realize she's the longest reigning queen ever.
She's hanging in there like
ever in the history of England and the
she
UK.
She ain't giving it up.
Ever.
Well, no, you know why? Look right over his shoulder right there. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, there he is, old
then,
Charles with his ugly wife.
It's kind of like it's kind of like what Greg was talking about a minute ago. We were talking about the Pope's got a nice little comment today, but anyway, we've all been a little suspicious of this Pope, and then Greg makes his announcement. You realize there has never been a Pope step down ever, and we had one step down for this guy to come into Popeness, whatever it's called,
yes, sir.
Popeness. Hey, this Pope. I mean, some of my friends that are as devout a Catholic as you ever meet, they're trying so hard with this guy, and they're like, this guy, he's leaving the farm.
Yeah.
So, Pope Francis is just, boy, he's a bird, isn't he? Some of his little commentary.
Well, he's been a bird. He's more a bird now than ever.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Out of respect to my friends who are Catholic, and I just been trying to be respectful. I really have downplayed. There's been a lot come across our desk about the Pope that I want to and I want to always give him benefit of the doubt, be sure he's not being misquoted.
and all that. Try to learn over the years to be sure we got everything right. And I'm just trying to be respectful, so I try not to go there. But it's getting more and more outlandish, and there's going to have to come a time where we're going to have to say, this guy just seems like he is dangerous to the faith. I mean, anytime somebody comes there and says, I have the authority to take Scripture and change it or add to it, or now I got some new things I'm going to say, and God's got a new view on things, that's not good, folks. Can I just say that?
Yeah.
And I would say that no matter who was doing it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just like the guy we're all fired up about here at the royal wedding. If the things I've read about, some of the things he's done as a member of his denomination, I would give him a big thumbs down on that too.
All right.
I mean, there's no. I don't care who you are. There's no one that's been given the authority by God to change who he is. No one has. Hey, before Abraham, I am. We don't make a call on changing. What in the world? I mean, it's.
I think some folks are overplaying their hand a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate all the stuff that he's allowed you to have, and you got a bunch of outfits, and you throw a lot of smoke around all that. But you don't have the authority to start saying things like this. That's not your call. You're not. I'll tell you this: if you're claiming that you're God's mouthpiece, you and God are in conflict. You ain't speaking what He said. If I'm going to be God's mouthpiece, shouldn't I be in sync with what He's already said?
You would think.
But anyway, all right. From Eddie Van Adler. More to look at from this past weekend, and we'll get into that. But last week, we did a show on location from the Celebrity Pro-Am. We recapped that a little bit for you, and you saw some video. There's been lots of pictures out there on that, and hopefully you've enjoyed that recap. Well, Adler, put all those interviews with any celebrity that we interviewed. If you're an Extreme Club member, you had those over the weekend that you could watch on your video clips inside your membership. And then he's been combing through, I guess, going to put together some sort of documentary that'll go out on the YouTube channel at some point, I guess. And you discovered you mined a little gold here. Is that it, Adler?
So I've got a lot of footage to go through after these things. So my apologies on getting this out to you guys. I've been trying. But I have the whole recap ready to go. But I thought there was this one piece of footage that you guys could really, truly break down and really analyze what happened here.
Okay.
What happened.
All right.
So where's Greg and Helms? Because I know Greg is gonna love this.
Okay. All right, well, keep talking. Let me holler at
I think they're I just asked the intern. I think they're down in the garage.
They're jumping off one of the intern's car. I don't know where they're jumping it off now because she's leaving now.
That's a great question.
But anyway,
So it's the very first interview of the day. And that is with Derek Mason.
Right.
He's a hard guy. He's the
coach at Vanderbilt.
He is a man's man. He's the head coach at Vanderbilt. And he played for the Vikings or coached at the Vikings?
I think he played there.
Okay. I forget. You guys fist bump at one point during the interview.
Right.
Later, y'all are talking about, go Vikes. We both like the Vikings.
He was
May
a
have
coach.
done both.
Yeah, he's a coach at the Vikings.
He is a very... He just seems like the kind of guy that wouldn't really want to seem soft in any way because he's not soft in any way whatsoever.
No.
This particular situation, I think, was a lot for him too.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us today. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. And we will update you today on the latest on stories from within the show, across the nation, and around the world, as we'll unpack those through the Rick and Bubba filter. So have you really heard the latest stories? Not until we've spoken to it, I'll tell you that. The gang's all here. Speedy, the Road, Greg, Burgess, and Helmsy. They've already provided a kickoff hour along all of the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler now gives you the YouTube experience, live and archived today, including a best of hour that he'll pull out for our YouTube channel, Blaze TV, some TV stations that carry that around the country, and also an audio version that will be found on our podcast channel as well. Yeah, you can get the Rick and Bubba Show in its entirety, live or archived. Find all those opportunities at rickandbubba.com. We missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and Christy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba experience.
To you.
Pretty early for Philip Bailey, isn't it?
There's Earth, Wind, and Fire, Bubba. September, how are you?
How about it? Love Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yep. And they'll still, if you don't watch them, they'll still be out there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. It's kind of
they lost a member or two, but
they have
still
a
there.
pool of people they pull from just
so,
to get a show together.
Some of them have gone on in, but there's enough originals still there.
Philip Bailey ever still sing with them?
I don't think so.
I know they got some sing-alikes. Yeah,
sing-alikes a better word.
Can
right.
cover that, but he could get up there, couldn't he?
What if all the sing-alikes had a festival of their own?
I know,
and they all sounded like the people, just wasn't the people, and you go, well, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, well, they do. They tour and sell out places every night.
Well, they do, and that's the only way they can make any money now, because you're not going to make it off selling music. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
So there you go. We'll unpack another day today. I was hearing you talking and others talking. We do have some updates, some ongoing updates on some of the same old stories you hear all the time. We'll also update you with things going on within the show and prepare for the week that is ahead. And Dudney and the gang are going to be dropping by, America's favorite dentist. And not that he's any better than anybody else, but he has taken care of our families for years and years and years. And we'll find out what's happening with him. And, of course, you can always depend on him bringing something delicious to eat. He's done that again.
Oh, he's done it. He's showing off again. Rick, we have some interesting stories we have to cover today. We have animals attack. I don't know if you've seen this. Mm-hmm. Animals are on a rampage right now.
I've warned it. Is this how it felt to be Paul Revere?
Yeah, I guess so. We also have some disturbing stories. We have more athletes dropping dead.
Saw that.
Who shouldn't be at the age they're at. So we'll look at that today, too. Don Lemon will get to come back to CNN after he undergoes sensitivity training.
Is that what they finally decided?
I love when somebody on the left who has worked so hard to put so many pitfalls out there in our society when they fall in one of their own holes.
Well, I thought to myself, because, Don Lemon, when he opposes you, is very arrogant and smug. Mm-hmm. And I was even laughing about this just driving around by myself yesterday, thinking about if somebody that he hated would have said what he said about women in their prime, and how smug and how many times he would bring it up on his show and how many smart aleck comments he'd make about it, and the fact that he's been caught in his own trap. And I probably shouldn't enjoy that as much as I did because that doesn't say good things about me.
There's nothing better.
I'm smug about his smugness.
There's nothing better than liberals hung in their own cancellation trap.
I know.
Nothing better.
They set that own trap and walk right in it.
Yep.
For Don Lemon to have
like
sensitivity
a bear trap
training.
snapped right on his leg. Ooh.
Yeah. To have sensitivity training.
It don't get any better
so
than
good. It is. It's real good.
Rick,
So-
also, we need to remind everybody tattoos are for forever. I don't know if you've seen the young lady who got a tattoo on her back and was not happy when she saw the results of it.
No, I've heard the guys talking about it, and we've talked about it. It's
Crying.
Yeah,
Crying,
Well,
right.
it's one of those things that to each his own and all that. I don't understand. I don't understand the desire of the tat. But to each his own. It's just one of those things in the culture I've just never fully understood.
Well, good news.
You know,
if it's on her back, she can't see it.
Right, that's true.
You know, they went away for a while. You know, it used to just be, sailors, bikers.
Right.
And then it kind of hit mainstream again. So now if you want to stand out and be, show your individuality, you do it just like everybody else.
Yeah. Now I want to be tatted up just like everybody else to show you how individual and how edgy I am. I'm edgy. I don't have any piercings or tats of any kind. I'm out there just all alone.
Yeah.
But Greg, the only people that I guess could be offended are people maybe in the future that may be chasing her.
That'd be it. You're right.
I don't know
You're
who
right.
it would bother, but anyway, so it's if I came up
avoid mirrors.
If I came up to you and let's say that I had a really awesome Sharpie. Okay, I'm talking about one of them good ones.
Right.
And I said, could I just draw pictures all over your arm? Somebody would say, you idiot, you're not going to draw all over my arm. But if I set up a shop, smoke some dope, and have some piercings, you'll let me put a permanent thing on it.
Funny how that works.
I get my needles out and let's put something permanent on you. I don't get it. But you know what? If that's your thing, that's your thing.
I am curious as to the number of tattoos that are given after dark.
Right,
when
yeah,
alcohol's involved.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a higher number than, say, middle of the day.
Yeah, well, now people are doing it like on purpose. And then the one that gets me too is, what look would you like to go for? Is there any way that you could make me look like things are crawling out of my shirt up my neck?
You make my arm look like a comic book.
Yeah, please. Could you ensure that I'll never get a really good job? I don't.
The neck tattoo is the one.
I don't get that.
Look, and I'll tell the tat folks, less is more.
It is.
Less is more.
I mean, you want your little tat. But I've just never seen anything I want on me permanently.
No.
I just haven't seen
it.
It
appears to have an addictive nature to it.
No, it does. They don't know when to stop. It does.
Yeah, I think there is something to that. Some sort of odd.
No, it's a thing. It is. You're right.
I don't get it.
It's a thing.
I mean, but whatever.
Whatever. And like you say today, we have that thing you hate.
There, y'all. Look coming down the road. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Wood.
I heard you interview with him earlier.
We interviewed him in the kickoff.
We called him, Rick, because we looked up and that was on.
All right, we'll be back. Let's see what's going on with Dudney in the game.
Yeah.
We'll do that right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like I said, he's the very first interview of the day at the Regents Tradition last week.
Right.
And we didn't quite have the volume of all the headsets and the guest headsets and all that quite locked in. And I think it was really, 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 really loud. So
and I can help with that on why that was the case, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So Greg, you gotta see this, buddy.
Okay.
The whole interaction is great because
I can have second
it's so funny because Bubba doesn't know Bubba's sitting there. He doesn't realize the guy next to him is in excruciating pain,
blowing his doors off.
I mean, blowing.
Please key on his face when he puts the headphones on.
All right, listen, can I help you with why that happened? And it's one of the unfortunate things about.
And he didn't want to say nothing
about the on location. And I almost said something, but I thought, well, it'll work itself out. And that's where I made the mistake. When people put on their headphones to listen, the only thing they can hear on location is what I'm listening to. The commercials are interacting with the producer. Well, I have that way down, okay, because I don't want to hear it loud in my headphones while I'm in the break. But the music and everything is going to be at a much higher level on location than that feed coming back from the studio. So I don't have it at the on-air volume. So if you're testing your headphones thinking they're okay
during the break,
you have no idea.
Hey, you're giving us thumbs up. I like it.
You know why that sounds good to you? Because it's on about a 2.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's potted way down on purpose. I don't have that in on air. All right, so let's.
So I have it here. Let me run in there real quick and put it up, and you guys are gonna hear the room noise, and then you're gonna hear his headphones
and watch his
just
face.
Watch his face. Okay.
Oh, this is awesome. I love
Derek,
it.
your choice of song couldn't have been any better.
Derek Mason, Vanderbilt. All right, so look, he thinks he's got his headphones right now. Okay.
That sound here.
Okay, we're running.
If you need the volume adjusted, just let me know.
If you need the volume.
Adjust the volume, let me know. I got
Daily,
I'm an engineer.
Common sense is a superpower.
So I'm looking for him to give me a sign, up or down.
Rick.
Go look at his face.
It's loud.
He said that's loud.
We're back. It is 35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're sitting in the Coca-Cola studios.
See what
Guests are in the Coca-Cola Red
when
Seats.
we're out on
so
location
good.
like that, we had one guest headphone on one side, one on the other. He could be 3 or 4. I didn't know which one. I know me and you are 1 and 2, and I know I'm 2 because I've already adjusted mine. But I don't know if he's 3 or 4. So I'm looking for Derek to give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Can we back
adjust it,
up?
let me know.
Can we back up to when Bubba? Because we got to laugh because Bubba's got headphones and he talks like a deaf person.
No,
Please, here comes the Holy Triumphant Rush with Tom Sawyer. No, listen to both.
If you need the volume adjusted, just let me know.
Look at his face, Rick.
Look at me over this.
Look at me. I'm nervous, Rick.
Superpower. American hero.
Oh my God.
I'm not getting any feedback.
He wants it to go down.
It's loud. See, that looks like I want it to go up. He gave me the up.
It is 35 minutes now past
And then Speedy came around who knew which one was what.
I mean, Bubba, you asked him. You told him clearly. I mean, Rick.
No, what's funny is the fact he does the signal for wanting it turned down. He
Go,
gets stuff up.
He meant it was loud.
Well, see, I was trying to figure out which one he was on.
Please
so I
tell
turned
me.
one up and way down, and I thought he'd give me the... If you need the volume adjusted, just let me know.
21 minutes now past the hour. We are here. And here he is, America's favorite dentist, Dr. Dudney. Dudney, welcome back to the show. How are you today, sir?
Thank you, Rick. Couldn't be better.
Yeah.
Awesome to be here.
I see y'all scanning everybody's teeth. Everybody looking okay?
Everybody's looking great.
Everybody smile for Dudney.
Yeah.
Everybody looking
They
good.
look great.
They look good. Welcome back.
Couple
Thank you.
people passed due for cleanings, but we're not going to.
I know that's on me. I was doing really, really good too, and then it got away from me. I'm gonna have to do teeth cleaning like everything else in life that matters. If you keep waiting for the perfect day for it, it's never gonna get here.
Yeah,
you better get it on the calendar, then work everything around it. So I will do that sometime in 2026. So I need to get it done.
soon.
But I have missed one. I am guilty of that, and I shall get that resolved.
Okay.
I shall
only
get that.
one, Rick.
I shall get
Yeah,
that.
I'm behind from December.
Yeah. The rest of the family's coming in on a pretty regular basis, aren't
Yes,
they?
they
Other
are.
families and all
They
that.
are. And
That's
it's great
good.
to see them.
Yeah. So we have a lot to cover today, and with a little tooth talk with Dudney. So this is Dental Health Month, and you've been. Let's start right there because you also and has Dr. Abrante ever been on this part of the show before? I know we talk about him on all the show. He's been up here before.
Yeah.
Abrante's been here, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, he's been here one time.
Yeah, one time before. That's right.
The mother, when we did the reveal on the makeover.
That's right. Yeah, and so welcome, Dr. Abrante. Welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, well, we're glad you're here. And and of course, you heard Christy. She's already chimed in. So she's here from Team Dudney. So it's Dental Health Month. And we talked about this years ago, but there may be people that are hearing it for the very first time.
Sure.
Let's talk about the seriousness of gum disease and all the problems it causes.
Well, first off, there's some interesting statistics, and one of them is over 50% of the population do not see a dentist on a regular basis. And one of the things that dentists are really good about diagnosing is gum disease. And gum disease has an effect on your entire body. It can affect your overall health. It's been linked to heart disease, and heart disease is the number one killer of Americans. So that alone.
Wait, it's not COVID? Okay, right.
Not normally.
Sorry, bad host.
At least the statistics I read, it's not COVID. But
Okay,
diabetes. You've got stroke, you get all kinds of things it's been linked to, and it raises inflammatory markers in your body. So diagnosing it and treating it is critically important. And if you're not seeing your dentist, it just can't be done. But I mean, we do intro cancer screenings. There's all kinds of things. You think you're just going looking for cavities. There's not a lot of decay out there. They're still there, but not as prevalent as it used to be because of fluoride, things like that. But we see so many other things that we're looking for. We're looking for, abnormalities, checking for wisdom teeth, checking for underlying pathology that's going on in your mouth with x-rays. And now we have the ability to do 3D x-rays now that's just like going to get an MRI, which I know Bubba loves.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the bottom line is, and do you think that, have we done a better job on this? Because in the past, I think people did see dentistry as, well, this is just all about cavities.
Yeah,
And it's all about teeth.
But it's a bigger issue.
But do you think that people know that now?
I don't know if it's really getting out there.
Are
like
Americans
it
doing
should be.
better about every 6 months and all that?
No, it's
Doggone
really
it.
not. And it's
Being
just-
healthy starts with your mouth.
Yeah, and it really does. Now, there are some people that are
Yeah.
That's it. That's right.
There's some people that are religious about it, and they never miss. But then there's others that it gets put on the back burner. And I don't want to paint it. I'm not a doom and gloom guy. I'm just saying that statistics don't bear that out. That people are getting better about seeking regular dental care, and dentists are so much better trained now, and technology has improved our ability to provide what we do, and the appointments are not what they used to be. They're not. It's not a horror show, and it's just most kids come in today and they're just like laid back.
Yeah, well, you talked about that, Bubba. Thank goodness there's a generation of children that do not fear the dentist like we did.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's just so
because of all
it's
the
so
things you said.
different. The way we grew up.
My kids, it didn't bother them at all. They never did because they're adults now. But when
So-
they were little, they didn't. They didn't.
That was a factor. You got to understand, fear of the dentist was a factor that kept a lot of people away. Bad experiences kept people away. Walking in the dental office and become you're breaking out in a sweat. We don't see that anymore, and so that should help. But for those people that have a fear of the dentist and that's keeping them away, there's things that are a lot worse than that. So we don't want you to have a problem because it went undiagnosed. Early diagnosis, I don't care what you talk about. In the entire field of medicine, there's no substitute for early diagnosis.
Right. I was thinking about that because, a lot of times, and you think of things that, and they've come a long way too, of like a prostate exam.
Yes.
And doctors were saying over and over again, if we can catch this early, it really won't be a devastating thing.
Right.
But if you put this off and just say, I'm never going to go because I don't want to be checked, and then they discover it in the late stages. I mean, I have family members that died from it for that very reason. And
the testing got a lot better.
Yeah,
So that was the key too.
So I think what we're trying to educate them on right now is putting off taking care of your hygiene health can be very devastating. It's not just a simple, I'll let a cavity go longer than it should have.
Right.
It's much more serious.
So much more serious now, and it's just and that your point about prostate cancer is great, and oral cancer is the same way. If you catch oral cancer early, your life expectancy is in the high 90%. If it's detected late, the morbidity rate is over 50%. So it's not, and it can be very devastating, and it can be, cancers that are caught later, and that's why people that dip and things like that, we try to catch that early. And
that's bad stuff.
It is, really is. There's some serious links to cancer there, and we really want people to know that it's not, again, what you said earlier. There's so much more that goes on there when you come for a regular appointment, things that we're looking for that you wouldn't otherwise know.
Yeah, so it's important for the obvious reasons, but it's really important for things that maybe you're getting educated on for the first time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it can be a bad deal. And as far as the campaigns out there I think people are learning about smokeless tobacco.
Yes.
It's kind of, I think we're learning that trying to put a positive spin on tobacco is just difficult to do.
It is.
The good news is your lungs are safe. Stick it in your gum. And then you find out, it laying up against your gum, that's not good either.
No, it's really not. And we see it, and we see evidence of that. And we try to, when we see our patients, we try to warn them about that. And but you have to have the opportunity. You have to see them. You can't diagnose something you don't see, and it's very hard for them to self-diagnose themselves. So.
Yeah, so make sure that every 6 months is what you prefer, but even if you get to month 7, go ahead.
So there's some people that need more than 6 months, and there's some people that probably could go once a year because they're just perfect teeth, perfect gums, perfectly healthy, and they never have a problem. We have people we've seen for 20, 30 years, and they've never had a cavity, and their gums are healthy.
It's like those people can eat anything they want and not get fat. I hate those people.
I know.
I shouldn't. I shouldn't dislike those people.
But that's fair. That's not fair, is it?
It's really not. All right, we'll come back. We got some other things going on. So that we wanted to put first.
Yeah.
But there's some other great things going on with the folks at Dudney, and we'll tell you more about that when we come back, and we'll talk about some new services that they're now available to you because of Abronte joining the team. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Just the volume, let me know. Well, see, you know why I said it that way?
Please now.
Because he's got his headphones on, so I'm trying to overpronounce it so he can read my lips.
I know, but it's so good.
So I'm turning it down.
It's loud.
And then he says, turn it up.
Don't tell me, did you crank it up when he said
Yeah. Because I got my headphones on, too.
He was saying it's loud, like, hey, it's really loud.
Yeah, no, but that is a terrible
The thumbs up,
Rick, what
when
about
you
his
have
face?
headphones on, you can't hear him.
No, Greg, if you'll go over and look at me, I can't be more loud.
I'm
over.
Rick, of all songs,
I'm over bitching.
You're doing the air drums.
Rick, you're listening.
He's doing this.
Now wait a minute. Look at you. It's got Adler down.
The other day,
it was so loud in his ears. And he's like, please turn it down. It's loud. And Bubba turns it up.
Well, after he does that, I turn it up. I thought, it went down too low.
it looked like he was in pain. He was like, and of all songs,
There's so many things to look at now. First of all, we didn't even talk about this first shot over to Bubba. Are you caught in some stare? What are you thinking about?
I think I'm watching somebody that's walking up, trying to figure out who it is.
Okay. Greg, don't miss Beard over in the corner.
totally oblivious to it.
I'm just worried about it.
But the gnat sound, and when that music hits his face, it was like, whoa.
Well, this is the thing.
Good morning, sunshine.
He goes, that's loud. That's loud.
It's very loud.
All right, one more time.
Let's see the difference. First of all, let's catch Bubba caught in the stare.
Watch his face. Watch Coach's face. Watch this.
Now look at Bubba. What's he doing?
You need the volume adjusted. Let me know. I think Adler froze. You need to adjust the volume. Let me know. I don't think I was that still.
Greg, look at what we get a shot of Beard right here. Greg, look at
Common sense is a superpower.
I was like, are you okay?
Heroes.
I said, is that you?
It's loud.
Ladies, just turn it back.
Still loud.
All right, we're back. Greg, gotta go over. I'm thinking, man, this sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, y'all, good
gosh,
night
that's
live.
so
That's so good right there. It's loud.
Well, because what it was, he set his headphones on listening to what's coming back from the studio, which is way down.
Yeah, when he sat down, they weren't adjusted, so they were where they were from the kickoff hour.
But you don't know how much louder the bed music was than that what was coming down.
Yeah, a lot louder.
Thank you, everybody, so much. That's loud, man. That's loud.
Rick and Bubba.
Anytime, we knew with our family and all of us to a degree, but we knew that our family May was going to be a family gauntlet. I mean, we have so much going on in May. Sherry spoke somewhere on Mother's Day, and then after that, we have had, we have birthday. We have graduation. We have Greg's daughter getting married. We've had nephew graduation. We've had nephew and niece birthday. There is so much going on, and we're in the middle of the gauntlet. But this weekend for me personally was hey, it's loud.
I got a. Did you just hear a golf swing? I had my headphones off, and I heard a golf swing.
I think that's Greg's text notification. He has a golf swing.
Somebody just swung a club behind me. What happened?
So anyway, this weekend was a gauntlet for me, for all of us, but for me because my wife, the hostess with the mostest. Now we all know that if your wife is hosting anything, that means your world is completely turned upside down.
Oh yeah,
right.
Because you become the number 2 right-hand man.
Oh my gosh. And so all the stress that goes with. So here's what my wife decided she would do as part of the gauntlet. That she would not only host on now our 17-year-old who just turned 17. What's today? 21. He'll turn 17 Wednesday. We knew that we needed to go ahead and have the birthday party over the weekend because Sherry is also chaperoning, and Big Love and her are leaving here in a little while, and I know Caitlin and Betty are already gone. It is 35 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. It is Dental Health Month, and America's favorite dentist, Dr. Dudney, is here with us today. Our families have been going to his office for years, and it continues, and he's been a friend of the show. We've had all kinds of Fix Mama's Mouth promotions and all the wonderful work he's done in helping other people.
Be time for that again.
Yeah, it won't be long. So we also have, it starts...
Get your letters ready.
Yeah, get your letters ready and then be upset with them when they don't pick your mom.
I wish we could pick them all.
Yep, Christy's totally in charge of that. And now that she's going to be working Fridays and Saturdays, she can get more of those done. I don't know this joke, but I'm willing to be all in on it. If I sense that somebody's bothered by something, I'm in.
I know.
But anyway,
we appreciated that in you, Rick.
Here's the last week of February. So starting in March and going through June, Smiles for Life.
Yes.
So let's talk about that. What's that all about?
Well, this started in 1998, and it was a group of dentists in U.S. and Canada performed bleaching, professional teeth whitening in the months from March to the end of June. And 100% of the money goes to charity. Everything is donated. All our services are donated. The organization is called Crown Council, and they've raised over $40 million, and every penny of that has gone to children's charities around the world, literally.
Oh, yeah.
They have a Smiles Life for Foundation. And we're able to keep 50% of the money we do in our office and designate a local charity. And our local charity is Smile a Mile, who benefits children with cancer and their families. So it's a great organization and a very, very worthy cause. But the money goes to disadvantaged, disabled, underprivileged children. Yeah. And they've raised, like I said, over $40 million. So we've been doing it since '98. We got in right at the beginning, and we really look forward to doing it every year. And it's a discounted fee for professional whitening, and 100% of your money is going to charity, helping a child somewhere.
We probably haven't talked about teeth whitening. We rarely get that in because there's been so many other advances. But that, too, just like everything else, has moved forward. Yeah. We first, and really, I remember thinking, like me, because I had the little bit of the stains from I never can think of the name that they gave us as kids, and I can't think of the name of it. You say
it. Touch cycling.
Yeah. And I remember thinking, well, I'm just stuck with this, a little bit of that. And then all of a sudden, the teeth whitening that you can give.
Yeah,
But even that has moved forward, hasn't it?
Yeah, it will work. There's certain conditions. It works great on young people because they have thicker enamel. It'll only whiten enamel. Mm-hmm. So you have to have enamel. You have to have healthy enamel. And the thicker your enamel, the younger you are, the better it works. It won't work on bad touch cycling staining. It won't work on fillings, veneers, or anything like that. It won't lighten a restoration.
Yeah.
But it will lighten enamel. And if you've lost a lot of enamel, and then older people doesn't work great on because they get little micro cracks in their teeth, which incorporate stain. Which you'll get lighter for a little while, and then it just comes right back to the color. So
it really helped.
But it does work for.
It really helped mine because mine didn't have it wasn't drastic. There was just a little bit there, and it really helped.
Yeah, it can. And there are a lot of people that get really good results with it.
Yeah, so
and especially the young people.
The world of veneers is just awesome.
Yeah.
I've talked to 2 or 3 of the folks who've had the makeovers on the show.
Oh,
I run into them in
changing.
town, and they just love it.
Yeah. When you think about the things available now, everybody has access to a great smile.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
And it's come a long way.
It's not like we live in England.
Yeah, there's certain things.
Wow. If you want to see universal dental care,
oh boy,
good gracious,
they call it National Health Service. They have done a great job of giving people ugly teeth.
Rick, what do you think about national health care? Well, if you don't mind ugly teeth, it's great.
You want to be called jack-o'-lantern?
Right. The government run that. So here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Abronte. So
Luis Abronte.
Luis Abronte. He has joined the team, and that has also allowed you guys to provide some new services.
Yeah, it's been awesome. He's a fabulous young dentist, and he does really great dentistry. I get a little jealous sometimes. Somebody that young is that good. It took me a lot of years just to kind of get to where I am, but he's a little superstar in the making here. So we're thrilled to have him in our office.
Yeah. So tell us some things that you're part of now.
Well, we have incorporated some new services like root canals, implants. We're doing a lot of implants in the office now. We're doing especially we're trying to add these services for people who have dentures and cannot really retain those dentures in. Maybe if your dentures are bothering you, you cannot keep them in place. We can probably place a couple implants and retain those dentures, especially the lower ones. I mentioned root canals, extractions. We've been doing a lot of extractions lately in the office.
Yeah.
So before, I think they were referring extractions out. Now we're trying to keep them in-house.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good, yeah. So sometimes we have a patient sitting in Dr. Dudney's chair. He gets somebody who needs an extraction. They just walk across the hall and they get the extraction right there.
Well, see, that's so much better. Like root canals, before you had to farm that out and contract that out, and then I had to come see you. Then I had to go see somebody else, and now I can do it all in house, right?
Yeah, they say, well, can't you do it? And I go, well, I could, but you might be here all day.
I could, but you prefer.
You probably wouldn't like it.
Could I do it? Yes.
Yeah.
Should I do it? No.
It'll take an hour or less to do that full root canal, and it'll take me probably 4 hours. So.
Right. Yeah, so that's great. Well, welcome to the team again, and getting great results. And of course, I know Chris is excited about the new Friday and Saturday options.
Without a doubt.
So you are offering the all kidding aside by appointment only, right? And now some extended hours a little bit, or
Fridays, and he sees patients on Fridays, which not a lot of dentists do. So it's awesome having somebody there, and then even Saturdays appointments are available. So absolutely, we're we're thrilled to have extended hours and make it so patients, and a lot of times patients have legitimate, they can't get off work. It's too hard to get off work.
Yeah, it is. It can be.
Or
Absolutely.
they have a toothache on a weekend. You
Yeah.
know, you can call try to find somebody on a weekend when you got a toothache.
Yeah.
And now we're available. I mean, he's literally, he's such a go-getter. I mean, I swear you could call him when, the middle of the night and he'd see you, or on Sunday. I mean, it's almost like he's on call. It's crazy how dynamic and willing to help anybody he is. It's
I
amazing.
try to keep my phone available all the time, and we have an after-hour line that patients can call. And if you need us any time of the day, we are there. Somebody's going to answer your call. Somebody's going to reply to you, and we'll be in the office for you.
Dudney, look at this.
I know.
I'm telling you.
I mean,
I'm telling you.
You got a superstar on the team.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, well, that's great. So you guys have a lot going on, and of course, with this being Dental Health Month, it's a time for all of us to kind of assess where we are, and this includes dentistry all over the country. I mean, there's people listening everywhere right now. Yeah, so
well, that's what's great about your show. You're syndicated. People are hearing y'all. They don't have to come to Birmingham, Alabama. I mean, I understand you have a show in Alaska. I mean, you get out to your dentist. Right. I mean, you need to see, and they're great dentists in the Birmingham area. I mean, they're phenomenal dentists that are well trained, and I'm sure your listening audience knows that. But you have to see them regularly.
Yeah, and a lot of them come to right now. I know there are golden ticket seat holders for the future that just wrote down Abronte's name.
Yeah,
I said, look, if I'm coming there and I'm visiting Rick and Bubba and I have a problem, I'll just call Dr. Abronte.
Yep.
And because while I'm in town, I'll let Dudney's gang take care of me.
We'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, well, like I say, you've been on the show so long. I mean, people all over the country are like, "Oh yeah, you're the Rick and Bubba dentist."
Yeah, I do get that sometimes.
Yeah, because are you still traveling a lot and going out and teaching and doing?
Yeah, I still do that, and heading to Chicago this weekend, and oh gosh, the next 3 weekends I'm out of town. So yeah, I got to go to Canada. I'm lecturing in Canada in a couple of weeks. So
is all that over? Can you get in and out of there now with that all? Because I know they hung on to the pandemic for a while.
Yeah, it was. They were a little. The last time I was there, last year I was in Montreal, and they said, "Do you have your negative COVID test?" I said, "Nobody told me that." And they go, "Well, you can't leave without a negative COVID test."
No.
So I had to get it right there in the airport, and I was scary because I said, "Whoa,
what if it comes back?
If it comes back positive there, I'm going to be stuck here." So anyway, I was not expecting to have to do that.
So it was the Canadians that wouldn't let you leave, or the Americans that wouldn't let you come back?
There was, I don't know which it was.
Like if I was a Canadian and you had it, I'd be glad to get rid
out
of
here.
you.
But they said you can't leave without a negative test. So I thought, I had my card, my back card. So, but anyway, I showed them that. And they go, "Sorry, you got to have a negative test." So they were offering them there in the airport for couple $100, So maybe it was the Canadians.
Then the next thing you heard was swipe right here.
Yes.
Like to leave Canada?
Yes.
Swipe.
With your credit card right here, and they'll let you go.
Right. We'll put
where that money went.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, it's always a pleasure to see you guys. And again, one of the things that he's done it again today, he's the only dentist we ever had service cookies, and today he's brought lemon squares.
Oh, no.
My wife made those.
Oh, yeah, right. But if you,
I can't take that credit.
In moderation, right?
Yes.
You can have a lemon
I always
square.
like right after I get a cleaning, they go, "Hey, you want a Coke?"
I know.
And I go, "Well, yeah." Let's start a little build up for the next 6 months.
So, Team Dudney, good to see you guys
Thank
again.
you. Thank you, Rick.
Health Month is going on. Tooth Talk, all these things you need to know about.
Awesome to be here, and thank you for spreading the word.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's important. It really is. So, Bronte, good to see you again. Christy, good to see you again.
And no wheel of meat. I'm so sad.
I know. No, we don't have any meat to give away.
That's right.
I know. I'm sorry, Christy.
It may be the wheel of baloney here.
How about the wheel of teeth?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because Caitlin Bussey and Brooks Burgess graduated from high school this past weekend, and their senior class goes on a little beach trip. So anyway, so I knew that. So Sherry decided to host a birthday party at our house, and then she and another mom and the mom's daughter, they would do a gathering together at our house,
right?
And then that would end, and then the very next day would start. Clock goes off at 5:30. 8 a.m. You have the church that we attend has their graduation Sunday, which means the seniors get there I also had taught a lesson that morning to the rest of the high school. The seniors go off and do their own thing, and then they do the cap and gown, come in, and they're recognized, and then they have the charge from our pastor to the seniors of our church, which Brooks was one of those. So you do that. Then after that, you have a parents' lunch with your senior, where they get a little bit of a charge, and they show a video clip of all their time there at the church.
Right.
Then from there, you go to graduation, which is at another church, and then you have the graduation from the actual school, and then after the graduation from the actual school, there was a graduation party for all these influential people in Brooks' life, stopping by and saying hello to him at our house. That was the weekend. And let me tell you something, folks. You talk about a wild ride. I mean, guys, it was, you know how sometimes you just lean in and you go, look, I'm just leaning in, and you start picturing to yourself, at some point, I will get in my bed. And I'll think, and when I lay down, I go, it's over. You know, and you want to enjoy the moment and all that, and then.
But it's just hard to get to that point.
Well,
you have those times you're laying in the bed thinking, "Hey, what all have I got to do?"
Well, the high pressure is on, as all of you know, and let's just get real. The high pressure is when you are married to the hostess with the mostess. There are certain things that are delegated to husband/father, and you can't drop the ball on those. I mean, those things, they're crucial. I mean, you can't mess up.
Can't bobble.
No, you can't mess up, and you certainly don't say anything about anything. I mean, you know, when
anything about anything.
When mom gets in that mode, there's no critiquing anything.
You need to just be a robot. Go about your assignment, do it to the best of your ability,
100%.
and then move to the next.
Let me tell you what you don't do is you don't do anything like, well, now I don't know about. I mean, you don't.
You don't say I don't know about that.
No. I had so much food. I had to go get. Now think about this. I was sent to go get not one but 2 cakes. I had to get a cake for the birthday, and then I had to get a cake for the post-graduation celebration. And I had to get those cakes from Cake Place to automobile without dropping any cake.
You got to be careful because Rick, I know a lady that cooks cakes this weekend, and she had one tumble in the back of her car.
Oh, no. Oh.
That's what I'm talking about.
And it was a big one, and she had to skip Sunday school to go home to start recooking the make good on that.
Yeah.
Even though I tried to talk her out of the damaged cake.
Well, what? Yes.
Well, just give it to me. I don't care what it looks like.
Yeah, I would eat it in a soup bowl. I don't care. You know.
Hey, by the way, let's talk about that cake yesterday.
It was good. Good stuff.
Greg, Speedy. If you've seen Speedy get that cake.
Oh, you know, when he ever gets in that mode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and then he put it in the microwave for 15 seconds, and it changed the world.
No offense to all who do it the other way on one particular thing. My wife did something that I want to applaud her on that was fantastic. Now, she had to do this early, so it's been in our house for like 2 weeks now. She created, you know how the new thing is if you go to a graduation reception of some, you're tied to this person in some way, which is always an honor to be asked to come by and see them. The way people used to do it, they do a slideshow where you have on some screen slides of their life as a baby and all the things they went through. Well, the way our house is set up, I mean, Sherry's like, I don't see us trying to gather people to go into some room and watch some very long slideshow. So that was pressure off because I knew who was going to have to create the slideshow. I was going to have to find a way to get that done. So she created what we called the Wall of Brooks. And she actually found 2 wooden crates and set them up by the fireplace.
Like a pallet base.
Yeah, pallets, and then put strings across it and got little like clothesline clips, but they're small, little tiny ones.
Yeah.
Probably got it at Hobby Lobby, I'm sure.
Sure.
And then just hung pictures from his life all over that, and you would go over to the Wall of Brooks. Nine minutes to the top. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. If you are looking to have a customized mattress that is shipped straight to your door, they ask questions on how you prefer to sleep. Do you like to be asleep on your stomach, your side, your back? All these things will be taken into account. What kind of firmness do you like on the mattress? Soft, medium, you like it firm.
Do you jump on the bed?
Do you jump on the bed? They have 14 different styles. They even have some for big and tall if you need a little more room. Either on the length or the width. They can work with you on that as well.
When a king size won't do it.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. When a king size won't do it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg and Lisa.
Love it.
They love theirs. You love yours. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you do love it. And it's been customized for you and the way you sleep. So let me tell you something. It's going to be great. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we mentioned it earlier in the show. So we tattoo regret. And I know that some people say there's things now that can remove tats and things like that. I don't know how effective they are. I've heard
lasers.
I've heard good, bad, and ugly on those. But the story. This is a woman who got a tattoo and it's on her back.
Well, she's a TikToker, Rick.
Oh, a TikToker.
She is hysterical.
Okay.
Over her rather large back tattoo, claiming the artist didn't give her what she wanted.
Okay.
When your tattoo is nothing like what you asked for and it's huge, an unidentified user wrote on a clip of herself sobbing. Yeah. The butterfly looks like it's out of a cartoon book, a coloring book, she exclaims, in a teary video that has drawn 1.3 million views. Right, so and we'll see it here.
So here we go. And it's hard to know if one's going bad when it's on your back. Right. You know, I mean, you can't stop the tattoo artist and say that's not what I wanted.
You better have a friend.
The butterfly. The butterfly looks like it was out of a cartoon book. A coloring book. The flowers are so big.
Well, let's see.
I'm literally stuck with this rest of my life.
Yeah, that's how
that's how they do it.
It looks nothing like the picture.
What happens when you go with a low bidder?
Yeah, it really is.
Wow. Should have went to the other guy.
Yeah.
Well,
if this is a guy step. Yeah, I can do that.
Man. Butterfly, I think I can do that. Yeah.
Hey, buddy, how's it going back there?
Is that it? Is that what she's mad at?
It looks like it.
Well, that ain't that big a
No,
deal.
it's not bad.
I mean, what does she want it to look like?
Is that it, Adler,
Yeah,
for sure?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, then
I
what's
mean,
the
it
problem?
looks like a kid drew it with a magic marker.
It does. It looks like somebody put a Sharpie on there, but I mean...
You know what I agreed to this past weekend, don't you? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I thought I heard that, but I thought surely it's not true.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'll gladly do it if that happens.
I'm
but
getting a neck tattoo.
What was you made something with a team? I heard you mention it.
There was a lot of tattoo talk, and I just said, and it was, we win conference, we'll let's all get a team tattoo. And I said, I tell you what, y'all win the conference tournament, I'll get it. I'll be the first in line. Mm-hmm. And I got a little ahead of it, but I would. I'm telling you, that would.
What if I hope you get it, and there's a video of you crying.
I was just about to say. I was so excited about us winning the conference. We didn't even live.
I got caught up in it. It was a long drive home from South Carolina.
I said, UAB, not UAH. Tennis ball looks like a cartoon. Some kind of dragon from Dungeons and Dragons.
It's a dragon eating the ball.
Everybody thinks I'm into flipping a cult. We're green, not royal blue.
She needs to do something with all them moles on her back.
Greg,
Burgess.
They're
not healthy. You gotta get them checked.
I would think a good artist would work that into the design,
That's
so
true.
it looks like ladybugs on a leaf.
You're right, bro.
That's it.
I'm just saying, if she's gonna cry about something,
I don't know about getting a tattoo.
it ain't a great tattoo, but it ain't worth all that.
I know it's.
Well, we got
it's
Greg.
a little simplistic there.
If I had a bad tattoo, I would try to keep that to myself, not get back on social media and cry about it.
Well, but
time out, y'all.
But Speedy, I got to get my new tattoo.
At least she didn't get a tramp stamp.
Listen, before we criticize her,
it's coming
1.5 million views. Mm-hmm. If you're an influencer, them numbers are good for you, and don't that end up in money and all that? So she may have set the whole thing up.
So you think you shouldn't really care? Mm-hmm. Well, the good news is if you have a bad tattoo in a place that a shirt will cover, At least you have some
That's a
sort
big
of
one.
Yeah, you can still get a job with that one, as long as you keep your shirt on.
Right, you know.
You're going to shock people that have never seen with your shirt off.
Yeah, you might want to draw a line through lifeguard.
Yeah.
That's off. That's definitely out.
My favorite tattoos are the ones that are misspelled because if I was a tattoo artist, they would all be misspelled because I'm a terrible speller.
But I forgot.
I mean, good night. That's my favorite, and you can't do anything about them.
Let me ask you this, though.
Oh,
Seriously, if you're going to get a tattoo on your back where you can't see what's going on, don't you need a good friend to go with you who's monitoring that situation? Going, hey, wait a minute. Now.
Or every now and then stand up and get in the mirror and do this.
Yeah. Or have a mirror tilted where you can see what's going on back there. Something.
Well, you're right. No, have somebody FaceTime you. The phone's below you, and they're Facetiming you or whatever.
No,
look, I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's good. That's not real.
Love if you had spatula on yours, everybody would think it's misspelled, but it's not.
That can't be real. Did somebody put that on?
That cannot be real.
That's got to be photoshopped or something, doesn't it? That guy doesn't have more.
It's just like the reader more signs people send us. You know they're not.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No regrets, or it was R.A.
Yeah, regrets.
Regrets.
No regrets.
And there's also no regrets. There's a lot of stupid people getting tattoos. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
A lot of misspellings.
I mean, there's a lot of things out there that you can play games with and go, hey, see my mullet, I was able to cut off.
Yeah,
I was able to
when
say,
you're done with it, you were done with it.
When you do hairstyles when you're young and stupid, you go back and go, I can just change. I can just change it. But when there's something that's, and I know people say, well, it's not permanent. There's the ways you take it off. Yeah, but the ways they have to take these things off, that doesn't look like a lot of fun.
No. Didn't Cher have one taken off? Cher?
I don't
Didn't
know.
she have something removed?
No,
you can get them removed.
No, the way Cher's lived her life, the tattoo actually asked to be removed.
No, she lived so long and so hard it faded out. It quit before
much
she did.
work as she's had done. I mean,
the tattoo.
Hey, tattoo down here. Yeah, right above your butt.
I'm the tattoo above this, honey. I want out of here. I can't take this anymore.
We're upset.
Right. I don't want to be associated
it's
with
been
this.
going on way
It's like
too
their
long.
version of homeowners association.
Right. I don't want to be associated with this.
I figured at 70 we were done.
Right.
How about we can't turn back time? Get me off here.
We told we were the only one going to be in this area.
Right. If I could turn back time.
Donna.
So apparently this TikToker not happy with her butterfly.
Yeah, that one's done.
God love her.
No.
God love
She's
her.
not.
So anyway, yeah.
Those things are not cheap either.
No, it's one of those things. And again, we all have different things.
I want to know what she wanted it to look like.
Yeah, that's a good question, Greg.
Yeah,
Well, she said it didn't look like the picture because normally you do show them a picture and they go, okay, I see.
Yeah, I would love to
don't
see
know.
that picture just to
Yeah.
see if it was really that bad.
I'm
There it
concerned
is.
about her moles, though, Greg. That's nice of you to be concerned.
Well, she needs to get those checked.
We've got Skin Health Month coming up as well.
That's exactly right. And today's Pancake Day.
It is.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Game changer. It's happened again at manscaped.com. They now, and I've been waiting on this as someone who wears a beard, and that is the beard products are now available. And just like all the other products that manscaped.com that they have developed for men everywhere, the beard products are fantastic. The Beard Hedger Pro Kit. I mean, just go get that. They sent to one. Adler, I know you got one too. Do you not love that? I love these products, and the Hedger it's made like all the heavy duty stuff, Bubba. You and I don't like to get products when you get them out of the package, they feel cheap. I mean the kit they send it in looks cool. All the stuff is heavy duty,
just built solid.
It's such a good job. So the Beard Hedger, what I love about it too. Do you ever get tired of having to put those adapters on there for hey, I want number 2, number 3, all this kind of? This one it never leaves. You just roll a thumb,
dial it.
Yeah, a thumb wheel, and it moves up and down.
I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, it's very cool. And for whatever trim that you want. And the beard oil is fantastic. The beard balm is great. The beard conditioner and shampoo, fantastic. You are going to love these products because they're made for men. So go right now to manscaped.com. We're going to get you 20% off the Beard Hedger Pro Kit or anything you want and free shipping if you use our code BUBBA and then the number 20. I've got to order some more beard oil today and some the shampoo and conditioner, so I'm going to use Bubba 22 to get 20% off. You do that by going to manscaped.com and get these products headed to you. You're going to love them. You would observe it, then have your picture made at the Wallenbrooks with him. and so that I loved.
Yeah.
That was much better than the slideshow.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, the only people excited about the slideshow are the actual people in the slides.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if when someone tells you,
I like watching a
I know.
slideshow, but you got to be in the right format to sit down and watch it.
Right. And she said that.
And in that party format,
Yeah.
it just wasn't.
She said
I could sit down and watch that with one of those pieces of cake. That'd be
yeah,
awesome.
but let's be honest, slideshows, if we're being honest, slideshows about anything are about 15 minutes too long.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, you're like, okay, for 15 minutes, we dug this.
Yeah.
And now.
But like before the kickoff of an event, like before graduation or something, I love it because you got to get there early to get a seat, and then you're there too early, so you're watching the.
Now that I
thing.
like.
Yeah.
I'll talk about this and something that I never thought was ever thought would happen. I beat Bubba to the graduation.
What?
I never thought that would happen.
It wasn't by much.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I've been seeing this story. Boy, this is one of my least favorite thoughts, but boy, we cover a lot of them.
This ties two parts of that world together, Rick. We have animal attacks and we have big cats.
Big cats, and we also have the theme that I've been talking about for years, that animals have turned up their attack on human beings, and everybody, I don't know how much longer we're going to deny this.
Yeah.
There is a war that's been declared by animals on us at an incredible rate. I mean, attacks now, they're just, it's every other day that somebody's getting attacked by something. We've got animals that are attacking that usually don't attack.
Right.
I mean, we got all kinds of weird things happening with the animal kingdom, I'm telling you.
So, Rick, we had two bike riders in Washington State who were attacked over the weekend, 131, 132. And the Cougar apparently jumped out. They were on a biking trail, jumped out and chased the men. They tried to fight the Cougar off with their bikes. Both of them were mauled. One of them got away. The one that got away said at one point, Rick, his whole head was in the big cat's mouth.
Again.
His whole head was in the Cougar's mouth.
Gosh, my whole head is in his mouth.
He said the Cougar dropped him and then chased after his friend, who was mauled and killed at the scene.
Who, by the way, we said in the kickoff hour was leaving his buddy with his head in the Cougar's mouth.
At some point,
Yeah, he did cut
the
out.
guy that survived was the guy that the Cougar
Was attacked
had
first?
Yes, and the guy, you're not supposed to run. That's one of the things they say. They say
Oh, I
fight.
know.
So he took off running, and he paid the ultimate price. But we asked this question at some point when the dust settles, and the guy that survived sitting around on the back porch sipping on a brew, he says, "So my buddy was just going to leave me." He took off running.
It's interesting you said that because I've told y'all when I actually went on a safari, they told us that if you run, you will just be tired when you're dead.
Yeah.
Because running triggers their instinct to go kill.
Yeah.
And so don't run, but
They had run it off once already.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Say that again.
Yes,
What now?
they had
it came, and when he fended them off with their bikes, they thought, okay, it's gone. Well, we did it. Whew.
They get back
And
on
then
their
all of a sudden
bike.
they get back on the bikes, and
They said he was way underweight, so starving. So I was looking for something to eat.
40 pounds underweight. Normally, a cat at this age would be 140 pounds, and this Cougar was only 100.
But in the story that we're going to play here, it says they killed or captured what they think was the mountain lion. And it's like, well, I wish we're thinking.
look,
Is there more
I'll
than,
tell you how they can figure it out.
Yeah.
well,
Well, let me give the Cougar
Do a
this.
little autopsy on it.
You got
Cut
one
it open.
guy there. You drop that down to chase another. You know, I mean, you had what you were going for.
I know.
You just tell him that.
Well, this is that
That
thing.
just goes to show you
That
that
instinct.
that
That's
instinct
the
of them
instinct.
running.
Yeah, if you run, they're coming.
6 minutes now past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, the gang is all here, and Bubba, this is one of those warnings that we've tried to send out, and we try so hard here. We do to kind of keep people updated, things they should be aware of. Animals attacking. Animals attacking. I hate to report these.
Rick, we begin with a tragic story out of Florida. An 85-year-old woman was killed Monday when an alligator attacked her as she was walking her dog. The woman was walking the pet by a pond in a retirement community in St. Lucie, where a 10-foot alligator jumped out and grabbed her.
That's a big one.
That didn't last long.
85 versus a 10-foot gator. Not a good match.
No.
Not at all.
Rick, I don't understand why they have let the alligator population get so large in Florida. I mean, we have a story of an alligator eating something. Seems like every day or every week at least.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just seems like we'd call this, especially around retirement homes and things. I mean, that's not your quickest movers out there,
And I wanted to say something about the retirement community. I understand you wanted a companion. I got it.
Right.
But you got to watch walking these little dogs around alligator ponds because your dog's name might need to be changed to bait.
Right. That's it.
Because this is nothing but bait, and as Speedy said in the break correctly, the dog can get away, but you're not moving.
You're not moving like the dog.
You're not moving like that dog. And you know what the gator says? Oh, this one is not as feeble.
But and we discussed it earlier. Now, if you're down there with Troy and them in the swamp, and you get eaten by a gator, that's kind of
on you.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're at the retirement home walking around with Fifi with you.
Yeah, and a lot of these are man-made ponds, just for the aesthetics of the community. And I mean, it obviously had to be a pretty large gator too. I mean, I just don't know
10 foot.
Why they let
here's
this
some video,
why they let this get out of hand.
10 foot.
This is courtesy of WPBF.
Oh, don't tell me we're about to see the woman get drugged. No.
This will give you a visual, and for those of you,
is this them coming to kill the gator?
You're going to hear from the neighbor, the friend who saw it happen.
Look, it's Chris Wood.
No, it's not Chris Wood.
Not somebody who saw it. Somebody who saw it. Why is Chris Wood in every interview today?
Turned up.
Yeah, there's a big gator. Okay,
go ahead, buddy.
Just remember her coming up and, pushing her hair out of her face and getting air, and I'm saying, swim toward the paddle boat, swim. And she says, I can't, the gator has me.
Oh, good. Why are we running this? What are we doing?
The conversation.
What are we doing?
Wow.
What are we doing?
Drawn out.
Why would you even find that?
No.
Good night.
Oh, no.
Could we see the tattoo girl again?
I can't. The gator has me. I hope I never have to say that.
I'm 84, right? 85.
That's crazy. It's ridiculous that they've allowed to populate to that level. That you can't even walk your dogs.
And they called animal control to come get the alligator.
The 10-footer?
Well, there'll just be another one replaced.
Thank you.
Well, that's the thing is they actually pulled one out, and they don't know for certain if it's it or not.
Right.
It may just be another one.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Imagine,
can check.
imagine the.
They hadn't gone through that process.
Yeah. Well, they find a walker, they'll know. But all right, so let's go back.
Heck.
Let's go back to this, okay? Imagine that we're in Chicken Town, USA, and we're all a bunch of chickens, okay? And we're living, and we like our chicken coop. We love our chicken area.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, somebody says, you know what? I think we need to work on the wolf population. And I think we should let wolves live among us. And we need
foxes.
more. And foxes. We need more foxes. We need more wolves. You would look at me with your little chicken beak and think, have you lost your chicken mind?
I say,
you know what I mean? You would want you'd want the numbers of foxes and wolves and coyotes to go down, way down.
Yeah.
And I would say, no, let's keep them all around us. Maybe they'll be in, let's
protect them.
Let's put them in the middle of our community. I'm sure they won't bother us.
Well,
there it is.
Really, I mean, a gator's is a leftover dinosaur.
Good night. Looks like they're riding a motorcycle.
Wait a minute. Are we just going to put electrical tape on it and take it somewhere and keep it alive?
Oh, don't just relocate.
Why am I not seeing it?
Why am I
Where's
not? Troy at?
Well, it goes back to what I've said.
He's got a helper.
You
Needs to be
have
a pair of boots.
Boy, that gator ain't going nowhere with Big Mom on it.
Look at that.
That son of a gun ain't moving.
That's a gator in duress now. I'll tell you that.
Hey, if we got a quote from the gator, damn.
Greg.
Greg. I'll tell you one thing. He may
Followed by "You got me."
Greg, how about this? He may get you, but not with his hind leg. You know,
Look, they ain't gonna work for a week.
You talking about dead legs? Good night.
I think my legs asleep.
Yeah, I can't even work the clutch.
Right. Yeah, but
Do you want to hear the guy talk about fighting and whatever, how they got it?
Oh, sure.
What are you doing?
That's how they got it.
You're off to a roaring start today.
Here we go.
Yeah, he fought pretty good. Definitely fought pretty good. Snagged him on the bottom.
Well, how you know that's even
He
him?
never surfaced. He stayed down the whole time. We were able to get a second hook in him and then get a hard line in him so we could get him up.
Big dukes on him.
Gosh, Greg.
The guy got up. She was still on it, and it still ain't moving.
No, you know what that gator's saying right now? You know what that gator's saying right now? Y'all got me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm not moving. Good
I'm
night.
a gator.
I was going for the
I
dog.
went for the dog. The old lady fell in. I'm sorry. Get her off of me.
Please get Big Mama off of me.
That's on me.
That pond is not that big either.
No, it snuck in at night or something because surely they service that.
Well, I'm
She's
gonna
got it,
know.
though.
But
She does. She does.
I
guess when they get these
this.
Look, she's not even concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like normally they lean down on it. She's
Rick,
like, I got it.
We got a gator. Rick, y'all call Bertha in. We got a gator we got to hold down.
Greg, even the people, even the people from PETA have this picture. Greg,
Y'all call June.
Even the people from PETA have this picture saying, "No, I think we can still turn this around for the gator."
Some people are sympathetic. I
I
can
think
feel
we
it.
can get people sympathetic for the gator. I know it's a stretch. I'll try it.
Of course, she has perfect hair.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Hair's fantastic. But what?
Where's
night.
Peggy at?
Peg? But here's the thing.
Here, hold this gator for me.
Do you think that's her role all the time, Rick?
Oh,
you
yeah.
think that's it?
You know
Hey,
what-
get Peggy to come.
No. Peggy, here's what happens. Animal control. Gator, how big? Big one. Somebody get Peggy.
Somebody wake Peggy up.
And gators everywhere saying, "Let me when they bring Peggy, just get out of the water.
my gracious.
Just quit fighting. Hey, they'll relocate you. Don't worry about it."
Talking about dead leg peg.
Because we forgot this. This is all started with 85-year-old lady.
We did, but
Who's in more trouble,
Greg,
the
she
gator
made
or the
it.
stretchy pants?
85, you made
That's
it.
true.
Not the way to
Terrible
go.
way to go when she was having a discussion.
But you made it. Not actually pulled out in the private lock.
No.
But
That's true.
But still, not the way to go.
Still not good.
Not the way to go.
You
it's
ought
all-
to be safe from gators when you go to live in a retirement
you.
community.
I totally agree.
Bottom line. I mean, not one every now and then. They should be zero gators. They should have a gator monitoring program.
Gator free area.
Yeah.
My retirement community is gator free. That'd be on my sign.
Right.
Come here.
At night, you get out there and see where they at.
And I'd use it against the competition. Go there. We don't know what's going to happen to you. Come to my community. No gator.
Yep.
And what we should do with this gator is string this gator up and completely butcher it for all other gators to see and have to say, this is what happens when you go after old ladies in the community. This is what we do to gators. Not we've got big peg on you and we put electrical tape on you and then we take you to another gator paradise and let you out.
Right.
So
there's too many of them, Rick.
Don't you know Big Peg says, is there anything I can do? Yeah, you could. Just sit right here. I'm going to tape his mouth shut. You just sit on him. Right.
That's all I need you to do.
That's all I need you to do. Don't move.
Update. Huh? Yeah, we got it. Peg's on it.
Rick ain't going nowhere.
Now we got Peg on. Oh, okay, good.
Also,
the gator does not. You got me.
Also, in our animals attack segment, we have, I think,
He was rogue.
didn't we do this story about the guy that was killed by the rooster?
Yes, we did. Somebody called in to us about it.
And it was an Irish man.
back out
And
today.
now they have investigated this and said that this chicken had a habit of attacking people, had a history.
He's a repeat offender.
Yeah, the guy called
Well,
up.
again, that's why they
He
should
wasn't necessarily
be,
killing people, but
he was
he
attacking
should be
people.
chicken something else.
Got one of those main arteries with that spur, and now we're finding out this Irish rooster had a violent past.
I want to know the record of how many people have been killed by chickens. I bet it's not many.
Many.
But a cock-a-doodle-doo. I'll spur you and take you out there. And he'd been attacking people, and you know what? We didn't cull a rooster.
That's right.
And the doggone rooster went and killed somebody.
Why would you keep him around? Just one twist of the neck and he's done.
I know. Let me tell you, there's a lot of things.
There's
that
a
might
bunch
get,
of them out to look just like
There's
him.
a lot of things that might get me, but if I got a chicken or a rooster that's not behaving, I can solve that, and never even put my sandwich down.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right.
10-foot gator, that's different. I need peg.
Yeah.
But here,
Feed that chicken to the gator. Teach you a lesson.
They said that that alligator weighed between 600 and 700 pounds. They claim that it is the gator that got the lady that they got out of there.
Oh, man.
You can legally remove any gator over 4 feet as a nuisance. Thank you, Greg. Nuisance.
Yeah, that was a big moment. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, see, what's missing from
Guys,
this
hard not to
story,
run,
Rick,
though.
is they pull the pistol out of their biking pouch and kill the panther.
That would be the best way
See,
to do
that's what's missing in this story. Now, authorities they caught and killed a cougar in the area that they think is the responsible. Well, we don't know.
Well,
yet.
this goes back to this again. Every single animal attack story, at some point, there starts the narrative of apologizing for the animal.
Yeah.
And I was underweight. Well, if it was underweight, Greg's point is, I know the instinct, but if you're underweight and you got somebody down and their head's in your mouth, are you about to eat? And then he drops it and goes after the other guy.
Do we have this package?
Oh yeah, well,
it
it just goes over a lot of what we just said. But here's the story on Q. Was it 13 News?
From what was supposed to be a fun Saturday ride with friends in the woods, now taken as evidence of a deadly cougar attack near North Bend.
The animal was found very close across a gully from where the victim was placed by the cougar.
The Department of Fish and Wildlife euthanized the 100-pound male cougar they believe was responsible for the attack. Maher says 2 friends were biking through this area just before noon today when the cougar suddenly appeared and started to chase them.
They stopped, they did the right thing, made a lot of noise. One person was reported to even have swung their bike at the animal and scared it off for a period of time.
Maher says the 2 men were shaken by the encounter, and as they were getting ready to leave, the cougar returned and pounced on one man.
At one point, that victim reported that his whole head was inside the jaws of this cougar. And has the injuries to go along with that report.
That victim, a 31-year-old man, was last listed in satisfactory condition at Harborview. Officials say the victim told them his friend ran into the woods while he was getting attacked. The cougar let go of him and chased his friend. That man was later found dead after being mauled by the cougar.
Extremely rare. In fact, this would be the second fatality of a cougar in Washington State in 100 years.
The attack surprised the hiking community here, who say it's common to see bears and the occasional mountain lion.
It's kind of scary to know that we were walking around in the same area.
I'm prepared for wildlife when I come up here. It's always a risk factor, so
What's Coach Yancey
it won't
doing?
scare me away, but it will make me much more alert.
The area was closed for a few hours but reopened late afternoon.
That's a little quick.
Yeah.
Maher says the cougar was taken to a state veterinary office where a necropsy will be done to determine whether the animal had a disease or other medical reason to attack a human. Near North Bend, Tadavika Prikyan, Q13 News.
What kind of name is that? Well,
good night.
So is this who went down?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Now
says a lot.
Now, Rick, Greg went over this. Greg went over this in the kickoff hour. What to do if you're approached by a cougar? And really, a lot of this is what we've talked about on the show before. But I see I'm pulling it up for you there, Ad.
Carefully put your hand on your pistol that's in your pocket.
Right. Yeah.
Try not to
ease the pistol out.
Rick,
put a bullet in the chamber.
Okay.
Shoot cougar.
So, all right.
Stop, stand tall, and don't run.
Do not run. Boy, that's hard not to run.
Man.
So,
it's going to be hard not to run.
The instinct of the cougar is to chase.
We know that. Tell that to the one that's overlaying by the creek bank.
If it's near a kill or with kittens, do not approach the animal at all.
So you call mountain lion little ones kittens too. Huh?
Yeah.
You know they always change things.
Oh yeah, they try to get sharp on stuff.
There's not a lot you can do, guys.
Try to appear larger than the cougar. Never take your eyes off the animal or turn your back. Do not crouch down or try to hide. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's when you try to get right here, and it's like,
here's
wave your arms, throw rocks. The idea is to convince the cougar that you are not prey, but a potential danger to him. I go back to my instructions for fighting off a cougar.
You're right. I look at the last one here.
He's got a fire stick. I believe I'll leave.
That's good. The last
I'll
one.
go try to catch a rabbit.
Yeah.
The last one seems unnecessary. If the cougar does attack, fight back aggressively.
Yeah.
Well, I got news for you. That instinct's gonna kick in.
Yeah, it is.
I got an instinct too, and I'm gonna go nuts.
Yeah, and look, it says Cougar. Put that back up, Adler. The last line: Cougars have been driven away by people who fight back.
Yeah, because I think it says the next one is stay on your feet.
Yeah.
If it gets you down.
Well, yeah. If they get you down, that's how your head ends up in their mouth.
That's right. Yeah, they're saying fight back and just try to stay on your feet.
But the thing,
he was chasing I bet he tripped.
Well, what happens is you have
it's gonna catch you.
Well, you have to dodge. The first thing that it's going for is the jugular. It's trying to. They try to get up in here. That's why it's got the head. They're trying to get you right in here, and then they just keep on pressuring till you finally stop and you're bleeding out.
Do you remember when Chris Farley?
This public service announcement brought to you by.
Do you remember when Chris Farley had that life jacket blow up on him, Rick, and it was what he was trying to do to get out of that?
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today as the Rick and Bubba Show moves forward. So as we start this segment. Well, Bubba, as we keep learning more and more and more about COVID-19 and immunity and vaccines and masks and a lot of the things that we were being told obviously are turning out not to have tested the scrutiny of science over a period of time. Now, this couple of different things we'll get to. Things we can. Let's go with what we know first, and then we'll get into this other thing about some of these athletes about what may or may not be happening. But Bill Maher, Bubba, we don't agree with Bill on many things at all. But now another study, and we're not talking about a tiny sample. We're not talking about something that doesn't have any credence. But when we're talking about scientific research and the scientific method, and he'll talk about this, they have done a worldwide study on natural immunity. And you remember when everybody was saying natural immunity? No. Natural immunity, it's not as good as what we have with these vaccines. You might as well be kissing yourself goodbye if you think that all your natural immunity is going to protect you as well as these vaccines. Well, of course, now the studies are showing that natural immunity was as good, if not better, than anything the vaccine could come up with. And even Bill Maher has had enough, and he takes on some of the fear-mongering that went on. And there's still some attempt to go on with the pandemic. Here he is.
Because I saw in the paper today, kind of a big story, I think. I wonder how much it's going to get covered in the liberal media, because it's about how natural immunity. They did a giant study, 65 countries, or maybe something like 65 countries, many, many different studies. They looked at them all. Natural immunity, as good or better than the vaccine. Something I've been saying since the beginning, and I get called an anti-vaxxer. That's not an anti-vaxxer. This is the kind of thing, my problem with the media from both sides is not that you guys lie. It's that you tell me your side of the story that you want me to know. You don't tell me the whole story. I'd be curious as to how much play this story gets, because I remember reading that they did a study of Republicans versus Democrats. The question was, what percentage, this is like a year and a half ago, what percentage of people who get COVID require hospitalization? The answer is less than 1%. Almost half of Democrats thought it was over 50%. They listened to your network. Where do they get that kind of information?
That was to you. That was clear.
Okay, that's bad information they have in their head, and it's from one side.
Listen, when Bill Maher is making your point, you know that there's something to it. And what he's referring to is the metadata. They went back and pulled the raw data from a bunch of studies.
All over the world.
And then, looked at them as one big study as opposed to a lot of little ones. And it was incredible how it came out. Like he said, it's less than 1% hospitalized. You get down in the percentage points of people who died from it. Now, there's some groups that were higher if you had pre-existing conditions or you were elderly. that group was much higher. But for kids, it was practically nothing.
Which leads to this other story today.
And this is what I don't get. Go ahead.
Before we move on, here's what they found out. Immunity acquired from a COVID infection provides strong, lasting protection against severe outcomes of the illness. This has been published now last Thursday in The Lancet. Infection-acquired immunity cut the risk of hospitalization and death from COVID reinfection by 88% for at least, and most people had more, at least 10 months. And they were telling you 90 days, and they were completely wrong. Wrong. So this
is what poses the question, Rick.
Right.
And we even have we have people that will debate these studies today and say, "Oh, it's not true. It's we have that all the time." We had somebody that was scrutinizing our podcast, and some people we had on and said, "Oh, that's false information." Well, no, there's studies to back this up. Now, I know you can probably find studies to say that masks made a difference.
I doubt it.
We also have studies that say they didn't make any difference.
It'd be tough to find one now.
Yeah, and think about how many athletes or others were denied being able to do what they want to do because they weren't vaccinated, but they had natural immunity from catching it, and that was
nurses,
that was ignored.
military.
They were like, "Yeah, but I've just caught it. I've got natural. That doesn't matter. Get vaccinated."
We all agree that happened, but here's the question I want to know: was that out of ignorance? Did we just not know? Did they not have the data? Okay, I want to know what they knew and when they knew it.
There it is, Bubba. What and when?
So was it out of ignorance? Was it out of lack of solid information? And have they learned as this information's come on and changed their opinion? See, that's a logical step to happen. Anybody cannot have enough information. But as it continues to come out, you have to change. Right. You can't just stay with what you had. So was that the case, or do they have a political agenda? Do they want to prop up Big Pharma? Are they trying to get Big Pharma big profits and promise them we're going to vaccinate everybody under the sun 12 times, whether they need it or not, so you can make money? Because I've been paid by you to help push this through.
Well, I'll tell you this. If I'm Big Pharma, I like 90 days immunity a lot more than a minimum of 10 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. I mean, all of that.
Run those numbers.
Okay, even with these numbers, okay, today, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention has released updates to its child and adolescent shot schedule, okay? They now are suggesting that you get a COVID vaccine as a child as young as 6 months of age.
Unbelievable.
You should receive 2 doses of the primary series between 4 and 8 weeks apart, followed by a booster dose at least 8 weeks later.
Oh, my goodness.
So, and they're saying if you have some type of compromised immunity, even more. So what is it they don't get about this? The studies, the scientific studies, one right after another, are saying that this is not necessary in kids, but they're vaccinating kids more and earlier than ever before.
We'll discuss that and some of these other stories involving young athletes, too, when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
That's what I envisioned doing.
Or you think I hadn't researched all this? Or Rick, if you just don't let it smell fear, that's how Ricky Bobby got that one not to eat him in that car.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Let him smell fear.
Think mean thoughts.
Let me tell you something. They may take me down because they're amazing animals, but oh my gosh, it's going to be a heck of a ride.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going crazy.
And I wonder too. I mean, you're in the grips of it, and it's all up on you and everything. I know it's hard to think, but you can get a cat to quit biting you by choking it. And I wonder if you can get your hand with a rock down its throat or something.
Oh,
you
might
all
as well.
Up on you.
You might as well.
I mean, at that point, you try it all.
Try it all.
Try to pull him inside out.
Try it all. Yeah. Hey, try it all. I'm going to choke, kick, bite. I'm biting back.
Oh, yeah. They wouldn't find the cougar across the creek, Rick. It'd be found in a headlock. You know,
if the cougar finally wins, he's going to go, damn. Like, I was in a fight.
I know, yeah.
Woo!
I mean, I'm going berserk.
If you get him in a headlock,
I'm gouging eyes.
Yeah, if you get him in a headlock, can
you do like an atomic drop and try to snap his neck on the way down?
Picture one in the headlock, that old head going.
Growl it, make all them cat sounds.
Hey, listen.
Hey, guys,
he'd be going
somebody
nuts.
died. We keep
Right,
forgetting
we
that.
forget
No,
that.
we're talking about we're thinking about us trying to fight
That's
off.
true.
one.
Okay.
That's what I'm.
Well, he's helping us. I mean, whatever he did, we ain't gonna do.
No, don't run.
Because
I just got to feel
that kicks in a whole nother thing.
evidently when they yelled at it and swung their bike, the Cougar wasn't buying it. He left for a minute. He went, they can't take
He
me.
said they're not serious about that.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we read that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking maybe the fight back wasn't.
Oh, no. That's what we, yeah. Game changer. It's happened again at manscaped.com. They now, and I've been waiting on this as someone who wears a beard, and that is the beard products are now available. And just like all the other products that manscaped.com that they have developed for men everywhere, the beard products are fantastic. The Beard Hedger Pro Kit. I mean, just go get that. They sent to one. Adler, I know you got one too. Do you not love I love these products, and the Hedger it's made, like all the heavy duty stuff, Bubba. You and I don't like to get products when you get them out of the package, they feel cheap. I mean, the kit they send it in looks cool. All the stuff is heavy duty.
It's just built solid.
It's such a good job. So the Beard Hedger, what I love about it too. Do you ever get tired of having to put those adapters on there for hey, I want number 2, number 3, all this kind of stuff? This one, it never leaves. You just roll a thumb.
Dial it.
Yeah, a thumb wheel, and it moves up and down.
I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, it's very cool. And for whatever
Dollar guide.
whatever trim that you want. And the beard oil is fantastic. The beard balm is great. The beard conditioner and shampoo, fantastic. You are going to love these products because they're made for men. So go right now to manscaped.com. We're going to get you 20% off the Beard Hedger Pro Kit or anything you want and free shipping if you use our code BUBBA and then the number 20. I've got to order some more beard oil today and some the shampoo and conditioner, so I'm going to use Bubba 22 to get 20% off. You do that by going to manscaped.com and get these products headed to you. You're going to love them.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
That is a good song. It's one of those things. It's rare that that a chorus is just so sweet, and the rest of the song really you can't live up to it. But the chorus is there.
It's pretty good.
I mean, we got us a chorus there, the little snap and sing along with it. Much to do going forward on the program. We were discussing in the break. The more I wonder. I know that there was we got to go out and we got to destroy Trump and all that, and we can't believe it, and people crying and protest. You remember the crying during the inauguration? Anybody remember that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That it was the end of the time, and but I wonder now if the Democrats. Now I don't know. Maybe we don't care anymore. We may not do anything to anybody anymore. That's what it feels like. But do you think the Democrats are like, okay, this is really stuff's coming out on us that's really really bad, and we can't seem to nail Trump on this, but now all kinds of stuff is coming out on us that looks really really bad, and informants and fake dossiers and payments and an attempt to destroy a political candidate. That again, as we've said 1,000 times, at one point in our history, we said that Watergate was so overwhelming that we infiltrated it into lyrics of songs.
Oh yeah.
We declared that it was corruption, political corruption, like we had never seen. And Watergate is a household name.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Any scandal we have now, we put gate on the end
Right.
of it because it was such a fixture in American history.
So Bubba, can I ask you this? Hey, help me out with something, old friend.
Okay.
So, in other words, if we put the word gate after anything that's politically controversial for any candidate there is, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So, the latest updates, massive comprehensive study, natural immunity from COVID, minimum 10 months, at least immunity. You were told 90 days. That's wrong. You were told that the vaccine provides you more protection than your own immunity. That's wrong. You were told that masks can actually help. If they do, it's minimal at best. That's multiple studies now. So now we just finished up going to the break, and then we'll move on. Now here's what I don't understand, and I asked the guys this in the break. usually when you don't, I have to show, if I tell you this product is available and you need to get it, you have to tell me why. So I know, Greg, with your grandchildren, and this was when, your oldest is 4, so they're all younger than 4 at the time, because he just turned 4. They got COVID. We had mamas who were pregnant who got COVID, and they all did fine. Where's the case that there is even a need for a vaccine that we're developing and let's face it, this is new medicine. Where's the case that my baby is at any risk of COVID to the point I'm going to give it some experimental shot? Why would I want to give my baby shots and boosters? What's the danger if they don't? Where's the where's the death rate of babies from COVID? And I know it's not zero, unfortunately. There's not a zero on really anything.
No.
But the percentages are so low. Why would I risk my baby, whose brain is not fully developed, and their body and everything in their organs are all developing? Why at this stage of human life would I give them anything that doesn't appear to even be necessary that they might be susceptible to having a bad reaction to? Why would you do that? I will tell you this. There's very few things you're going to hear on this show, because I want to be responsible, because I think you need to talk to your doctor and all that. I'm not a doctor. Mm-hmm. There's very few things that I will say on the show when it comes into the medical things saying I would not do that. This is one. No way, no how would I give a COVID vaccine and boosters to a child 6 months or younger. No way, no how. You couldn't. No way. I think that's crazy irresponsible. And so you could not talk me into that.
And Rick, we're not drawing conclusions here, but to these athletes that are passing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what their vax status is, but just the fact that we're having, it appears to be so many young athletes dying young.
Right.
I don't know what's going on, and it's possible that suicide could be involved in one of these. I don't even know.
Right.
We have a UNLV defensive lineman, Ryan Keeler. Mm-hmm. He is 21 years old, 6'6", 275. He has passed away.
Yeah, and I don't know what they're not saying what happened there, so we don't know, right?
We don't know. Right. Don't know at this point.
Right.
As far as mandating and offering this to children, back in 2022, the UK Health Security Agency announced that children under the age of 12 will no longer be offered COVID-19 vaccines. So that's in the UK. That puts them in line with other countries which did the same, including Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark. They do not offer or recommend mRNA vaccines to healthy young children.
But here in the U.S., we're now going to start forcing it at 6 months.
Unbelievable.
That's nuts.
No way.
Back to these athletes. We have a Brazilian football player, soccer player.
Yeah.
Kayo is his last name. First name Jian. 21 years old, up and coming star, found dead at his home.
So
another young one.
Yeah.
20-something years old. Don't know. We're not drawing a line because we don't know that there's a line to draw. We don't know that there's dots to draw. Mm-hmm. But we do know this. We sure are seeing a whole lot more of these in the news every day than we used to.
Yeah, and I saw another one where during spring training, I think a 12-year-old has also had some sort of reaction, and it's and it may not be tied to any of this, but.
We got one more. He's older. He was 64, but still young by today's standards. Mm-hmm. Greg Foster, 1984 Olympic silver medalist for the United States, died Sunday, 64. According to the UCLA track and field group, he was a 3-time world champion in the 110-meter hurdles. He died peacefully at his home. Had been through a long battle with, and I'm not familiar what that disease is, AMYLOIDOSIS.
So they know why he died.
Yeah, he had to have a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's
he went under. He had a heart transplant in 2020.
Well, good about that.
Yeah. So that one wouldn't go in on the list, but it is another.
But it's just another.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, world class athlete.
Yeah.
Dying in his early 60s. That just seems strange.
Well, the man had a heart transplant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
obviously had
but you would think, gosh, somebody in that kind of shape would never need a heart transplant, would you?
Not evidently.
Heart disease doesn't care.
Yeah, heart disease is it's not really a.
But he's probably run and been in better shape than most people his whole life.
Yeah.
That's the thing you don't know. There's a lot of genetic things tie into.
Sure. So we will continue this conversation because it's an important conversation, and I think you're going to hopefully have people more and more that are not going to fall victim to this. You're not allowed to say that garbage. You're not allowed to question that. When you talk about children, we had the doctor that has been developing the mRNA technology saying, I don't know about children. I don't think didn't really design this to be given to children. Don't think I'd give it to children. And now we're getting down to babies, and the rest of the world even thinks that's probably not the way to go, and we're going to go that way.
Haven't you seen a shift where early on it was follow the science from everybody? Follow the science, and now they're ignoring the science. And they're ignoring the studies, and it seems like they're just moving on ahead with what they want to do.
And that was back to my question. Why are we apparently going against what science is saying in so many of these studies? Is it out of ignorance, or is there some agenda behind it? Is it political? Is it big pharma? Is it whatever? Look, I'm glad big pharma has developed a lot of the things we have today. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that there's not greed involved in that, too.
Sure.
Because you're talking about billions of
It's
dollars.
usually the root of it.
Mm-hmm. But the problem is, and there's mistakes that have been made in the past, but it's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing to know you got a problem and hide it.
Yeah.
And that's what burned the tobacco company, and I don't know whether that's going to happen here or not. We'll see.
Well, it goes back to the show I told you I saw about NASA, where they had started the program called Lessons Learned.
Mm-hmm.
And they went back and they looked at disasters and they called out what it was, and it wasn't about politically protecting anybody or punishing anybody, but they were trying to find out where we made a mistake so we can learn and not make that mistake again. And I think we're just crying for this in the medical community too, because apparently we're not doing it.
Well, and I would call on, because we are so thankful to have phenomenal doctors, and I would call on all of you in the medical field. This is where y'all going to have to step up. We're going to have y'all on this, and I'd be real leery when the American medical community starts turning into all these big giant pods of giant corporations, and some big giant hospital sends down the official narrative for all the clinics that are now answering to them. And
how you going to think?
Yeah,
how you going to treat?
Think? Yeah. It now more than ever, those of you that are highly trained and you've worked hard and you've educated yourself and you're extremely gifted, and we're so thankful for you.
And got years of hands-on experience.
You're going to have to start speaking up, because what I don't want, and for the first time in my life, I'm not saying I'm there. Please don't hear me say that. But I feel if I were going down the road, and this road was, I completely trust what my doctor has to say, and I don't question anything, and I do whatever that. If I'm on that road, I haven't turned, but I find myself looking at a ramp a little bit, and thinking, this ramp over here takes me to a place that for the first time in my life, I'm not sure I trust everything a doctor tells me anymore,
right.
And I don't want to be there. I don't think that's it, because now it's, you got decisions you got to make, and I don't want to think to myself that now what my doctor is saying I need to do for my child, or some shot I need to take, or this and that I'm not sure I can trust that. And I don't think any of us want to get there. And I'm not saying I'm there yet. Yeah. I just don't like some of this. Mm-hmm. And especially where if you just go to the logical mind, if somebody says the standard is our research and our science, redneck, shut your mouth. And then you go, okay. And then the same standard that you told me I must follow, to Speedy's point, now hands you different information, and you say, well, now it's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, now our trust is starting to be affected a little bit. I thought you said this is where I'm supposed to look, and now, but it sounds like to me you're not wanting me to follow science. You're looking for preferred science, and that's a big problem. So if the science says that you were wrong about immunity, say you were wrong. If the science says you were wrong about the mask, say you were wrong. And if the science starts saying we were wrong about some of the developmental vaccines and how we implemented them, say you were wrong. Because then that trust is not affected. And I know some
it helps to build trust.
Yeah, and I know some of this is in the world of lawyers and fear of litigation, and I know that always clouds the water a little bit. But let me tell you what we got to have. We got to have the truth. We got to have the truth. No matter
best as we can come up with.
No matter who has to pay a price for it, the truth is always worth it. And so I hope we can. That could be our standard. 14 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of your phone calls coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Administration. That means we consider that to be the standard of scandal.
Yes.
Right?
That is correct.
All right.
Yes.
So this exceeds that probably. I mean, if I was trying to dumb it down, it exceeds it threefold. Now, some people say tenfold.
Let's look at this. What we know, Watergate was an attempt by political operatives of the Republican Party to break into the Democratic office to see what their plans were.
Right.
Look through their files.
Right.
Okay, that's what that was.
Right.
This, we have spies who are being planted in the Trump organization, in the Trump campaign, and it looks like possibly the Trump administration to spy on them by the previous administration. And what was so odd about it, if you remember Obama, when he was asked, because Trump already started saying that he was worried about irregularity possibilities in the election before it happened. Now, he's still down 8 points.
Right.
And you may remember President Obama gave a speech and said, and we don't have it to play, but if you can go and look it up, where he said there's no way to steal the American election. It's fine. You know, Russians are always trying to cause problems, but, you know, it's too big. It's too diverse. There's no central point. There's no way you can do this. At the same time that it looks like his FBI, his Department of Justice, had plans. You remember when Trump came out right after the election and said that Trump Tower was bugged.
Right.
Well, now it looks like that was true.
Right.
Now, who was doing it and why they were doing it is the question. And several top Republicans are going to be coming out today and ask for a special prosecutor to investigate the abuse of the FISA court, which is where some of this authority was granted. But how far did it go? And why were they doing it when it looked like they thought they had an easy win?
Right.
And it all goes back to President Obama. So you got Clapper, you got Brennan, all these guys that was head of security and all this stuff. It's very odd that they would okay this type of spying on a candidate running for president. So, you know, we've been told this was all done because the Trump campaign was colluding with the Russians. Year and some change, still no facts. Still nothing.
Boy, we jumping some rabbits as we keep walking through the briar patch.
But we have found there was some irregularities going on, but it appears that more of it was with the current administration at the time, which was the Obama administration. To the point now that they're saying we got to look into this. There was abuse of the FISA court. They went to the FISA court with this dossier that was absolutely made up.
Yeah, and paid for.
And acted like it was the real thing to try to get some of this permission to do this. Well, we need to pull the cover back on this and look under the sheets. This is just
the whole Hillary Clinton emails in there again.
You know, the links they went to investigate the Trump campaign while doing nothing to investigate the Hillary campaign is very odd.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us today. Our phone lines are open. You can certainly join us at 866 We Be Big. Bubba, now you already got Jenkins going now.
Oh, boy.
Why'd you bring up that email? Now we got Jinx here.
I thought it was a good point to base off what we were going to be talking about.
Doggone it. Hey, Jinx, what's up, buddy?
Good morning.
The pride of Owens Crossroads, Jenkins.
Here he is. Jinx. What's going on,
well,
buddy?
You know, first of all, I never said anything about CO2 being a poison.
I know. I just wanted to point that out.
I said I wasn't a climate change activist either.
Right.
However, all I sent that email for was to kind of help you a little bit, Rick.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, and we would love to speak to you. Come on. I said, Eric, 212. Whatever you want to talk about. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Lines are available. If you move now, you will get in. While you're moving, simplysafebubba.com. Would you do whatever it took to protect your family? I think you just heard us talking about that moments ago. Yes, of course we would. That's why we encourage you to get protected with award-winning security from simplysafebubba.com. They make it easy to protect every inch of your property with advanced security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. It's all designed with cutting-edge security technology, and in an emergency, their professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology. That's what they have developed, and they'll capture critical evidence, and they'll verify that the threat is real, so you get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring services cost about $1 a day. Well, actually, a little under $1 a day if you really add it all up. That's about half what the other security companies want you to pay. So you got a better system. You're not worried about installation crews, and you're going to be monitored for about half what the others want to do it for. And they're going to have that professional service with that Fast Protect technology to get you some help quicker. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there today and claim a free indoor security camera and get 20% off. You'll find that, too, at the same link we have at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like Simply Safe. To the phones we go. We start with Bonnie in Mississippi.
Bonnie.
Trolling.
Keep the phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll.
Good morning.
Hey, Bonnie, go ahead.
Well, you wanted to scrutinize some of the pandemic, and I think when you start at the very beginning with the PCR test, which was developed by Nobel Prize winner Dr. Terry Mullis, he said two very important things about the PCR test. One, it is not a diagnostic test. And for your listeners, all they have to do is Google Dr. Terry Mullis, M-U-L-L-I-S, and you can listen to an interview with him where he's talking about how to use the PCR test.
Thank you, Bonnie. Jimmy in Hoover listening to ZZK. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I'm at the Comedy Club Saturday night. Okay. And evidently the guy that was there draws a certain crowd. Because I guarantee you, if you took a poll before the show, if you said, how many of you guys, this is your first time in Birmingham, 9 out of 10 would have raised their hand.
Okay.
But anyway, there's a group at the front of the stage. And they're not heckling the guy. There's just one guy that's just talking loud through the whole show, just talking loud. So 3/4 of the way through his show, he stops mid-joke and calls the guy out. And the guy stands up, and it goes from 0 to 10 in a heartbeat. So the guy calls security. So at this point, I'm looking for a way to get out of the way because there's about 10 of them. There's not just one guy. There's about 10. So he calls security to come down to remove the guy. So I feel a little bit better, but a guy comes down from the back of the auditorium. He couldn't throw the trash out. And it gets worse. How we got away from that, I don't know, but they got him out. But I've never seen that at the Comedy Club before. something violent like that. But
wow, so that
we
hadn't heard anything about that.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that either. Yeah, that's I've been to the comedy shows before where there was a little bit of back and forth, but I've never seen it turned into fisticuff. I was removed once from a comedy club, way back in the day.
Right,
I was.
But I have seen some documentaries,
but I left
as of recent of comedy under attack, where it never before. I mean, you had your Will Smith incident and all that, but never before did you see someone in the audience go up on stage and confront the comedian and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's happening more than you know.
Yeah. Well, that's.
And I don't know what the cause of this was, but
we can't nobody take a joke anymore.
I guess not.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I don't know. This is kind of off kilter what you guys were talking about, but you guys heard of a guy by the name of Joe Tippins?
Joe Tiffin? Are you saying?
Joe Tippins.
No.
You can research him. He was diagnosed with small cell lung cancer. He was terminal. And long story short, his personal veterinarian had recommended.
I already used my time.
I'm sorry, the timeout was going on Comedy Club Fisticuff. Let's.
I'd like to hear that.
Let's somehow. Yeah.
Shouldn't have wasted it on the comedy.
Well,
club,
I wanted to hear that one.
And his phone, his phone wasn't good enough
Right.
to get a timeout.
The comedy
All
club
these
guy-
things matter.
If the vet cured him, I want to know.
Well, do you?
Send Bubba an email.
Yeah, he's an Oklahoma grandfather who claims a drug for dogs cured him of his head-to-toe cancer, and he's tumor-free for 2 years. Is what Joe Tippins is
What
claiming.
drug was it?
I don't know.
Bubba wants to get
Well,
on that right away.
I'm just interested.
The medication is fenbendazole. Fenbendazole.
They said too, not a worm can be found.
Yeah, right.
Now
It
say
is
it
an
fast.
anti-worm compound.
Yeah. And he
Now say it fast, Adler. Say it fast. Ready, go.
Fenbendazole.
and he doesn't scratch his ears near as much.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good show, guys. I got a two-part question, one for all y'all, one for Greg.
Okay.
Your favorite theme music for your segments. Mine is Evil Dictator Update.
Okay, that's a good one.
And Greg, Van Halen or Van Hager?
Oh, that's easy. I can.
Bailey Roth or Sammy Hagar?
Yeah, I can answer that for him. He's on the phones. He's Van Halen all the way. He said he said Van Hagar was a good band, but it's not Van Halen. Yeah, I've heard him say it a million times.
All right.
Yeah, I can answer that one for him. Trust me, I've heard that loud and clear. Let's go to Stephanie. Stephanie, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I was wondering if y'all heard Speedy's comment when the lady was putting on the alligator where he said who is in more danger, the alligator or the leggings she was wearing.
Are the what she was wearing?
Leggings.
There were sayings being thrown all over.
Okay, a lot of.
I just didn't know who was in more danger, the gator or the stretchy pants.
That's true. That's true. Well, they are stretchy pants, so they're designed. Right. But they had all they could handle.
They did.
Gail in Alabama. Gail, go ahead.
Hi, I have a quick comment about the COVID vaccine.
Yes.
My optometrist told me that there was an ingredient in the vaccine that's in his state-of-the-art high-tech X-ray machine. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean,
maybe that
that doesn't scare me in standalone. I'd have to know more about it.
Sure. It's according to what it is.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba, and we shall return, Lord willing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Me? How am I in this? I didn't even reply to you. This is Bubba and Helms replying to you.
No, it was addressed to you, Rick.
Was it addressed to me?
Yeah,
Then why
the
is it-
email
Well,
was.
then why is everybody else on it?
I just was nice. I wanted to call in.
Jenkins,
I miss Jenkins.
Jenkins, it's real simple, buddy, and I love you, and I think you're a good guy. I think we'd have a good time together. I just do not believe that man-made climate change is scientifically proven or real. And the indication of the behavior of those who claim to believe it and the things that are going on and all the things Bubba mentioned about how our climate has changed dramatically, what we believe from a biblical worldview, once we had the fall of the earth and the fall of mankind, we know that there have been times that have been warmer and there's times that have been colder. We had an ice age, as we mentioned. So I just don't believe that mankind has huge impact on climate. I just don't, not worldwide.
And that's fair. I mean, I think that is fair right there. But however, sometimes the way you talk about it makes you think, that you might think it's a complete hoax or whatnot. And like I pointed out,
there's no doubt. There's no doubt that now, if you don't think carbon credits is a hoax, I mean, come on.
And Jinx, we got to admit too that some of these leading scientists who were pushing this, we through leaked emails, we know they were scamming it to keep their grants coming. Right. They were doctoring the data. We know that for a fact. That does not help your argument.
I've met one person that really believes it, and that's Ed Begley Jr. He lives out what he believes, and I respect him for that. But many do not.
Well,
you don't see him in a lot of movies now because he can't get his bike to where they're shooting.
Right.
So,
but at least I can tell that Ed Begley Jr. truly believes it.
I agree,
because he lives it. And I mean, that should be something too. All of us who make spiritual claims, we should take that and say, look, it goes back to the great line of one of the world's big atheists at the time of the great George Whitefield, heard him preach. And after it was over, they said, strange to find you here. He said, well, I just wanted to come hear George Whitefield's, presentation. And he says, well, let me ask you this. Do you now believe? He says, no, but I'll tell you one thing, that man I just heard does. He absolutely believes it. And so that's what caused him to go ponder it. And when people don't live out what they claim to believe, then people don't believe you really believe it. It's not real complicated.
Well, I think what's happened is, on the left, they have started to leverage some of those, outrageous claims. And I pointed out in the email, the question is, how fast is it happening and how much impact are humans having with it? But to question the fact that the carbon cycle is out of whack and the fact that we've got the technology now to throw the carbon cycle way out of whack, and that there are greenhouse gases.
Now you're throwing way in there. See, now you don't know where to stop, Jenkins. If you want to say that this, now you're saying way out of whack and all that, when really that has not been proven. I mean, it just hasn't.
All I'm saying is
you're making outlandish statements.
We can bulldoze an acre a lot faster now than we could have 4,000 years ago. How long did it take for Mesopotamia to turn into a desert, Rick? We can turn Mesopotamia into a desert now in a year. You understand what I'm saying? So when you cut down a whole bunch of trees, that affects more than just the critters that lived in the trees. And now, I'm not an environmentalist by any means, but what I'm saying is...
you sound like one.
we got to find some balance in there when we're talking about it, because what happens is people think, climate change ain't real, so I don't have to do nothing. Well, I like what that mayor said. He said something about elevating the conversation. Instead of it being, the left are crazy, they're all hypocrites, and none of this is really true.
No.
Carbon,
I didn't say I didn't say all that. I just told you Ed Begley Jr. truly believes it. But when I get a story, when I see inconsistencies, and I say this is obviously a scam. I mean, today Bill Nye is with a straight face talking about taxing cow farts in an attempt to put the meat industry out of business. Then you got to be careful when you got somebody out there that's off the deep end, because he's going to destroy people's lives and their livelihoods over something he can't scientifically prove.
Yeah,
and that's very serious, Jenkins. Very serious.
You got to admit, people like Bill Nye in this story does not help the cause, because once he pushes to that extreme, you're going to have people on the other side push in an extreme amount too to balance it out.
I'm not going to be caught in the same group of people taxing cow farts. I'm sorry, that's just not a group I want to be with.
Yeah, well, me neither. So please don't put me in that group.
Well,
However, what
you're
he's
in there.
doing is he's trying to. It's the external cost, and I understand what he's
trying
doing,
to put.
I don't agree with it.
He says in the story he wants to put the meat industry out of business. That meat will become so expensive that people won't buy it. Of course, I didn't work with cigarettes, and it probably won't work with meat. But I mean,
what I would tell Bill Nye is it's not the cows that's the problem. It's the management of the cows. Our grasslands. We had buffalo. I mean, there were so many buffalo here before.
Of course, they're back
it was
now.
Settled by white folks.
Of course, they're back now.
Are a huge. There are a huge part of the carbon cycle. We need grasslands, and you have to have ruminant animals on the grasslands, to manage them and to make them, grow. I mean,
Jenkins,
Bill Nye, he's a little out of whack there.
Jenkins, let me get to the bottom line here. What are you really wanting?
What do you want? What do you want from us, Jenkins? I got 30 seconds.
Well, I really just want you, Rick, to not sound so, like I said in the email, ignorant and biased when it comes to climate change. You're just too polar, man. You can't be so far to the right, because you're.
Who? What are you, my daddy?
The left.
What are you going? That's your opinion. Request denied.
Yeah, I know.
How about this, Jenkins?
Okay.
Jenkins, request denied. If I see man-made climate change picking up some steam that I can go along with, then I'll present that even-handedly. But your request for me not to be polarizing on man-made climate change, that request denied. Up at the gates of hell and I don't back down. Somebody say, I'm going to stand my ground. Stand my ground. Won't be turned around. And I keep this world from dragging me down. Somebody say it. And I won't back down.
Let it go.
Hey, Bubba. Oh, here, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and there's Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. A lot going on out there in the world as we try to stay atop this round and bouncing ball.
So, Bubba, years ago, we were introduced to Living Hope's John Thomas.
Hello,
Thomas. John Thomas. Hello, Rick. Hello. How is Sherry? God bless. And tell me an update on Bubba. John Thomas, his wife Avril from South Africa, they started the ministry, which is a gigantic ministry called Living Hope, South Africa. At one time, George W. Bush introduced John Thomas and said, please meet the only Baptist preacher that has ever been funded by the federal United States government. And that is when their approach to... They played such a role, so much more successful than any politician, on the fight against the AIDS epidemic in Africa. And they had a hospice that, praise God, turned into a hospital because of the development of treatments and providing those for people that could not afford them. And then their, start on a new generation, Living Hope South Africa, where they begin to educate a generation of children and showing them why some of the behavior of their parents and the adults had played a huge role on the epidemic, and begin to attack the AIDS epidemic with two things: developmental drugs that were working that people could not afford, and they would fund that, but the gospel of Jesus Christ and the life that he calls all those that he transformed to, and it had huge success. Now, the funding was cut off to them when Obama won, but they have gone on and found other ways to fund what's going on there. I said this to John last night, and it was kind of emotional because he is, I'm going to use quotes around this, retired now, and his son Victor is running. And his wife Avril is retired. There's quotes around this. After talking to them last night, they got a strange definition of retirement. I mean, they may not be officially in those roles anymore, but they are working and traveling around the world with the message of Jesus, and hope is the thing that everyone truly needs. It is. You would not believe the number of things. This was said last night through the pandemic. Through all this stuff, that when they went through the drought, Cape Town, South Africa, I don't know how they would function without Living Hope. I mean, the things and of course they do it 1,000 times better than the government, 1,000 times better than the government, and the government, even though it is gospel based, they kind of leave them alone because even the government knows, if we didn't have these people and we didn't have this ministry and what they do, we'd be in a lot of trouble. And South Africa is a very complicated place, and the work that they have done and continue to do, and all of you in the audience, that he has a great fondness. And when you think about this, and this really puts chills on me, talking and having dinner with them last night in our home is he said, I will tell you, Rick, of the money we need at South Africa, we really in the United States, we are funded by mainly 3 states, Alabama, Florida, and Tennessee. And he said, that's where really all the money comes from America to them. Now, they get money from other places, but he's saying nothing reaches what Alabama, Florida, and Tennessee, what that giving provides. And, of course, those of you that are with the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, you're part of that, and I got to see all the updates on that, what's going on there. But they have so many different things that they do. But there was one disappointment last night because of their schedule. Rick, I was wondering, I don't see how this trip I am going to find my way to the four-wheeler.
Oh no!
And I said, John, I'm so. How is I heard that Bubba had been sick. How is Bubba? And of course, I gave him the good update. And we were so prayerful for Bubba. And I was like, you know what, John? That when a righteous man prays, good things happen.
Oh no!
So,
amen.
And he was like, and of course, we had to go find him. He was the one that taught us the thing about the Mexican Coca-Cola versus with his digestive system. And, he had to have the whole thing redone. And I must have cola has real sugar. Do you have cola? The Mexican cola. And so we had some there for him. Oh, thank you so much. I was getting low on my cola. And so we had a great time visiting with them. So I think he will get here maybe tomorrow.
Awesome.
On the show. That's what we're shooting for. And young Broderick is about to go there. We are so excited about his new engagement. Oh, show us, please. I heard. And I was like, yes, that is true. So Brody's about to go there and shoot some documentary stuff for them. And they was kind of updating on how all that. We are so. When are you and Sherry going to return? And I was like, you know what? This is the thing I'll say about South Africa, and you can't say this about too many places. If you went, South Africa reminds me of there's nothing.
Right.
I mean, there is nothing. I mean, I couldn't describe South Africa to you. It's not possible. I mean, you would just have to go there and see it yourself. There is no comparison visually. I mean, you see me now. I'm just there's nothing I can really do. There's really no picture. There's no. You just kind of look around and go, man. Now it's a complicated place, but its beauty is unparalleled. Complicated, very complicated place. I don't know if some of y'all, their history is. They went through the let's overcome the apartheid and all that, and Mandela was like, reparations is not going to get it done. That's just going to be a problem. We've resolved this. Let's move on. But now, after he died and all this, now it's the snatching of land and and of course it's now they're doing rolling blackouts now, and their grid has gone down the tubes with all the politicians and not getting the grid updated, and the thing of one day we're going to be all green, and realizing that solar power and windmills cannot replace these gigantic substations and all this, and now they're having to do rolling blackouts and all that. But just look at the beauty of the place. And again, that picture doesn't really do it, but it's South Africa. It is beautiful. It absolutely is. So he is. They showed up last night, and we got to get updates on what's going on and have dinner together. And he wants to come and see you guys.
Okay.
We want to see him too.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to get on a four-wheeler this time.
Not a four-wheeler.
I was loving, and Avril and I, we were able to stay with some kind people. They put us at are you familiar with a lake? What is that? Avril, what is the name of that lake? And I said, you talking about Lake Martin? No, it's not Lake Martin. I said, is it Lake Mitchell? It's down that way. Lay Lake, that is the one. And they love four-wheelers so much that they stayed at a place and they volunteered to cut the grass there because they wanted to ride the lawnmower.
Come on.
Oh, what a time we had those that turned like on a circle. Avril had a time. We cut the grass and had a ball. And so I don't. The schedule this time.
Come on.
The way it's set up, I don't think.
That's his highlight, Rick.
Do you know what I told him though? I said, if you've got Tennessee, Florida, and Alabama, you're missing Mississippi.
Yes.
I said we got to get you plugged in with somebody in Mississippi. You talk about a giving state.
Oh yeah.
I said we got to find you a bunch of a congregation in Mississippi, and I bet we can get that done. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you prepared?
If you raise the price on meat so that only people that make a lot of money can eat meat, I mean, you're denying a lot of low-income people the ability for a good protein.
Well, Jenkins doesn't care about the poor. He cares about. He's an earth worshiper. Let me go back to this too, Bubba. You know what we'll have? The black market of meat.
I know. Who wants that?
People gonna have their meat. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Over and over. Come on, Greg, sing it.
A family tradition. You know, there's wake-up calls when you have a problem. You know, when you have to say to yourself, I think I have a problem. This would be one, I would think, for a Florida couple. A man and his girlfriend have been busted in Florida, wait for it, for joyriding in a motorized shopping cart from Walmart, destination, the local bar.
Well, Rick, they didn't want to drink and drive. That don't count.
No, it does.
If you take a motorized shopping cart designed, I know, Greg, you've told us about Big Mama What, but it's actually designed for people that cannot successfully walk the square footage of Walmart.
Which seems to be a lot of people.
It does. But when you take one of those and you get on it with your girlfriend and you're going to use this because you need a way to get to the bar, you got a problem.
Yeah.
You got a real problem, and they look exactly the way you think they do.
Oh, sure they do. Yep.
There's no. I mean, this is it.
There they are.
Yep. There it is.
Looking good.
You know,
I love how they tried to deny it too at first.
They shouldn't have done it.
Oh, we didn't take it.
No,
they shouldn't have done it.
No.
We all admit that it was in bad taste, in bad form, illegal on some level. But we've all thought about it. Not to a bar,
Well, I was
but
about
we've
to say,
all.
yeah.
When I've seen those carts there, you know, especially when you go a time it's not real busy.
Right.
You know, maybe
You're
early
right.
in the morning.
Right.
You know, I've kind of looked around and thought, what if I took it for a spin?
Yeah.
Would anybody be hurt?
Right.
I don't
I'm
think
not.
so.
I'm not denying anybody the cart. They're here for people to use. My knee's kind of hurting me today. I may take a spin over to hardware in it.
Well,
I would love to come across you.
I would just like to see. I'd like to see how it feels to ride in that thing.
Well,
I'm a little curious myself.
yeah, and
Just from a curious standpoint.
well, and here's a sign too.
No disrespect. I just go,
Well,
we're men. We like things with motors in them.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know,
You
so-
might get you one, strap it to the back of your vehicle.
Oh, Bubba, wait a minute. Hold
you
up.
don't think he'd love
Hold
that?
up just a second. Are you asking me if I would rather ride in that motorized cart through Walmart? Absolutely.
Well, I'm
yeah.
not saying I would prefer that.
Oh, I
but I'm
would.
just saying that
I would prefer it all day long. But
I don't
just
think
shouldn't do
anybody
it.
questions anybody on them, so you
Now,
can do it.
I just want to kind of see what kind of performance it gets. You know, I want to see how fast it'll go. How does it take the turns at the end stock?
Well,
You know?
when asked why they did it,
the end caps or whatever.
the man said that that he said really the motivation to begin with was that he was Baptist and he wanted his friends to think he was still shopping at Walmart.
Right. Well, no, I don't think it's legal for you to take that cart and head down the highway.
No, it's not, Bubba.
Down to
Probably
Jimmy's
not.
Sports Lounge or whatever they went.
It's not. What, Jimmy's Sports Lounge?
Huh? That's the name of it, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is.
Jimmy's Sports. Is that what it's called?
If it isn't, it's
Jimmy's
No.
Sports Lounge.
No,
That's
you're
it.
right. I thought you had just pulled the name out of
No,
nowhere.
I actually read it earlier. It's shocking, I know, but I actually had perused over it.
Oh, well, it only has 8 lines. We could all even prep on this one.
It's got pictures too.
Yeah,
pictures.
So, that's funny. I really thought you'd made a name up. I thought that's a good
But that would have been a good name, but the fact is that happens to be the
No,
name.
it
of
really is. So, but that's got to be
Now,
a sign of a
he's
problem.
50, she's 32,
Ooh,
according to this. But the pictures don't match
She ain't got no
up.
teeth. That makes you look that way.
Greg.
Look, I'm serious. Look at her mouth.
No, she looks older than him.
That she don't have any teeth.
I was going to say he doesn't look 50, and then I thought she doesn't look 32.
But if you'll see how her mouth looks like your granny, that if you don't have any teeth, I'm serious. That'll make you look 20 years older than
this
you
is
are.
where Greg shines.
Yeah.
He
That
is
is
an
a
expert
fact.
on odd things like this.
Yes, that is an absolute fact.
Do you spend time briefing on these, or does it just come natural?
Because the reason I know that, there was this lady in our community. Here we go. One time, and somebody told me she was like 30, and I was like, 30? And I got, well, she had no teeth. His old drawed up face. Greg, age you big time. You pull your teeth right now, you look 70.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, look, here's the evidence right here.
Wow.
She looks a lot. She looks a lot older than him.
Look at her mouth. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't even basing it on
I got
that.
you, Greg.
But
I
she
know what
looks
you're saying.
older.
But
She
look-
looks older than him. to me.
Bubba, I mean, think about it. There's 20 years difference nearly in these two. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up shortly. Thanks for being with us today. Big week coming up. The Man Church Conference, Oxford, Alabama. All of you coming from all over the country, we welcome you to our hometown, Greg and I, and going to have fun. And weather looks like it's going to be beautiful for the weekend. So as a lot of you now, I do know this, that some of you out there, it is sold out, are now coming up here or there, a few little markets saying, hey, we bought 20 tickets for our men. Looks like there's 3 of them that might not be used. We don't want them to go to waste. And that's complicated. There's not a whole lot we can do about that. I would suggest that you find someone who can use them. I don't know whether there'll be some sort of scalping going on outside the Performing Arts Center. I don't know, but we're trying. What we're trying to do is like connect you with people that have also emailed us saying we didn't get tickets, we'd like some. But you're going to have to handle how that all works. But if you're in that situation and you want some tickets, let me know. I'm not talking about a lot. I'm talking about maybe 5 tickets. Somebody's got 2 over here, 1 over there. So I don't know whether you're interested in that, but I'll try to connect you with some of the pastors and men's group leaders that say we might have 1, we might have 2. For those of you that wanted to come but you didn't get them and you think you still could come, so just email me and I'll put you together with some people that can. Y'all might can hook up in that workout. We hope, because we certainly don't want there to be a seat that somebody's not in it, especially with it being sold out. So we'll help you as best we can. All right, so let's look at this. Bubba, this is an ongoing thing. We can't believe that in our lifetime, flat earthers have returned. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to say about it. I don't.
very strange.
I don't know how it happened. But anyway, so a lot of flat earthers will try to claim that they can prove the earth is flat. Mm-hmm. Of course, I would say one way to prove it is just keep driving or keep floating is probably a better word. But anyway, so this one appears to be a flat earther that was trying to be sharp, and it actually goes south for them. Now, I don't know whether this is really a flat earther doing this or somebody who's not a flat earther is using this to show the earth's not flat and pretending to be a flat earther. But it's
You got a lot of marijuana.
But it's funny either way because the test is the test. So Adler set it up. What's going on here?
And this has gone like super viral on Twitter just like in the last day or so. I figured out it's from Netflix's Behind the Curve documentary.
Oh, okay.
So it's a quick clip from that, but it shows how the flat Earth movement can be disproven very easily,
even with their own experiment.
With just a couple of, he's got poster board here. He's going to poke some holes in it, and you're going to see it. But Bubba, can you explain? You'd probably explain it better. What the
This is
experiment,
more your world, Bubba.
What the experiment is proving, or whatever.
Well, let's take a look.
70
at it.
rock bands, I'll take. Yeah,
but it's the old light through a couple holes test, and he's going to kind of have that backfire on him.
All right.
Poking a couple holes in some poster board, it looks
You
like.
have a backup experiment. If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard or at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as We don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
Interesting.
So he has to lift it up higher than 17 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how far they are apart. I don't think you could prove the Earth is curved over a few hundred feet.
Yeah,
I think they're over. And the trick is, do you be on the same level, same body of water, or you can use a body of water?
Yeah, it is water. He said it is on water.
Yeah,
and so he's saying if water is truly flat all the way across, then we shouldn't have to lift the light or the camera. It should all go straight.
The further you go, what I'm saying, distance-wise, the more it would be.
Yeah. Interesting.
But in that case, he had to raise his light up higher,
right?
Because obviously he is lower because of the curve of the Earth,
right?
Yeah.
You know what he said? You know what he says, Bubba?
Interesting.
Interesting.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah, and I hope that we have gotten to the point. I hope, and I don't think we are. This is me wishing. Look, we got to get to the point. And I know I've said this before, where sometimes it's like the whole world's become Fonzie now. We can't say we're wrong. It's okay to have had a theory, and then finally somebody comes back and says, "Well, I think that got disproven."
Yeah.
And
I looked at some bad data. I looked at some experiments that didn't hold water, so to speak.
Yeah. Is there? What I'm saying is there anything that anybody? We're in this mode now where somebody says, I'm a flat earther, and you go, well, there's some things I can show you that will prove that the Earth's not flat, like something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And they still say, I just don't believe it. I still think it's flat. I don't understand. That's how we've become now. So is actual discussion and hey, I can produce evidence that this is right, this is wrong. Is it because we've all become run by our feelings? Is that what it is?
Rick, I don't know.
This is the way I want it to be.
I can't fathom.
I don't know why anybody wants it to be a snow globe or flat. I don't know.
I guess in your, using what we would call horse sense or common sense, you think there's no way that water would stay on a ball. Because if I have it in a bucket and I tear one side open, it flows out. But the problem is the scale is all wrong. And when you get to this big of a scale, you have mass and you have gravity, and it will hold it on there.
Yeah.
And, just like, in theory, if I turn a bucket upside down, water's going to come out of it. But if I put it on a string and sling it, the centrifugal force will hold it in there.
Absolutely.
And so there's some physics there. I don't know why people, and like I told you, I think, we can say this. We can go, it's round as far as we know now with what information we have. And we have things that orbit the Earth. I mean, you can't orbit a pizza pan. It won't work.
No, it won't.
So, I don't know if light's being bent severely by gravity and causing a big, distortion. But if we discover that in the future sometime, we'll go, well, hey, we were wrong. But right now, the best evidence we have, it's round. Not only our planet, but the moon that orbits our Earth, our star that we orbit, the other planets in our solar system around, the other stars we see around, the other planets around those stars around. So I think it's a safe assumption we're around.
Yeah, it's just talking about planets and mass and gravity and everything. I saw this really interesting picture just the other day, and it shows how long you would survive just if you were just on each of these planets. Mercury, you'd survive about 2 minutes. Venus, less than a second. Earth, 80 years. Mars, 2 minutes. And then the rest of the planets, you would survive for less than a second if you were standing on the surface.
It's amazing. It is amazing.
I'm glad we're on this.
Yeah. It seems like this one was set up and designed to support life.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Years difference, right?
Teeth will do it.
I thought
Does she not look
they
teeth?
had the ages wrong in the story when I looked at the pictures.
I did
thought,
too,
well,
but then
she's
I took a look at her mouth. I said, well, she has no teeth.
Try. All right, I want to go to break like we don't have teeth. Ready, go.
No, I don't want to do that.
It draw your mouth up, makes you look real old.
David and Chelsea. David,
and
go
your
ahead.
chin gets real close to your nose.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
David, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Hello.
No, that reminds me of a story when I was a plant manager in Truman, Arkansas. We kept missing our forklift at night, local factory, and every time we'd check around the plant and it'd be gone, and finally had to call police, and they found the forklift. The local town drunk would come in the factory at night and drive it down to the local bar.
He was a man, you know he was.
On a forklift.
That's so good.
If anything his way, he'd just lift it and move it.
Eddie and Steele, go ahead.
That's pretty good.
Hey guys, before you get on one of them scooters, you need to think about all them butts that been on that scooter, man.
Yeah, well played. That's so true. I wouldn't sit on one of those seats in my life depending on you. Just changed my whole concept.
Yeah, there's some rusty.
My whole view of that just changed.
Well,
I've seen some rumps on there you don't want to follow.
No.
Well, think about all the hands that's been on that cart you're pushing.
That's
why I got that
And
little
where
rag.
those hands have been.
That's all right.
I get that little
Hey,
rag.
I'll take somebody's dirty hand over their dirty butt any day.
Even though possibly they contaminated their hand.
But it ain't the same mentally.
One white Charlie won't help that one.
It's like drinking water out of the toilet. Out of the bathroom.
Same thing. I know it's clean. I just don't want to.
I get that wipe they have in there, wipe the handle off.
You do not.
You do not. I've just recently.
Do you think Greg
I've
Burgess
just
is a
recently
wiper
started
like
doing
that?
that.
Did you get him a one wipe, Charlie?
I just recently started doing it.
I know I should, but I definitely don't.
I actually did
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Taking your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Hey, buddy. We do want to do, this is just some breaking news from overnight in Maryland. It looks like it's an all-out an attempt to find and bring into custody. Sadly, they're trying to find suspects who have shot and killed a female officer who was responding to something going on, possibly maybe a robbery that was taking place as she approached the vehicle, or some of the suspects, sadly, they shot and killed her, and they are on the loose. And all law enforcement in that area are all pursuing these suspects. They are considered armed and dangerous, and they have not been captured yet. So that's going on in the Baltimore area. Is that correct, Speedy? So just FYI on that. On a much lighter note, we start the hour with some bizarre animal stories. We always cover. A lot of people sending me this one out of Fairhope, Alabama. Got a bunch of these in email. Even saw some calls about that we didn't get to earlier in the program. And, Bubba, this involves a rabid fox.
Yeah, the police say 2 people were bitten by a rabid fox at the Rock Creek Golf Club. The first person was bitten Sunday while playing golf, and we have a package on it, I believe.
Yeah, we do. The other was Monday. It was actually a worker of the golf course here.
That happens very often in our area.
That's right, Mel. Just in the last year, there were only 2 confirmed cases of rabies in our area, a bat in Mobile and a fox in Baldwin County. Things are changing, though, this year, it seems. Earlier yesterday, a fox bit one person, a golfer, getting out of his cart between the 3rd and 4th holes at Rock Creek. According to authorities, the fox ran up and bit him. Then this morning, a groundskeeper trying to catch that same fox was also bitten. This photograph of a fox was taken by a local golfer a couple weeks ago in that same general area of the golf course. Now, animal control later captured the animal, and it tested positive for rabies. Baldwin County rabies officer and veterinarian Dr. Dawn Hoover says there's no reason to panic, but you do need to be smart about staying safe.
And that's courtesy of Channel 5.
WKRG.
Got a fox on the loose.
What does the fox say?
This ban was not executed on site after they released this song.
You kidding me?
And if not that, at least jailed.
Y'all made fun of Cy, too, but look, he brought the Koreas together.
Yeah, he did, Bubba.
Oh, my goodness.
That's
he did.
good. Bubba, this 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Loving Field of Greens. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And I was, selling somebody on it again this past weekend. And why do I love it? I'll tell you. Because, look, if you'd like to drop some of those leftover, pounds from the back in the holidays or the pandemic pounds, and whatever's got you added a little weight, and you're tired of it, and all the different fad diets. And fad diets, I mean, they work, but they just don't last. You just put it all back on because you can't live that way anymore. But this is a lifestyle. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. Do that, and you know what? Your body will do everything more efficiently, including burning sugars and fats. And because A, vegetables, you may not be a fan of that, and B, having time to prepare that kind of servings every day, you probably don't have that time either. That's why you need fieldofgreens.com. It's a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables that you will not find in any other products. Proper nutrition reboots metabolism. It always does. It also strengthens your immune system. All this is very good stuff. I can tell you it's made a huge difference in my life, and it's backed by their Better Health Promise. You'll look and feel healthier fast. The greater proof, you're going to really see it when you go back for your physical. And your doctor's going to go, I'm loving these numbers, and I'm loving this weight, and I'm loving how healthy you look, and your energy is much better. What are you doing? And you're like, you know what? I'm getting the servings of vegetables and fruit I'm supposed to get. How you doing that? Field of Greens. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and you get 15% off today. We also have that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So let's go to Chase in Florida. Hey, Chase. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Chase, go ahead.
Hey, I just had a quick question for Bubba about the flat Earth theory. The way plants grow is negative geotropism, which means that they grow against gravity. So if the Earth was flat, wouldn't they all be growing towards the center? So they'd be growing sideways, not up?
I really don't know. I'm not big on plants. I think most everything grows toward the sun. If you've ever had a trail or a road cut in the woods, you notice that all the limbs will immediately go out and start growing toward that open space where it can get sunlight. So I think they go toward the sun usually. I don't know that it would make any difference one way or the other. I don't know.
Yeah. Chase,
I appreciate it, guys.
Are you a flat earther, Chase?
Oh, no. I'm just saying to debunk the theory, plants grow against gravity. So if the Earth was flat, there'd be a center of the gravity pull, which means everything will be pulled sideways.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I think one of the misconceptions of this is that there would even be gravity if it was flat.
Right.
Now, we assume that because if we have a pizza pan that we're holding, things stay on it. But the reason they stay on it is because the guy holding the pizza pan's on a giant ball that's spinning. If you put a pizza pan out in space, it just floats off.
Toby in Alabama. Toby, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, I just wanted to weigh in. I love me some Cher. Everybody knows I'm a big Cher fan, but can you imagine if Cher was the one in the retirement home and what she'd say to her neighbor? Can you believe the gator got me?
That's terrible, Toby. You stayed on hold. Oh, my God. You stayed on hold for a long time for that.
He did, Rick. I screamed.
I mean, wow, Toby. And
a little flat.
Yeah. Tasha, go ahead.
I was just wanting to talk about the vaccines. I listen to you guys all the time, been 20 years.
Thank you.
And I called before COVID, and we were talking about vaccines with all of the peanut allergies and things.
Right.
And so now that COVID has come around, I just want you guys to know I've heard you talk about in the past how there's double-blind studies and all this stuff. There's never been a double-blind study on a vaccine because they do vaccine against vaccine. There's never a vaccine done against a placebo. So all the safety studies are not done on double-blind studies.
Is that true? Yeah, I didn't know that. So it's I did not know that information. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Joel in Illinois. Joel, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Great.
I've seen a bunch of them videos about flat earthers, and they haven't really told me why they think the way they do, why it's flat. I read the book of Enoch, and he said that God showed him the edges of the earth, the ends, and there's no earth below and no heaven above. It's just desolate. Could that be a driving force for him? I mean, I don't know why they're thinking this way.
You know, I'm with you because they seem to get stumped when we start asking them Now, why would we pretend it's round? What's the end game to pretend it's round? Now, there are some that go down the road that they fear round earth because they claim it would mean that what Scripture is saying could be refuted or questioned. I've heard their theories on that, and I don't buy any of them. I think they're terrible arguments. I don't know. I don't do the Book of Enoch, so I don't know if some of it comes from that. Maybe, but again,
well, here's the ultimate proof too, Rick.
Yeah.
If it is flat, we have to have an ice wall around everything to keep the water in, right?
Right.
So all we have to do is have one person go to the ice wall and take a picture of it, and we've yet to do that.
Right.
I think the burden of proof is on the flat Earth people, not the Earth's round.
100%, because what we have, Bubba, and I'll use what you just said, and that'll sum it up. You may say they're fake pictures, but the round Earth people are constantly giving us pictures. You're giving us no pictures. We got no ice wall pictures. We got no flat Earth pictures.
Go to the ice wall, drill a hole, and let's see if the ocean starts going down.
Right. So
as it goes out wherever off the edge,
you can call fake pictures.
But let me ask you this: if it was flat Earth with a ice wall, and you drilled a hole, and the ocean went out, where would it go? And why would it go out? Because there's no gravity.
There we go.
Right.
I guess. Let's say that they had a picture of you and me right now. Okay, somebody produced a picture, and they said, and they had you in a yellow shirt and had me in a red shirt.
Right.
Okay, and somebody said, no, their shirt is actually navy blue and gray.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said, well, I'm looking right here at the picture. Bubba's shirt's yellow and Rick's shirt's red. You would have to produce a picture that had you in the navy blue shirt and me in the gray one.
Right.
To say, well, you see, I have a picture too, and my picture refutes that. They don't do that.
Yeah,
the round Earth people are cranking out pictures all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you get an ice wall picture, you've got it. You know?
Yeah.
That's it. And since it is in every direction, it should be easy to get to.
Are flat Earth people just not good at getting pictures?
Well, apparently they can't find the ice wall.
Right.
They look for the ice wall, and guess what, Rick? They end up back where they started from.
Right. You think that'd be the end of it?
Which would kind of make it round.
You think that'd be the end of it? Laura in Mississippi. Laura, go ahead.
Hey, we had a wonderful church service Sunday. We had a Gideon speaker come in that if anybody out there is on the fence and wanting to believe in God but can't quite make sense of it, he was raised an atheist and actually debated against Christianity in his college life. He is literally a rocket scientist. And he brings science and the Bible together. It's on our church's Facebook page, which is City, CITY, FBC. And I encourage everyone to go and watch that service from Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And C.S. Lewis, don't forget, also was not he did not believe in God either, and he was extremely brilliant, and he went out to disprove it as well, only to discover that it was true. So, yeah, it's not like all of us that believe are just a bunch of goofies. There's been a lot of people that went out that were very capable, they thought, to disprove it, and only to be redeemed by it. We continue. We go to Gary in Alabama. Gary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, man, doing just fine. How about you?
Good. Fantastic.
Hey, great. Hey, I'm a firm believer in this flat Earth.
I'm saying it again?
Because, can you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said,
He's
though.
a believer in flat Earth.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in flat Earth because when my wife left, she didn't come back.
That's good. That's really good. Gosh, that's good. Anonymous,
keep on going.
Anonymous, go ahead.
Yeah, I know a guy that is a flat earther, and he says that the whole reason behind it is it's a global government conspiracy that says that if flat Earth is real, then it just proves God's existence and saying the Bible is basically true, and that if everybody knows that and believes it, then people won't listen to the government anymore because they'll only listen to the Word of God. And that the reason that nobody has any pictures of the ice wall is because there's a certain latitude going north and south that global governments won't let anybody cross because they don't want them to see it for themselves.
Yeah, but this thing that the Bible teaches a flat Earth.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely wrong. I don't see it that way at all. I see it right opposite of that.
And the things they use to say that are just absurd. Yeah, I mean first of all, the scriptures are not afraid of science, but the scriptures are not a science book. They never were intended to be a science book.
But I think they agree with science.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, it never was intended to set out to be a science book. That was not. Yeah, right. It was. I've seen some of the very verses they use. You can make the same argument. That's saying the word is that is saying the world is a sphere.
Yeah,
you can use the same argument.
Right.
So I disagree with him. Somebody else saying the caller was wrong about placebo too. So we'll read that email when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Song makes Psy look like the Beatles.
Did you see him going over here?
Yeah.
Loving that.
Everybody in here was tapping their toe to that.
Well, they're not proud of it. I mean, they wish they weren't.
It's got a good beat. It's easy to dance to.
Do you listen to that going to tennis court?
I can't say that it's been on the playlist, but I need to add it.
Well, this is once again, I have no issue with the funky techno beat they put together.
Yeah.
We can enjoy that, but the lyrics and what they're doing is unacceptable. I mean, that should be banned from all music.
You know, when that was in the news, did we decide that was a raise they did on that? What was the deal on that?
Yeah, they didn't take that. They tried to be stupid, and we were stupid enough to like
it. And it became a hit. Right?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of them end up that way.
Ding, ding, ding. Well, did you hear, back to the point. Ding, ding, ding. Let's go back to the point. I have been warning, like Paul Revere, the British are coming. I have been screaming, a voice in the wilderness, that animals are attacking human beings in warlike fashion. Did you hear what the woman said when the package first started? Well, I tell you, things are changing now. We have already had a bat attack somebody. Now a fox is attacking people, meaning this is new. This is not normal. We haven't experienced this before. Did anybody miss that?
Let me ask you this. Would you rather be bit by the rabid fox or the bat?
Oh, fox all day.
Yeah, me too. Something about that bat swooping down on me.
I don't want a bat bite me.
Even though it's smaller.
No. I'd rather be bit by the fox. I really would.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, they're gonna have to drop some vaccination in those little cubes out in the woods around there.
See, the bird world, that's a whole different world.
Oh,
when something's got wings swooping down on you. If I'm fighting infantry, if I'm on the ground, I think I got a shot. But stuff dive bombing you and all that,
yeah, you might luck out and kick a fox or hit it with a golf club.
Yeah,
but a bat coming, you know how they fly anyway.
How about if you just get out of the
golf
golf
cart? They look like they're out of control anyway.
And if a fox bites me on my calf, odds are to break his teeth.
Right.
But I'm talking about if I get bit on the calf around my legs, he's not very big. It's bad. I don't want it. But thinking about a fang type tooth of a bat into behind the back of my neck or something,
that's where he's going to bite you.
Of course he is. That's where they go.
Golly.
Animal stories continue, Bubba. Have you seen
Rick,
this?
One here. I bet this created quite a controversy at the San Antonio, or as we call it, San Antonio International Airport, and a baboon escaped. And it had to be tranquilized.
And
you got that running around the tarmac.
Who wants a baboon?
You know, I'm going to the window to watch that.
That's ugly.
I know, but Greg, think about what you're saying.
Please look at that.
Look, the baboon. Look, there it is. They got footage of it. Got out of the carrying case.
He is on the carriage thing that carries the luggage.
You have got to
belt.
You've got to examine your life. You've got to examine your life, just like we talked about a minute ago. If you're taking a motorized cart from Walmart, driving to a bar, that's a wake-up call. Mm-hmm. If you say to your family when you're trying to travel abroad, who's got the baboon? Yeah. Have we got the baboon pack? I mean, if you have to say, don't forget the baboon, examine yourself. Right. I mean, you're on the wrong track.
Now, Rick, this thing had just flown from Chicago on American Airlines from O'Hare International Airport to San Antonio. Where it is headed to the Born Free USA Primate Sanctuary there in Texas, but it broke free. It decided that it was going to be born free a little sooner than they had planned.
So they were shipping one.
So not all right. So not a pet.
He was in transit.
Not a pet. Okay, I feel better.
But how did he get out? I mean,
they reached down there and unlocked.
Hey, look, they got that.
Well, they got locks on the cage.
Their little hands,
smart for a primate.
Their little primates, the posable. thumb changes everything.
I know he could open the gate, but surely they had a lock on it, right?
Well, apparently not. He's out.
You don't put a baboon on a plane without
He stole
a lock.
the key.
Hey,
What, you think he's a pickpocket? That'd be good.
So they tranquilize it. They get it under control.
Yeah, apparently so.
What about when you're one of the luggage people and you're down there trying to move luggage? You look and there's a baboon walking on the
Go ahead,
on the
guys.
belt.
You know,
There's a
I mean, you
baboon.
think about the amount
Guys, I got
of
a
luggage
problem.
you see go by, and all the thing, and every day you're looking in all these boxes, and you look up and there's a baboon, and you think, "Wow, am I really seeing that?"
Yeah.
Or is that just a tan piece of luggage that I've been staring at this stuff?
You
too
look
long?
up and say, "Man, look at the new guy. Wait a minute."
The little fella.
What does the baboon say?
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Fired up and ready. Thank you for being with us today. So, again, though, there was, when you're listening to the show and people are commenting on things that, that we're back and forward, and this was going back. Here's Joe, and he was talking about the caller that called in that said that the vaccines are only compared to other vaccines. There's never a placebo. But he also got confused on something she said. When she said the thing about peanut allergies, that had nothing to do with COVID. This has been.
They think it causes it.
We had that discussion earlier about things combining. That's the reason we'd had this increase in peanut allergies. It was discussion a long time. It was real pre-COVID, matter of fact.
That's what I was telling you. It was an old discussion about. No one knows. We don't have this answer. We even had Trace Atkins on the show about this. He became a proponent for this. There's been a number of people that have walked out and said we have a generation of people where the numbers of people being diagnosed in the autism spectrum and with food allergies has shot through the roof. Mm-hmm. And there's no question that's true, okay? Where the question comes, I told y'all this. I watched it with my kids that are in their 30s versus my kids that are in their 20s. It was incredible how the number of food allergies shot through the roof with the younger kids and all their friends compared to the older kids. And then even when we were kids, I didn't know one person that was allergic to peanuts. Now the whole world's allergic to peanuts.
Let me tell you who ain't. That's me. That's Don Day.
I know that. and there's been a rise in food allergies and a rise in the autism spectrum. That's a fact. Now, where the hypothesis starts and the theories is what's caused it. And one of the theories, could it be the over-vaccination of children, vaccinating children when they're still babies? Let's let their brains develop a little more. Is it something to do with processed food? Is it some of the preservatives that we have? Is it some of the steroids put into animals? There's something that has been an insult to a generation of children, and one of the theories is what she was referring to. Had nothing to do with COVID. So don't compare those two. She was not saying the COVID vaccination has caused peanut allergies.
No.
That was not it. She was talking about a broader topic. However, he says that the initial COVID vaccines were studied and compared to placebo, that part's wrong. So I don't know.
I know all kind of tests where they use placebo. That's the only way you can get a blind study, right?
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was standard.
Everybody knows that.
And I'm not not a test study person. I don't know.
So I just wanted to clarify that because I know with these phone trolls and quick moments and people basically, as all of us, I do think that, and not this caller because I knew what she was talking about, but if you hadn't heard years of the show, you thought she was referring to something you weren't referring to. There's not much we can do about that. But I will say, not her, but I will say, and we've talked about it, on my years of doing this show and interacting with people, we've really lost the ability to communicate a narrative. We're not real good at it anymore. People used to be able to get right to the point, tell a story, walk a narrative, have a lot of clarity in what they're saying and not saying. That has drifted. We don't seem to be very good about that. We all seem to be long way home people now. It's like we're distracted. It's like we chase rabbits. We can't quite get. We don't listen very well, and we don't communicate very well, and that really leads to a lot of confusion. So anyway, clarifying that.
Thanks, Texie. Where to go?
Speaking of not being able to communicate,
Where to go?
Here comes Joey Biden. Everybody,
anybody know?
Hey!
Basement Joe.
All right, so
Basement Joe.
Babylon B, as Bubba's already said, having a field day with Joe sneaking over to the Ukraine. Babylon B is just having a ball with this. President Biden arrives in Kiev for his performance review. That's a good one. People in Ohio pretending they're Ukrainians so they can get some help.
Yeah.
They're having here's one that has nothing to do with any of it, but it's funny. Bill Gates buys the entire city of East Palestine for $50.
Yeah. Is it Palestine?
I think it's Palestine, but
Palestine.
So here, this is kind of ironic too.
Hunter asked Dad to pick up his paycheck as long as he's in Kiev.
Right, as long as he's there.
Why is he yellow? That's
East Palestine, 18 days ago is when this disaster happened.
Yeah.
And Mayor Pete has finally decided to go.
Is he going?
Well, now, the mayor there is mad at Biden saying his trip to Kiev was the biggest slap in the face because he hasn't been there yet, but he's been to Kiev.
Old Trent?
Yeah.
And the only reason I think that Mayor Pete's going and eventually Biden will go is because Trump's going.
Absolutely.
Trump is going tomorrow.
You can bank on that. By the way,
you think Trump will have him a speech when he gets there about Sleepy Joe?
Well, here is Sleepy Joe communicating as great as always about him building a coalition of nations.
Please listen to this.
All right, so here we go.
We build a coalition of nations from the Atlantic to the Pacific. NATO in the Atlantic, Japan in the Pacific. I mean, across the world.
He looks a little jaundiced.
He got lost in his notes.
Right,
Did you see him look down?
Can we hear it again,
NATO.
Can we hear it one more time?
Oh, what
We
about
build a coalition of nations from the Atlantic to the Pacific.
Can't find it.
NATO in the Atlantic, Japan in the Pacific. I mean, across the world.
Across the world. We got a lot of folks in
Look
this.
at his look when he says across the world.
What about when he looks down and goes, NATO?
Across the world, man.
Well, I got to have it
From the
again.
Atlantic to the Pacific. NATO
Look when
in the Atlantic, Japan in the Pacific. I mean, across the world.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Spit it out. I love it when he gets big. Come on, man.
He was at a dinner in D.C. and was confronted by protesters about the war in Ukraine.
I know.
He's
trying to have. I'm not big on protesting while I'm eating.
No,
but,
it's not time.
And
and
this
place.
one here is a very uncomfortable moment. It's hard for me to even
do
watch.
They not know about NATO?
Yeah,
NATO.
yeah.
They may not know about it, Rick, from the
Japan
Atlantic to the Pacific.
across the
Japan.
world.
They were able to get a lot closer to him than I
Right,
thought. They were
right.
like, how is it just waitresses and waiters just
Right,
keeping people?
and they're throwing something in there about Cuba too.
I hate to bother you. We need to end this war in Ukraine. We need to push for negotiations. I hate to bother you, but people are dying.
Mask on.
And
Look.
we need to end and lift the blockade in Cuba. Please take
Cuba.
Please.
NATO.
Let me ask you this: How did she get that close?
Of course, he never heard her.
What if that lady has a bomb in her coat?
Yeah.
You know?
I'm with Greg. I don't
There's
think you
people
could,
eating all around him.
I don't even think you could hear him. I don't even think you could hear him.
Yeah, probably not.
NATO.
What about NATO in the Atlantic?
NATO.
Japan in the Pacific.
He was also having to sit in those kind of tables I hate when you share them with other people.
Oh, I hate that.
Rick and Bubba.
So you want to start with Loch Ness this hour?
Rick, you mentioned Bigfoot. I'm choked up. Just
You okay, buddy?
thinking
You
about
all right?
That and
You
it
gonna
went
make
dark
it?
outside. It
That's
kind of
right.
scared
Well,
me.
it's
What happened
raining
out
a little
there?
bit out there. Look,
Huh?
got some rain here at the old plaza. So you ever notice every time it rains, people always say, "Hey, man, we need it."
Yeah.
Sometimes we really don't. I mean, is that just something everybody always says?
Well, we do need it right now.
Hey, listen, y'all. Let's be thankful. I know it's messed your whole day up, your wedding, but hey, we need it.
Let's get it all over with for this week.
Greg, this is actually good. The more it rains earlier in the week, the better it is for the wedding.
I don't know. We'll see.
Greg, it's going to be fun.
Rick, the Loch
We got
Ness
a plan.
Monster. It's one of the big. It's one of the big three. I put it up there with Bigfoot and the Abominable Snowman.
Watch it.
Or the Yeti, as I like to say.
The Yeti.
All right, so
Because
what's
abominable
was a cooler.
is too hard to say.
Yeah, I can't say abominable snowman.
The abominable.
Rick, there is the legend of this. It's been going on. Most notably, we have the Patterson film with Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got the
You talking about the walking dog?
the Colonel Robert Wilson picture of what is supposed to be Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster from 1934.
Right.
And didn't somebody say that was fake?
One of them, a
At
guy
time?
on his deathbed, said that they faked it. I can't remember. Is it the old typical?
Yeah, it's that one where you
He
see
said
a
that one's
dinosaur
fake.
neck sticking out of the water.
This guy said that's fake.
But yet it's still the walking boss when it comes to the Loch Ness.
It is.
And, that lake is kind of a mystery. Well, Rick, a team of global scientists are coming together to the Scottish Lake next month with the very latest technology to try to finally prove
Haven't they done that?
or disprove that Nessie exists. Now, what they're using is DNA detection, and it's not just DNA sampling like you would take from a person. This is called eDNA, and researchers said they can use the water and go through samples of DNA in the water to paint a picture of everything that is in the lake.
How about that?
Well, aren't we to the point now? Now, I understand when we deal with Bigfoot. All right. We don't have to do that.
And Rick, what they're going to
We don't have
do,
to do that every time I say Bigfoot.
This is interesting to me. They're going to compare eDNA samples or DNA that they collect in the environment against a database of over 100,000 organisms that is known to be around lakes and ponds in that area and see if they see anything that sticks out as abnormal.
Okay. All right, so as far as Bigfoot, we explain why Bigfoot continues to be seen because we have established that Bigfoot breeds, there's male and females, and we have offspring. So that explains why you keep seeing it.
Right.
The Loch Ness Monster has to be supernatural because it's been around and people have been seeing it since the 30s. So either there's more than one or it's supernatural. There's no way for it to still be around, even if it ever did.
Well, yeah, or it might just be it's very elusive. I mean, it's in the
Do you
water.
realize how old it would have to
Well,
be?
if it's some kind of sea creature, sea monster, we don't know how long they would live.
So are
I
you
mean,
throwing that you think they can live for hundreds of years?
Well, they claim that some of them giant turtles are like over 100 years old.
we just don't know, Rick. That's the thing. We don't know.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't know how you know who was alive. Who was alive to go? That turtle was here when I was
What
born.
did a mama turtle and a daddy turtle give you the birth certificate when
I
the eggs
agree.
hatched?
I
Nobody
agree.
knows how old these turtles are.
I agree. There's nobody alive that could say,
Are
yeah,
these,
that's him.
is this supposed to
I
be the
was
picture?
there.
Is this supposed to be the people who faked the picture?
Mm-hmm.
Was that it?
A reenactment of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I love a reenactment.
Yeah, there's
Well,
a
that's a
guy
good
that
one.
on his deathbed said they did it. Because that never really looked like nothing to me.
It didn't to me either.
That looked fake.
Now,
Well,
let me tell you
it
something.
just
The
looked like a
Patterson
sea
film,
monster
the
with its-
Patterson film's a game changer.
it is.
This is nothing like the Patterson
Now,
film to me. That could have been anything.
But they're
we have-
saying it's probably the most well-known
It is.
Loch Ness spot. But they've had strange things. They've done the sonar things.
Oh, yeah.
I don't believe in Loch Ness.
They've had boats that mysteriously broke up that were going at high speed. They say they hit it and all that stuff.
Don't
Who
we
knows?
have an American version of Lake Champlain? They have
Hey,
one
where are
in
you
there.
coming up with this?
Yeah, they call it Champ.
Never
it's
heard
American version of the Loch Ness.
Never heard of it.
Any big lake needs a monster for tourism. It just
That doesn't even look like, now that you look at it now, it looks, looks like it's tiny. It doesn't even
looks like
like
somebody's
it's
got their arm up.
well, also, it doesn't even like a big object.
No, I never thought it was. Even as a kid, I thought, "What's up?"
I never really believed in Loch Ness. Now, Bigfoot. There's been so many.
I would say I think the possibility of there being a Loch Ness monster is higher than others because of these sea creatures. We just don't know what lives in them.
Yeah, well, we've gone down there and seen
and the
some-
loch used to be part of the open water,
There he goes.
and it closed in.
So we have a supernatural
many
sea
years ago.
monster that is elusive and has lived for hundreds of
No,
years.
I'm not saying supernatural. I'm just saying we don't know. We don't know its time frame. It could be, or there might be more than one. Who knows? Pretty deep too, So,
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know that this will rule out that there's not a Loch Ness monster, but if they have a hit of a DNA sample in the water
and they can't categorize it to the database of 100,000 other organisms they already have, then it's even going to be more of interest.
Seth in Arizona. Seth.
Y'all, it's happening again.
What is this thing today that's going on?
We're on speaker.
Hello,
Seth.
Hello?
Yes, go
Seth,
ahead.
go ahead.
I want to know if you think Bigfoot is real.
Well, Seth, what do you think?
I think he is.
I saw that one coming. So, did you have an experience you'd like to share?
Yeah, I had an experience.
Saw that coming as well. All right, go ahead. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we move forward. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Welcome in. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. You know, being on the show is part of the bucket.
It really
It
is. Well,
It really
I hope
is.
you're more excited about this. Glad I didn't have to drive a long way to work.
Well, no, I thought I gave y'all enough.
You didn't.
On that.
We were all. I thought you were going to come back with stories galore of.
Well, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, right.
You know, I'm just looking around. I
Yeah.
don't know what to tell you.
This owned Bubba when I read it to him earlier, but I have to read it now. I'm like Bubba being on videos that related videos. I'm now on Babylon B. But you know this new thing with the revival at Ashbury and revival this and revival that. What's a revival? I tell you one thing that's not helping those that are lost is the way some of y'all are acting on social media about it. On both sides. Hey, it's great for the lost. Why Paul warned us against it, to not engage in foolish arguments. Man, y'all are really drawing them in right now. Hey, good job, guys. That's a way to confuse everybody. But anyway, here's something pretty funny. Pastor who preached 13 minutes over his time, pretty sure this is the start of another revival.
That's a good one.
That's good.
That's a good one.
It's no rough patch, but it's pretty good.
Oh, rough patch is good. Do you like rough patch better than non-denominational right now?
Rough patch is my favorite. It really is.
Y'all don't even know what we're laughing at. I'm so sorry. I hope you're laughing just because the laughing generation will laugh.
Sure.
Well, a rough patch. And if I say it like that, it's even better.
Yeah, with deep concern.
All right, so these flashbacks that we get are always fun because of living in a time where everything can be documented and recorded. You go back. He's even got something over here where he claims Don Lemon was making sense 10 years ago. We might play that one here too. I mean, since we're doing this. So here's Elon Musk. It's an old clip from 1998, and he's explaining the internet. Okay, so here's Elon Musk. So let's hear this. 1998.
I think the internet is the superset of all media. It is the be all and end all of media. One will see print, broadcast, arguably radio, essentially all media folding into the internet. And what the internet amounts to is it's the first of two-way communication medium that is intelligent. It allows consumers to choose what they want to see, when they want to see it. I think it's going to revolutionize all traditional media.
Wow. Oh, boy was right.
How about how young he looked?
He's very young, but he's right.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, it's taken away all of our ability to clearly stay on a narrative and communicate, like you just heard me. It's even ruined me, but which there wasn't much to ruin there.
Wow, that couple billion. Sorry to interrupt. The couple billion there. He got his hairline right, and he definitely fixed his teeth up a little.
He did. Well, you know that's the beauty of the money.
You get a couple billion, and you
get a couple billion. You fix all kinds of
some
problems.
veneer.
Fix my grill.
Yeah, I mean, look what we did to Bubba. We remade him completely.
Oh yeah.
He's a $6 million man. We made him better than he was.
That's it.
Did that happen Summer of Bubba? Was it the teeth too, or was it just?
No, that was before the Summer of Bubba.
And his hair would still look great if he was willing to put in the time to do it. It just, you know what I mean? It was too difficult, wasn't it? I remember you saying that. It took too much.
Spiking it up was easy.
Yeah, but you had it colored on the tips. I mean,
you were. Now that did take a lot.
I mean, everybody thought you were the lead singer for Rascal Flatts.
I know.
I mean,
you
had
that everywhere.
You had it going
darken
on.
it up.
You had it going on.
Yeah, you went to Hawaii.
Couldn't nobody
that
do
year?
anything with you.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that was
You know
funny.
what a bucket list was for you then? Another day.
Yep, that's it.
You were living
That's
the
it.
dream.
Living the dream. Still living the dream.
Yeah. But you've kind of given up on the hair, I've noticed.
Yeah.
No, I actually I'd made a commitment to have it cut in a regular schedule by the same person, and then for some reason that person got so busy they couldn't work me in.
I've been there, yeah.
So, that I tell you, if you get somebody to cut your hair, it's a good one. You can count on. You got something.
The person who cuts my hair, I basically have to send in a 2-week notice and ask permission.
Well, see,
You gotta think ahead.
I even wanted to
Is
go
there any
above that.
way-
I was
I mean,
like,
you got it
I
covered.
mean, I get a haircut every month, whether they need it or not, and it's not that difficult.
Well, but look at y'all
in and out.
yeah,
but
look,
really.
Oh, you gonna compare me to
Well, no, I'm just
Silver
saying,
Forest over there?
What I'm saying is Sergeant Carter could cut your. I mean, you could just go down.
Well,
to
Greg's not though. He does the
mine
same
has its
person.
own challenges.
Yeah,
But I'm in and out in 15 minutes.
It's no issue at all.
Yeah,
You ought to try finding a razor.
How about that? That ain't dull.
But think about it. But for y'all, it's not dangerous. I mean, I hate to bring this up. I saw Michael Adler
I know.
Saturday.
He did a walk.
He did one of those walk-in deals. He thought
I
too.
live
He
on
got
walk-in.
tired. He got tired of the hassle. He went to the no hassle, and he paid a price. I don't know who got his hair, but that hair's too beautiful to be treated
well,
like that.
I used to just go to any place I could walk in, but I mean they're backed up by the time I get there. It's 30, 45 minutes. It's hard to sit there that long. So
Helms, you're just telling people numbers. Like, I need a 3 and a 4. Or
anybody
whatever.
can do that.
Yeah,
I
that
could do
makes
that.
sense.
I could cut your hair.
And Greg, you'll get a bad haircut every once
a
in a while.
Floby would handle.
But here's
that.
the thing, Adler. Bubba doesn't go to some special place. He goes to the same places we go. He's claiming they're backed up out the door.
Well, he must
and they're
not go
not.
the one I go to. I've never seen more than 3 people in there. I'm a little concerned, to be honest.
Well, I can't drive to Jacksonville to get my hair cut, Greg. That's the problem.
No, I get it cut.
He gets
It's right
it 5
there.
minutes from here, Bubba.
It's right there.
Me and Helms, well, sometimes we're in chairs beside each other.
Yeah, it's actually not.
My favorite though is when you know the
those
other
two are
one's-
proud.
My favorite is when they know the other one's coming behind them and they
Yeah.
give them a heads up.
Yeah.
Hey, watch out for this one.
I bet y'all's pictures don't make their resume.
Well, maybe not, but
Oh, I had a good deal, but I mean they're just in such demand.
Yeah, I know.
Got bumped right out.
You know, the pandemic's over.
Yeah, I mean,
They used to have that one
It's
that
not COVID fog anymore.
Yeah. Look, it's
you got like 3 different brand names within a mile. Just go pull up at each one. Then when you see one that doesn't have many people,
Do you
in
go
there.
to a chain?
I did. I was trying to go to a person, to try to,
Yeah.
get a little more consistency.
Whoever got a pair of scissors, I go with it.
If I could have had that first Thursday of the month, at 1 o'clock, I'd been in good shape.
Oh yeah.
And I had it for a while, then it got away. I don't know what happened.
Right.
Well,
Well,
hey,
yeah.
Rick, rough patch.
Yeah. Well,
Back to the rough patch.
It wasn't
It's been a
because
bit
of that.
It's been a bit of rough patch. Look, it's kind of again. He was even going to try not to laugh at it that time. I realize I'm telling a pretty good one right now.
It may burn out.
Now
but
let me
it's
tell you this.
good right
Here's
now.
the problem right now, and I got to watch myself.
It's funny because there isn't a rough
I
patch.
know.
That's why it's funny.
But
If it's a rough patch, it wouldn't be near as funny.
But here's the
Right.
funny. But here's the funny part. What I'm going to try to do now, because it's owning you so good, I'm going to try to overuse it now, and I'll try to look for situations that won't really work.
Right.
And I need to be careful of that because then that'll taint it. You know. But no, I can't just turn my hair over to just anybody. I mean, that's like that time somebody asked me why I didn't get a vasectomy. I said, "You wouldn't give that to Secretariat."
There you go.
I mean, you don't just take this hair and give it to anybody.
No.
I mean,
Not sure if that's like apples to apples, but I know what you're saying.
I'm telling you what, if
yeah.
I let this grow out for a couple months, it'd be envy all in this room.
I know. You
Y'all don't want this thick. I'm telling you.
Look how close together.
I
all
can
that
show
is.
you pictures from
yes.
back in the day.
Absolutely.
Jeez.
I really do wish you'd grow it out.
I've actually thought about it.
Grow it out.
Your hair would walk in here and tell everybody to take notice.
Absolutely, it would.
Yeah.
You know I'm right here.
Yeah.
Let it go.
I'm right here.
I mean,
we shouldn't
thick.
do this speed.
I mean, it is thick.
Yeah.
Helms.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
It's like a horse brush.
It
I
is.
mean, it is like
It's-
It really is.
I like when you get
really
it cut down because it feels like artificial turf. You know, it feels like you need to putt on
Speaking
it.
of horses,
That's pretty good.
I'm impressed.
Right.
Or you could just do what I do and just get a haircut like every 3 years.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Not recommended.
No. It's not. I've never seen you so terrified than we did that story about that man cutting hair buns off.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I felt threatened.
What if somebody catches Adler and snips that on the street?
The jiu-jitsu is
get him on the ground.
Going down. You better sit down.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One day I was in the bushes, me and my girlfriend. We were camping, and we seen something walking in the bushes, and it was 8 feet tall. And it ran down on us. We ran. It had brown, bushy hair. I don't know if it was Bigfoot or not.
Thank you, Seth.
What were y'all doing in the bushes? I gotta ask.
He's camping.
And they ran. They saw it. They ran.
I wanted to ask Seth if he was a master herbalist.
8 foot tall, he said.
So he just come out and said he just wanted to know if you believed in Bigfoot.
Had bushy hair.
Yep.
From Arizona.
Went right off
down that trail right there.
It had 6 fingers.
Thank you, Gary. It's top row there. Okay.
This thing was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair. I come out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, get away from here. Get. And he went right back out that path again. He looked like he had 6 fingers on each hand.
I don't even know.
That's the greatest piece of audio I've ever heard.
You remember we were going to go up there and try to find him? Road trip.
It had 6 fingers on each hand. This thing was 10 feet tall.
I went out there and I rough talked him. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not going out and rough talking Bigfoot. I'm sorry. If I see Bigfoot, hey, I've told the whole wide world this. If I see one, I will solve the legend. I promise you I will. If I get a good look at him, I promise you I'll bring him down. And I'll just suffer the consequences, but I will get to the bottom of this once and for all.
A good look through a scope.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, now, Bubba, you said that somebody has pulled a prank, and anytime, I don't know why we laugh at pranks, I guess.
This is bad, and we shouldn't be laughing at it, but I am laughing at it, and I can't lie about it.
Did I tell you this, that I had a person on the Drop the Mic tour that says, there's nobody around right now. I want you to tell me exactly what happened that led to the Guntersville Treaty. And I said, I am so sorry, I cannot. And they listed off the 3 things we say about it. Tell me how those things all come together.
Well, I think you can figure it out if you just use your imagination.
Right, and I said that, and then I let them do a little guessing. I said, what do you think we mean when we say this? And they said, was it that? And I said, well, probably.
Getting warm.
Getting warm. So anyway, so these are these road signs?
No. This is Lake Worth, Florida, and Lake Worth has, like many cities, they have a texting alert system.
Okay.
In other words, if you're a citizen of that town, you can probably go to a web page and sign up to get text updates when something's going on. Well, the city had a power outage Sunday morning early, Saturday night, and the city did send out an alert at 1:41 a.m. notifying all the residents of their city that there was a power outage and zombie activity.
Oh, my gosh.
Can you imagine?
That's funny.
Yeah. Power outage and zombie alert for residents of Lake Worth and whatever that other one is.
And the other city, is that one that's in The Walking Dead or something? I think that's a fictional town.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I didn't know that. There are now far less than 7,380 customers involved due to extreme zombie activity. Restoration time uncertain.
So imagine you're a resident. You went to bed in the dark. You've had a thunderstorm, whatever, and you get a text on your phone that says the power is out due to zombie activity.
If I could,
that's a good one.
Yeah. So, well, we've always wondered, and you shouldn't do this, but we've always wondered what it would be like if you could somehow get those signs on highways and put messages up on those.
The big reader boards.
The big reader boards.
Yeah, that give you the Amber Alerts and all that.
Good. 12 minutes to Highway 20.
Right.
rickandbubba.com. How about that? Something like that.
I would like to put up there, whatever you're doing right now, turn your radio to Rick and Bubba.
That would be great.
Just something like that. Now, that would be wrong. I understand.
No,
that.
It's the wrong thing to do. But
I cannot tell you I haven't fantasized about the idea.
Oh, yeah. Also, we have an update on a story that we brought you yesterday.
Does it have to do with zombie activity?
It does not. Well, sort of.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It's called. Minutes past the hour. As we make our way back, we thank you for being with us. We'll start maybe some phone calls here at the bottom of the hour. So we played Elon Musk, who was talking about how the internet would be the way that people would interact and would take over all media. Pretty strong prediction that has mostly come true. But I didn't think that we would hear Don Lemon making sense, but apparently we can. If we go all the way back, now, he's on probation now. They haven't completely walked him away. Is that right? Is he on probation?
He's going to be back, I think, Wednesday, but he's got to go to sensitivity training.
Sensitivity
Taking a
training.
holiday.
Right.
Taking a holiday.
Right.
But insensitive to women.
Well, you have to admit, I mean, if you just look at his life in general, he's already kind of a walking billboard of I don't find myself all that interested in women.
Yeah,
don't like women.
Don't like women. So here we go. Here is Don Lemon, though, a decade ago, and this shows you how wokeness has advanced. It's almost like when somebody says you're in the advanced stages of something. We are definitely in this country in the advanced stages of wokeness. And Don Lemon gives us a pretty good measuring stick because he is Don Lemon. And here he was only 10 years ago. So here we go.
Number 3, respect where you live. Start small by not dropping trash, littering in your own communities. I've lived in several predominantly white neighborhoods in my life. I rarely, if ever, witness people littering. I live in Harlem now. It's an historically black neighborhood. Every single day I see adults and children dropping their trash on the ground when a garbage can is just feet away. Just being honest here. Number 2, finish school. You want to break the cycle of poverty? Stop telling kids they're acting white because they go to school or they speak proper English. A high school dropout makes on average $19,000 a year. A high school graduate makes $28,000 a year. A college graduate makes $51,000 a year. Over the course of a career, a college grad will make nearly $1 million more than a high school graduate. That's a lot of money. And number 1, and probably the most important, just because you can have a baby, it doesn't mean you should, especially without planning for one or getting married first. More than 72% of children in the African American community are born out of wedlock. That means absent fathers. And the studies show that lack of a male role model is an express train right to prison. And the cycle continues.
Wow.
Who is this guy?
Wow.
What? How long ago was that?
I want to catch his show.
10 years. Wow.
How do I see that show tonight?
Yeah.
Wow.
Unreal.
I'm really taken back by that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we started off with the litter thing. I thought, well, but boy, it just kept going.
Picked up steam.
I think the segment was called "Black People Clean Up Your Act."
Whoa.
Yep, 5 ways to fix your community, and the first 2 were kind of weird and a little bit weird, a little bit graphic, so I left those out. But the first one was basically don't dress nicely.
Mm-hmm. Like the baggy pants was started in prison, and he gave an illustration of that.
And then the other one was clean up your language, so to speak, and he mentioned a word that was that's used very commonly. By some people, and
Understood.
And the way that he said it was a little rough, so we got to skip past that one.
That's wise.
Well, Rick, there's just study after study after study that have shown the statistics on this. Statistics.
It's a tough word.
And
And it just keeps pointing to the same things. If you'll finish high school, if you get married, if you have kids after you're age 25, and there's several other factors you see in some of the other studies, it says that you are going to be successful. In other words, you won't be poor. You'll be able to manage your own affairs. You'll be able to set your own course. Doesn't mean you're going to be Elon Musk rich, but it does mean you stay out of the poorhouse.
Well, and the fact that he said what we've talked about on the show, and he would not say this now, to be raised in a fatherless home is an express train to prison.
Yeah, I mean, he said that.
I mean, he would be run. I mean, he wouldn't say that now. Of course, it's true, but he wouldn't say that now.
You hear a lot more like victim mentality
it's flipped
being
now,
pushed versus what we just heard from him.
Well,
10
that's
years.
the popular thing. More of trying things in the woke world that just doesn't work. Parents at a Los Angeles area school district have now spoke out. Now, this is Los Angeles, Tuesday, and they are against the administration's decision to eliminate honors classes in the name of racial equity because they didn't enroll enough Black or Latino students. They are saying that this canceling of honors classes in the name of equity is not working. I have a child in high school. One mom told the board it's too easy in his classroom. They say, Mom, they say it's equity. They say it's the reason, and therefore it's okay, but I want my child to be challenged. You know what they're saying? They're not learning anything. We are now, instead of trying to take children who maybe need some help and move them up to the standard, we're pushing the standard down to where students are not challenged, they're not learning, and now they are not being excellent because we don't have honors classes anymore.
Right.
And this is Los Angeles parents saying this is not working. And how in the world can we say dumbing everything down produces equity? Now, maybe equity should be that we work with students who may have a lot of obstacles and challenges to overcome, and we help them maximize their potential, and that's actually a better definition of equity. Let's give them access to have an excellent education, and let's get them the tutoring or the help they need they may not have at home for them to achieve their best, as opposed to, don't worry about it, you don't have to push to achieve anything or overcome anything, we'll just bring it all down to where you are, and now we all won't learn anything.
Well,
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Obviously, they're saying there's a disparity here between people with different color skin and the level that they're at in their education, for whatever reason. So the answer is we've got to make it even, so we bring the good down. No, what you ought to do is try to push other people up to a higher level. You always want to move to a higher level, not down the chain.
And there may be
I
things,
don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because of the neighborhood.
It's lazy.
I don't know if it's because of upbringing or cultural issues or whatever. But we can address those if we want to be honest and look at them and try to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
But you don't adjust it to get equality. You adjust it toward excellence. That doesn't help anybody.
Yeah. Hey, this person has something that I don't have, so under equity, I should have it too. Well, let's find out how that person has it, and let's give you the same game plan, and you go get it. And you may have some things to overcome they didn't have to overcome. That's all right. We'll help you overcome them. But we're not going to take it and bring it down to where now we're all equally uneducated.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
And the fact that idea ever sees the light of day. And again, we're not talking about people complaining, in red states. I mean, this is Los Angeles, California, parents saying this no honors classes under the pursuit of equity is not working, and it's a disaster.
Yeah. And the story we have out about, Chicago area schools that we have, where did it say, just in reading and math, nobody's passing.
I think it was 60 schools they looked at, and not one.
Nobody. And the left says, well, we just need to keep propping these schools up. The right says, get parents who love their children, have a choice on whether a kid is educated, and these schools will either get their act together or they'll cease to exist. Which one of those makes more sense? Bottom of the hour, 10 lines are available. Let's talk to you. America. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's chat. We'd love to hear from you. All lines are available. And we'll get you lined up, and we'll talk with you after the bottom of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hangout Festival in the great state of Alabama. We had some listeners here yesterday.
How come Adler didn't go to that this year? He usually covers that.
Because he's a grown man. He's married now, and those days are over.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the Hangout Festival featured, and I don't know who this is, Kendrick Lamar. Mm-hmm. Is this a rapper?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that whole thing happened.
We
at
had a
the
caller
Hangout?
bring this. Yeah.
I didn't realize that's where it happened.
Yeah, it happened at the Hangout. So there was, if you remember, we talked about it yesterday. It was you were supposed to believe that he asked a fan who was a white woman to sing the lyrics of his song M-A-A-D City, Mad City.
Mm-hmm.
He cut the music and then scolded her for singing the N-word repeatedly in the chorus. Of course, the N-word is in the chorus when he sings it, right?
Yeah. She was just singing the song.
She was singing the
It
song.
was something like, I was watching it. Did he challenge her, like, okay, to say who knows the words to the song? And she was like, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And then he goes, okay. I mean,
and the fan
she's singing the song.
The fan apologized and then was booed from the stage. But now people are saying they believe this was all a setup and it was not something genuine. Fan backlash is mounting over the incident. They're calling it a setup intended to humiliate a fan solely for publicity. He was headlining the final night of the Hangout Festival in Gulf Shores, so he must be a pretty big deal in this world. If he's the last song of the last act of the whole weekend. He cut the music and scolded the fan for singing. We talked about that. And says there was a lot of outrage directed at the fan, but other fans are wondering if the Pulitzer Prize-winning singer, what do you win a Pulitzer Prize for?
I don't know.
Intentionally set this up to stir controversy and publicity by inviting the white fan to sing his lyrics so he could then make this big scene, I guess saying that white people can't say this word even if it's in a song. So does this mean that white people can't sing along with the song at all?
I guess if like we said, when the caller brought up yesterday, if the word's so bad, then who wrote the song should be in trouble, and that's him, right?
Well, no, Greg, he's African American.
They need to put stickers on the records. When they did the parent warnings, white people can't sing these lyrics. Put them on there.
What if we just said white people don't buy this song because if we sing it, we might get in trouble and get booed off the stage, and everybody go after us on social media? Says
just think about what you're saying. How
I know.
Yes, I mean
the social. What do they call it? Appropriation now. Cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Does this fall under that?
I guess it does. You can't wear big earrings either.
They said when she got on the stage, she was all fired up and began to sing the lyrics of the song,
which is what they told her to do,
and said that seemed to be confident, reassuring the crowd that she knew the lyrics and could do it. And now they're saying that he set her up so he could kick her off the stage. Now, I don't know if that's true or not.
So and technically, I don't think I watched the video. He didn't kick her off the stage. No, he just told her, "Hey, you need to edit that." Well, he wasn't even mean to her.
He asked the audience,
the crowd was,
if she should be given another chance, and they booed her off. No, that's when it stopped.
Yeah, evidently he even said you need to censor the word before, and then the first time through the chorus she did censor it, and then the second time around. She either got caught up in it or the whole thing was a setup, and she said it. The crowd booed, and that was.
Well, she was probably because the thing was, do you know the words of the song? And if she sang along with the song, that is the words.
That is
so
the
when
words.
she was on stage,
so
she
was
probably
it
just singing like she always does.
Was it just a setup by him to do that to a fan that he pulled up, or was she a plant? The whole thing a plant.
That's what I'm trying to figure.
If you watch the video, she don't.
No, she's not a plant.
Yeah, I don't think that. But it does seem.
Are they trying to say
this could be controversial? Let's give it a shot.
Honestly. Do you think that are they trying to say he picked a white person to sing that song and then
so he could kick him off the stage and say you shouldn't be saying that?
I think sure.
Does that mean white people shouldn't sing his songs that have the N-word in it?
Y'all, the last Hangout Festival that I went to 3 years ago, something like that, 2 years ago. There's a huge group of white kids saying the N-word real loud to rappers on stage. This is not uncommon. It happens all the time.
It's the lyrics of the song.
It's the lyrics of the song.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, man. Y'all basically kind of covered it when y'all were just talking, but I guess I can just I'll ask this.
the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Your phone calls, we'll get to it. Phone calls right now, mypillow.com/Bubba. Bubba, how much do you love a MyPillow 2.0?
Rick, I'm going to tell you, I love mine. It's still, you can still move it how you want it to go, but it seems like it's firmer and thicker than ever.
I agree. And I love 2.0. I snuggled into mine last night, sleeping like a little baby. But if you go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba, not only is 2.0 there, but you also can find women's loungewear and sleepwear products for men and women, 80% off. We call that a speedy special right there, baby. That's kind of savings, gets his attention. Also, 30% off right now on the two-piece jogger set. Some of you may be into that. Probably not a lot of takers here, but if you're looking for a nice jogger set, I probably would get it and then just use it as lounge clothing. But 30% off. And men's and women's drawstring pants, love those, 35% off. So savings everywhere. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. Savings galore. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. While everybody else is going up on what you're paying, MyPillow's giving you savings. And we love that. And we love them for that. To the phones we go. A lot of great topics out there. Let's start with Katrina on the south side. Katrina, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to comment about the discussion of equity in the classroom.
Yes.
It's really misunderstood by most people. The school system, if they follow evidence-based or scientific-based education or the learning sciences, then each child should be learning based on their needs. So it's individualistic. The problem with trying to meet everyone's needs and being equitable is there's not enough teachers that are trained to screen students and to address each student's learning styles. And it's also because of funding, you put so many students in a teacher's classroom, there's no way that they can meet the needs of each learner.
Yeah, well, the problem is we once were using the word equality. And equality, I got it. Everybody should have an equal chance to be educated and have access to the same education. But when this word equity came in, that's a different word. And now it's to the problem you're presenting. So now each individual child somehow is supposed to have the same experience as every child. And because we can't
get same.
Yeah, well, the equity
different.
Well, remember, equality is different than equity. Equity means if you're getting A's, I should get A's too. And so yeah.
No, you're misunderstanding it.
Well, that's equity.
Okay, so equity. No. Let's look at if you went to the doctor.
Maybe y'all using equity in a different way. Are you confusing that with equality?
No, equality means every child gets the same thing.
Right.
Even if a child has experienced extreme trauma, they get the same treatment as a child that's been raised by two biological parents with a nuclear family.
Right. But
with the mental health crisis quadruples in the last couple of years for young people.
Right. And
so
there's all kinds of reasons for that.
Opportunity as a child.
Right. But then what did that have to do with the honor system? There's no reason to do away with the honor system. Los Angeles is complaining because the honor system was done away with, and now the other people in the class who are excellent are now being taught at the same level of those who may have things that may be learning disabilities of them, and they're saying now everybody in here, the curriculum has been dumbed down to where the students that are ready to move on to more challenging curriculum are not allowed to. So that's where you see there's that difference in equity.
There's a lot of teachers. There's a lot of teachers out there and specialists that understand that in a classroom you teach to every level. So your highly capable, above average students are doing the same curriculum but at a higher level.
Yeah, but I don't think you just heard the story I just did. I think you're not talking about the story I just talked about, because what you're saying is not what. But that's not what the story was saying. What you're saying and what the story is saying are two completely different things. So I understand your situation, but I'm telling you, all this stuff that's being tried by government schools, all this is doing is taking homeschooling to a whole nother level, and it's making people build more private schools. That's all it's doing, and so what we're going to end up with no school choice, and schools not allowed to fail if they don't get the job done, and we're going to end up with schools filled with children that can't be homeschooled because of their family situation, or their family can't afford a private school. That's all it's going to be left in government schools, because people are not going to stand for all this. I mean, even in Los Angeles, they're saying my child's not getting an education anymore, and they're going to do something about it. And you may say you can't have school choice, and they'll say, but I can choose to homeschool. You can't have school choice. I can choose to go to private school, and that's what's happening, and it's going to continue to happen. But I think what was going on in that classroom about the honors program and what you're talking about, I understand the problem you're talking about, and I have teachers in our family, and they say that is a struggle. One teacher with all this class and everybody's supposed to get individual attention based on where they are, that's impossible. And so I hear you on that, but that wasn't exactly what this was. They have taken the curriculum and brought it down under the pursuit of equity. Fifi says that she's catching the show for the very first time live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh my goodness!
So Fifi. Were you normally catching the show on an archive?
Oh my goodness! They have my name Fifi.
Yeah. Is it Fifi?
It's Stacy with an S.
Stacy.
Yes.
Well, that's kind of like Fifi.
Well,
why they call you Fifi?
The phone, we couldn't understand you on the phone. But all right, so Stacy, tell us. That's okay. Coach. Tell us about our this experience of listening to the show live for the first time.
Well, it's not for the first time. My family lives in Alabama. I live out in Salt Lake City.
Okay.
And I was just going to tell you that normally I have to wait till noon every day to listen to y'all on a podcast. And y'all are coming in loud and clear, and I love it.
So how are you getting the show live now?
Just listen to WZZK.
So you're in town. You're back in Alabama.
That's right. I'm back in Alabama on my way to the airport, actually.
I see.
Cool.
Okay.
Headed back where?
Now we see.
I got it, Fifi. Got it, Fifi. But you could actually hear the show live in Salt Lake City too.
Yeah, there's streaming options.
Yeah, you could do the TuneIn app. You could do the ZZK iHeart Radio app.
Mm-hmm.
You could do
that's right. iHeart. I need to do that.
Yeah, you could do YouTube. So I mean, there's
then you could see us.
Well, Stacy, welcome back home to Sweet Home Alabama, and I'm glad that you are back with us, listening the way you once did, just turning on your local radio station and making it happen. We continue.
I think she just got a nickname, Fifi.
She did. Her nickname is now Fifi going forward.
Stacy, better known as Fifi.
Let's go to Jimmy in North Alabama. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I got a true story about a haircut experience back when I was 13-year-old. I wanted to share it with you.
Okay.
me and my two brothers, one was 2 years younger and one was 5 years younger, walked down to the local barbershop to see Mr. Abraham and Mr. Noy about getting a haircut. Well, Mr. Noy got to talking, and when he gets to talking, you never knew what your haircut was going to look like.
Oh, boy.
No, I know.
So as we're walking out the door, my mother looks at me and says, be sure and let Mr. Abraham cut y'all's hair. And I said, yes, ma'am. We get to the barber shop, and it's sitting full. So we sat down on the bench, waiting our turn. Mr. Noah's chair comes open. He looks at me, and he says, would you like a haircut, son? I said, I'm waiting on Mr. Abraham. So he looks at my brother, and he says, would you like a haircut, son? He said, I'm waiting on Mr. Abraham. He looks at my youngest brother, and he said, would you like a haircut, son? He said, yes, sir. So Mr. Abraham, my brother is so short that he had to put a board up on his
I love that board.
for him to climb up.
I remember that board.
I had that. I remember
I love that board. Yeah.
And he starts climbing up on that board. He looks up at him. He says, are you Mr. Noe? He said, yes, I am, son. He starts climbing down. He said, my mama said, don't dare let you cut my hair. Well, they wasn't nowhere for us to hide.
That's good, though. That's when you ain't got anywhere to go. You're just right there in it.
No, that's it.
That's called secondhand, sir.
Do you remember when they put the little bench up there and you had to go sit up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every one of us had old peeled knot.
Oh, yeah. We all had that same haircut.
Yeah. We'll be back.
I had hair then, Greg. Quit looking at me.
I know. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Y'all know any, like, specific scriptures that go back to relate to UFOs or Bigfoot or anything like that?
No.
With the Bible?
No.
There's nothing?
Well, it depends how you want to interpret
now
it.
the
because-
Nephilim is mentioned in Genesis 6, is it? Or 4?
Rick,
somewhere
hang on. I'm going to give you
somewhere
that.
between-
Genesis 6, verse 4.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is why out of millions of years have we never found any, nothing? I mean, it's always something blurry, or it's far away.
Well,
or
the
something. I'm
Patterson
just wondering
film-
Why are we not supposed to find it, or
No,
I don't know.
I'll tell you why, because they don't exist. But let me go back to this. If the Patterson film is not a hoax, then a creature like that does exist.
Right.
If the Patterson film is a hoax, then I'm back to they don't exist.
They were the best special effects people of
Yeah,
their
they're ahead of
day.
their time.
Right.
With
Mhm.
that it had to be a costume they made.
Yeah.
But
so that you got to give them props.
But
on
to
that.
the point, there's a lot of broad statements. It's like when you look at the beginning of all creation, the comment that that the sea, there was a darkness over the sea. And then you see that when we start getting the revelation of the new heaven and the new earth, the Bible clearly says, and the sea will be no more. So we do know that, I don't know what the deal is with the sea, but we do know that though the Bible doesn't say, and oh, by the way, down in the darkest crevices of it, you'll find these strange creatures, we have found them. So just because the Bible doesn't mention it doesn't mean strange creatures don't exist and all sorts of fallen different forms of creation and all that kind of stuff. But there is no direct, unless you go Nephilim. The Nephilim is talked about, and the Nephilim has a lot of people with all sorts of theories, but nothing about a big hairy creature.
It's a strange topic. And from a biblical standpoint, when God is reprimanding Job, he refers to a sea monster in that.
The Leviathan.
Okay.
And, that said it was the greatest of all creatures. No one could harness it. No way to harness it.
Right.
That it did what it wanted to do. And, so you have that. But the flip side is, even as late as the 1970s, they discovered sea creatures they thought had been extinct for thousands or millions of years, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, I don't have any problem that there's some ape-like creature that there's very few numbers and they're hard to see and maybe they're still out there. But, and as Bubba said, when you see God giving his resume to Job, he wants him to look at the power of the Leviathan, which he said he created, trying to tell Job, you're nothing compared to me. And he also shows him a vision of what is clearly a dinosaur.
Yeah, it's not an elephant.
The behemoth.
Oh, wow.
And if you look at that, he says his tail is the
like
size
a cedar tree.
A cedar tree, yeah.
That's where I was headed.
That's crazy.
And then he had a long neck, and that he could eat out of the treetops. And so he's clearly describing. And you know what's kind of cool too? And we mentioned this before on the more recognized animals. When God decides to give his resume, he decides to include in his resume the horse. So the horse is something he's extremely proud of as well. And he has Job, and what he's telling Job is, can you do all these things? Can you tell the water where to stop and it'll stop? He's saying that no one questions me. And Job, of course, gets this about a quarter of the way in and wants God to stop. And God says, I'm going to go ahead and finish my whole resume.
Let me give you my speech.
Right. And the real point of that resume is that at the beginning, Job is declared as a man that was blameless and upright. But then God allowed him to suffer, and he 100% allowed it, and I'll go further, even caused it. Satan doesn't mention Job. God brings his attention over. What do you think about my servant Job over there? Satan hasn't mentioned him. He just said he's been going in and out from the earth, and the other angels are up there too. He brings his attention to him. And then he says, well, yeah, of course he loves you. You take care of him and nothing bad ever happens to him. And he says, well, then I'll allow you to bring bad on him and he still will stay with me. So when Job finally kind of gets tired of all that, now he went from blameless and upright and just has that moment of questioning God after Job, who we say is blameless and upright, says once through pain and suffering, he became so intimately aware of who God really was. Before I heard of you with my ears, this was Job, now I see you with my eyes. Remember, blameless and upright. He says, I repent and I despise myself and ashes and dust of how sinful I really am compared to you. Meaning he was blameless and upright compared to other people, but not compared to God. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866. We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today as we wrap up another hour this segment. Bubba, I know that Mama June is back in the news, so I know this means that Greg has been picking at you all day anytime Mama June's brought up. So
says she ain't bad.
No, I don't think Bubba ever said that. I don't think he ever
rumor has it.
uttered that at all.
Rumor has it. He just meant she'd lost a little weight and you thought she was looking hot.
No, I don't think I ever even said that.
I've heard Greg today say to Bubba, Mama June, off the market.
Off the market. Sorry, Bubs.
Off the market.
Not to hot to
look
marry.
at that. Look at that, Greg.
Mama June Shannon.
Who that she's got with her?
She's married Justin Stroud. And what they say is an intimate, oh boy, and glamorous Panama City. Woo!
PC.
Ain't nothing like getting married in PC.
You know, I could have guessed that.
Yes.
You didn't have to tell me.
Yeah. Only thing better, Floribama.
Oh, yeah. Well, they live out there, I'm sure.
At the Floribama. So, Greg, she was married in an oceanfront ceremony at Spring Hill Suites.
Look at there. Look at old June.
Well, looks like she's tried to. There's been an attempt at some sort of little teeth work there or something.
Needed it.
But right.
It's a big case.
Bet he's good.
Not sure she went to Dudney. Looks like maybe a little more discount.
But when that show first came out back in the
probably been through a rough patch
when old Honey Boo was little. And her husband, or whatever he was.
Right.
That rode the four-wheeler on?
Yeah. Had that little underbite.
What was his
love
name?
that.
I can't believe that was even real.
Good night. Look at old pal. Hey, I bet he's a good one.
He got him a little bit one, too.
Yeah. She got her young one. He looks young.
So he does.
There you
I
go.
wonder if I still have
About half the size.
So, so other stories, updates. Alec Baldwin is no longer facing years behind bars in connection to the fatal shooting on Rust. Prosecutors have dropped the firearms enhancement originally brought
What
against.
does that even mean?
I guess that meant he did something to the firearm he wasn't supposed to do under the rules on the set, I guess. But they're dropping that, saying I guess they can't find any evidence that actually happened. So Baldwin and his attorneys have removed the firearm enhancement to the involuntary manslaughter charge.
So it's still involuntary manslaughter,
Right.
but they've taken the firearm enhancement out. But
that would have.
I don't know how would you have a firearm enhancement with involuntary manslaughter unless it was an accident to start with, right?
Well, that's why they're removing that, and now they're downgrading it. I think what they were trying to do with the firearm enhancement is to say that we can hold him more accountable. It was more than just, oh, no, there's no way he could have known it, and it was involuntary. They wanted it to be more devious so they could put him behind bars longer, but it looks like that's been dropped now.
The maximum time that he can get now, if he is found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, is 18 months.
Right.
Year and a half.
Yep. That's
for some of you.
So it's a big drop, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Have you been following this Project Veritas thing where James O'Keefe has been removed by the
really
board?
haven't. I know what it is. I've seen some of their videos,
Yeah.
but I'm not familiar with him and what his issues are with the group.
I'm with you. I don't fully understand it. I'm always excited when they've busted somebody, and I watch what they do. But apparently this is an ugly, that the board has removed him, and he's accusing them of lying about why he was removed and basically going after him and lining their pockets by removing him, and how he's got some of their messages back and forth about how they can benefit financially by removing him or something.
I got to tell you, I stopped.
But I'm not in the loop on that bunch.
There was he posted the video of him reading the statement, and I had to stop it. I just couldn't sit through it. But
yeah,
he was outlining a lot of different things.
Yeah,
reading from his notepad.
Yeah, so there was a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
To the phones we go, 866 We Be Big. We go to Farmer in Sweet Home, Alabama. Farmer, go ahead.
Hey, Farmer.
Yes, sir. I was calling about the flat earthers. I spoke to one yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Are you kidding around?
No. I'm seeing this happen with 20-year-olds.
Yep.
I don't know why. But he gave me some information y'all can look up. This will frustrate Bubba. But it's called Hiding Our Creator, Operation High Jump. And they try to say that in 1946, the ice wall was discovered, and then the firmament was discovered in 1955, and they destroyed it, and then they created NASA to cover it up.
Yeah.
Focus on Bubba real quick, if you don't mind.
And I know, Farmer, you probably had more energy than we have on this because we're so done with it. But did you by any chance even waste energy on now? Tell me how they benefit from taking over NASA and telling everybody the world's round. They benefit how by that?
What they're basically trying to say is, if NASA faked the moon landing, and you're going to believe that, you don't believe that part of the government, why would you believe them to tell you the Earth is round?
Yeah, but there's a lot of other proof of the Earth being round.
Yeah, what is the evidence that the moon landing was fake?
They're saying they hired movie directors to come in.
Well,
and set the stage, and I just let them tell me all this.
They did.
Always been out there,
and it's been explained.
No, I think we've covered this, and I'll quickly explain again. They did. The TV folks did not know if they were going to have video coming back from the moon or not, because no one had ever been there to shoot the video back, Rick.
Right.
So they acted out scenes out in the desert so they would have something to show on TV and put in CG under it, dramatization.
Right.
Dramatization.
Like we do now.
Yeah.
When you have recreations of crimes.
And those were shot. Nobody's denying that. That was set up as a backup in case they didn't have video, which is normally something they do in TV.
Yeah.
So when somebody says, "Yeah, I was in the desert and we had these guys coming down the ladder and I was in charge of craft services," yeah, you were. Matter of fact, if you go back, you can see a clip where, who's the news guy? It's on CBS. Walter Cronkite.
Mm-hmm.
He says they're trying to get the video from the moon. They can't get it set up. And they put this up there. Well, they were supposed to put dramatization under it, but the CG operator didn't get it up there because they were all busy trying to get the other feed in, and that did cause some confusion. There's no doubt about it.
That sounds like they're covering something up.
If you ever worked in TV, you know they're obsessed with having video constantly all the time.
Oh, yes.
So,
well, it's TV. I'll see why they'd want it. You know?
Well, I mean, there's a time where you might have to have a picture up there of somebody, like when we do it. Say, we have somebody on the phone, and we'll put a picture up if we don't have video of them.
Right.
Well, to me, that's acceptable some of the time, but most of the TV people lose their mind if you have to do that.
I know.
They feel like it's a total waste, which I understand, but you can't getting video from a remote location is much more complicated than getting audio from it.
Yeah, I don't remember even watching the reaction of the anchors when they actually got the real video from there. They couldn't believe what they were seeing.
Yeah.
They couldn't believe it actually worked.
It wasn't real clear. It wasn't real good.
No, it
and
wasn't.
the dramatization video was crystal clear.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. Hey, I'm on the moon. That's tough.
They said this should be what's happening right now. He should be coming down the ladder.
Yeah. All right, thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, whether that be live or archived, be difficult to be live since the live show's over. But however you get it and whenever you get it, enjoy it. Thanks for being with us. Catch all those options live and archived at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.